The incompetent villainous prince wants to survive. I was reincarnated into a romance RPG as a mob villain, but I will ignore the original work and aim to become the strongest. Volume 3. By Sanbon. Translated by Bayabusco. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 127. Enrolls in Royal Academy where story begins. Hey, Haru. You have to wake up soon. Gah. Cass delivered a high-altitude diving body press right into my solar plexus early in the morning, and I couldn't help but writhe in agony. Seriously, isn't there a better way to wake someone up? Come on. Since we're starting at the Royal Academy today, we have to move into the dormitory, you know? Yeah, I know that, but how did you know? Ahem. Monica told me. I see, that makes sense. Good morning, Your Highness Harold. Oh, good morning. She probably came because she heard my groaning. Monica entered the room, bowing as if she'd been waiting for the perfect moment. But still. Why is Monica wearing the Royal Academy uniform? Haven't you heard? Monica asked curiously, and I tilted my head in confusion. I thought she was cosplaying for fun this morning. I'll also be attending the Royal Academy as a classmate of His Highness Harold. If I recall correctly, Xandra once told me that Monica is 4 years older than us. Wait, what? The light in Monica's eyes has disappeared. Is something the matter, Your Highness Harold? No, nothing at all. Yes, that's right. I'm not reckless enough to make a direct remark to Monica when she has that look in her eyes. Even though I went out of my way to break the initial engage hazard flag and secure safety, diving headfirst into danger is the last thing I'd want. Sigh. Please hurry and change into your uniform. Milady will be arriving as well. All right. With a sigh of exasperation, Monica gave me a rare, straightforward nod. But still. Monica, why are you here in my room? Of course, to assist His Highness Harold. No, I don't need it. I mean, I always dress myself, right? But since this is your first time wearing the uniform, I thought some help might be necessary. No, yes. Because of this back and forth, we ended up taking a lot longer. In the end, Monica forcefully stripped off my clothes and helped me dress while staring fixedly at my bare form. Now I'll never be able to be a son-in-law. Haru-sama, you look absolutely wonderful. Alexandra blushed and praised my appearance in uniform, but her own uniform was overwhelmingly more stunning. Do you have any idea how much my past self longed to see Alexandra's uniformed form, which was only depicted in a single still image? Today, I've fulfilled a dream. If possible, I'd love to request other outfits, like swimsuits and gym uniforms, seriously. And so, we headed by carriage to the Royal Academy, located in the center of the royal capital. It was said to have been established by the first king, Llewellyn Weir de Horbolts, and was renowned as one of the most historical schools among the surrounding nations. Many nobles from various countries also study here, and, of course, many of Inha's heroines were enrolled. Come to think of it, that scum is shamelessly planning to give the new students' opening speech. Oh, so you know about that. When a royal enters the academy, it's customary for that royal to give the greeting, but this year it's both Wilfred and me. Normally, as the elder, I would be expected to give the address, but the academy specifically selected Wilfred. In other words, that's how things are. It's truly infuriating. After that disgraceful behavior in the duel, not only is he carrying on as if nothing happened, but is also spreading unsavory rumors that Haru-sama cheated. Well, it's no big deal. But I tried to calm the indignant Alexandra with a wry smile. Those present at the duel knew who the true victor was. Even if such petty rumors were to spread, the public wasn't foolish enough to believe them outright. We even provided a spectator area for the people to watch. Thus, my innocence will be proven by the very people who were there. Not to mention, most nobles witnessed the duel as well. Wilfred's actions only pile more disgrace upon him. However, according to Minister Olsen, a few nobles had approached Wilfred, taking note of the sequence of events since the New Year's celebration. They likely judged him as favored by King Ibar and switched from Cadiz or Raphael. Though some might call it fickle, It was only natural for nobles to align themselves with the powerful if they want to thrive in the kingdom. I had no intention of criticizing them for it. Yet, I only hoped that choice didn't turn out to be a failure. Oh, really? Look, we're already here. Turning Alexandra's sulking face toward the carriage window, I pointed at the towering central building of the Royal Academy. Furthermore, there were many carriages lined up at the main gate of the Royal Academy, making it difficult to move forward. Except for our carriage, of course. What? Why is our carriage moving along just fine? Naturally, it's because I'm still a royal, rotten as that may be. We have a free pass all the way into the academy without needing to queue. After all the grief this kingdom has put me through, I might as well use this privilege. We finally arrived at the Royal Academy, feeling just a bit guilty under the gazes of incoming students staring enviously at our carriage as we passed through the main gate. Alexandra, after you. Hee, thank you. I disembarked first and extended a hand to help Alexandra down, and then, whoa, Alexandra, it's been so long. A young woman with a distinct drill-like hairstyle, resembling a chocolate coronet, pushed past me to grab Alexandra's hand. She was Lisette Josephine de Capetian, the first princess of the Capetian kingdom, and my old friend, Liz. Chapter 128, Encounters main character from girl's side instead of nostalgic reunion. Whoa, Alexandra, it's been so long. A young woman with a distinct drill-like hairstyle, resembling a chocolate coronet, pushed past me to grab Alexandra's hand. She was Lisette Josephine de Capetian, the first princess of the Capetian kingdom, and my old friend, Liz. Though I'm her friend too, this treatment seems a bit harsh. Liz, I'm so happy to see you. Let's look forward to these next 3 years together. Yes, absolutely. The two are rekindling old friendships, smiling at each other. I am completely left out over here. Anything wrong with that? So, Liz, when did you arrive in the kingdom? If we'd known in advance, we could have prepared a proper welcome. Oh, that's unnecessary. I despise such bothersome things. Liz took out a feather fan from somewhere, hid her mouth with it, and chuckled. Her studying here served as a goodwill gesture between D. Horbolts and Capetian. If anything happens on the way, it could turn into a diplomatic issue. By the way, how are things in the Capetian kingdom since then? Hehe, it's been peaceful, of course. Everyone supports Eileen. According to Liz, following Jean's coup d'etat, there was a bit of chaos during the purge of the involved nobles, but things had since settled down. In fact, Eileen, who was credited with leading the suppression of the rebellion, enjoyed overwhelming popularity. And so, now that I'm free, I've come here all on my own as I promised. From now on, please absolutely refrain from doing things like that. Just in case, I give a warning, but it's probably in vain. Now then, let's get going, although, where exactly are we supposed to go? Ahaha. It was only our first day, and I was already feeling uneasy about the next 3 years. Xandra and I exchanged wry smiles as we watched Liz. Then, hee. It's been a while, Your Highness Harold, Alexandra Sama. Appearing with a serene smile was Christia Salerno, the saintess of the Baltian Holy Kingdom. Naturally, the Holy Knight Carla del Minio stood behind her. It's just that. Well, it's been a while. That said, I hadn't heard anything about either of you arriving in the kingdom. I requested this through Minister Olsen with the Holy Kingdom's approval. I will be attending the Royal Academy in disguise. I see. I have no idea what her intentions are, but knowing Christia, it's bound to be something troublesome. Besides, I can already foresee Wilfred spotting her immediately, revealing her identity. I apologize, Your Highness Harold. No, please don't worry. Seeing Carla with her shoulders slumped in apology makes me feel sorry. She seems to go through a lot, dealing with Christia's whims. That aside, Carla Dono, I've grown stronger since then. Oh, so have I. It seems we'll have plenty of chances to cross swords and shields over these next 3 years. Carla and I shake hands, smiling at each other. We'll continue the match we left unfinished that day due to Cardies again and again. Chempage. Harold, who are these two? Oh, now Liz is pouting. This is Christia, the saintess of the Baltian Holy Kingdom. And this is her guardian knight, Carla Dono. Hehe, pleased to meet you. Likewise. Christia placed her right hand over her chest and curtsies, while Carla offered a knight's salute. And this drill hairstyle here belongs to Her Highness Lizette, the first princess of the Capetian Kingdom. Excuse me, what exactly do you mean by drill hairstyle? Right, drills don't even exist in this world. But Choco Cornet doesn't even appear in Inhaza, so how can I explain it? Or rather, the moment I explain it, Liza will probably get mad. Well, if we don't hurry, we'll be late for the entrance ceremony. Che. Explain it to me properly. Ignoring Liz's rising irritation, we head toward the auditorium for the entrance ceremony. Bump. Ah. Whoa. In my haste, I bumped into a girl who fell to the ground. Ouch. Are you okay? Reaching out my right hand in a hurry, I stiffened when I see her face as she sits up. After all. And no, I'm fine. The girl before me was Liliana Abbott, the female protagonist of Engage Hazard, Girls' Side. Chapter 129. Protagonist appears even though he isn't called. Ouch. Are you okay? Reaching out my right hand in a hurry, I stiffened when I see her face as she sits up. After all. And no, I'm fine. The girl before me was Liliana Abbott, the female protagonist of Engage Hazard, Girls' Side. In fact, there is no other woman like her in this world with pink hair and onyx black eyes that would never exist in reality, and a slender but slightly unfortunate figure. She is the only one in the female-oriented series in Haza, or rather Galhaz. However, I had only activated the Galhaz app to obtain special event rewards in my previous life, and I had only played up to the tutorial. In other words, my information regarding Galhaz is only the visual and name of her, the protagonist, and the fact that Cardis and others appear as capture characters. So, what am I supposed to do? Well, actually, I don't know where the entrance ceremony is today. The protagonist, or rather, Liliana, said that while curling up like a small animal and looking up. Oh, the name Liliana is the default name, and in Galhaz, players can freely change their names. Wilfred. That guy can also have his name changed by the player. Putting aside such trivial information, what troubles me is the way Liliana appeared and her line. This is exactly the same as the encounter scene with the first capture character in the tutorial. In other words, it means that I, Harold, who does not appear at all in Galhaz, have taken the place of a capture character. What should I do? By the way, the name of the capture character I took the spot from is Alan Stevens. He's the second son of the household of Marquis Stephen, a self-absorbed hero. I don't know anything else. Don't you know that the person you bumped into is His Highness Harold, the third prince of the Dehorbolt's kingdom? When Xandra announced my name in an alarmingly low voice, Liliana gasped. By the way, I was also surprised in fear, even though I shouldn't be involved. Oh, is he a prince? Yes. He is the most wonderful, most capable, and most splendid person in this country. That is His Highness Harold, my fiancée, Harusama. Xandra emphasized the part my fiancée a lot. This is undoubtedly her trying to take a mount over Liliana. No, maybe to eliminate her. In any case, she is wholeheartedly trying to crush the romance flag, which is the fire of misfortune that fell upon me. Well, I'm not worried about it, and I'm actually sorry for tripping you. We were just heading to the auditorium, so let's go together. Why yes. For now, I tried to change the atmosphere and cheerfully invited Liliana. Maybe she sensed it, as her expression softened. Of course. Ah, heh. I intentionally held Xandra's small hand in front of Liliana, and the slightly sulky girl blushed happily. I need to make this kind of appeal properly. I don't want Xandra to misunderstand, and I need to make Liliana realize that I am not a capture target. So, wow, it's so big. As soon as we arrived at the auditorium, Liliana was lost for words at its vastness. As I recall, she was an illegitimate child born between Baron Abbott and a maid, and her mother, who was pregnant with Liliana, left the Abbott household and raised her single-handedly. Therefore, she lacks the manners and common sense expected of a noble, and that leads to the capture characters becoming interested and the story developing into a romance. This is a common trope in Otome games and female-targeted light novels, isn't it? Now, what should I do? To be honest, I don't know what the scenario is like since I'm not well versed in Galhaz. Based on my experience playing the tutorial, it is a romance RPG, like Enhaz, and the skills and mechanics are common, so I don't think there are any issues in that regard. However, I can't determine if the main scenario centered around the protagonist, Liliana, is shared with Enhaz. Thinking that way, it would be wise to keep my distance from Liliana and not get involved in the Galhaz scenario. After all, Harold doesn't even appear in Galhaz. While I was thinking that, Saintess, is this where you have been? Wilfred showed up out of nowhere without anyone calling for him. Your Highness Wilfred. It's been a while. But how did you know that I am studying abroad at the Royal Academy? Her expression was cheerful, but the eyes of the Saintess were not smiling. Rather, even though it was supposed to be a secret, she seemed wary that he knew about Christia studying abroad in advance. Of course, I heard it from someone in the palace. I see. Then, could you tell me that person's name? The Holy Kingdom will protest to the kingdom regarding the unauthorized leaking of information. Wilfred, not expecting such a response, flinched. I thought Christia, while wearing the mask of the Saintess, would be friendly with Wilfred on the surface, but this was a bit surprising. The Saintess said, there's no reason to be friendly with His Highness Wilfred, who is in opposition to His Highness Harold and Alexandra Sama, even if it is only on the surface. Carla came to my side and whispered softly in my ear. I see. She shifted to flattering me wholeheartedly because Xandra was scary. Why yes, I will punish that attendant as well. I have preparations for the new student greeting, so I will take my leave now. Saying that, Wilfred hurriedly left for somewhere. Hehe, even after a year has passed since then, he's still such a shallow person. Hehe, you understood it well. Staring at Wilfred's back, Christia chuckled. Xandra also smiled happily at Christia's words. It's kind of scary. Chapter 130, placed in different class from protagonist. In order not to bring shame to the name of D. Horbolts, I will spend my 3 years of academy life as a model for all. Hello, everyone. Having listened to the boring greetings of King Ibar and the headmaster, as well as the speech of the new student representative, Wilfred, I, Harold Weir D. Horbolts, am extremely sleepy. Meow. Haru, I'm bored. It'll be over soon, so please bear with it a little longer. I pacified Cass, who transformed into a miniature-sized Black Shield Casper League and was in my uniform's chest pocket. Well, we're bored too, so it's understandable that Cass is even more bored. Once it's over and we get to our dorm room, I'll be able to enjoy him to my heart's content. With that, the Royal Academy entrance ceremony is concluded. Oh, it's finally over. Your Highness Harold. After this, we will be moving to our classes. The class assignment chart should be posted at the entrance of the school building. As soon as I stood up, Monica crept up behind me and told me. She could just talk normally. Okay everyone, let's go. Yes. I took Xandra's hand and, following the other students, we moved to the school building. Now that I think about it, there are 3 main heroines from Enhaz around me and 1 protagonist from Galhaz. More importantly, there are cuter girls than the heroines, Xandra and Monica, who are cuter than the heroines, right next to me. From the perspective of the other guys, I might just look like a typical harem guy. And no way. My fiancée is only Xandra, and while Monica is precious, she is just my maid, and Liz is a friend. Even Carla, while we have a connection through sword and shield, is just a mutual interest with Christia. I just met Liliana a little while ago. So, I'm definitely not a harem guy, okay? So don't look at me like that. Please. Haru-sama, we are in the same class B. Pointing at the class assignment chart, Xandra told me happily. I see. I ended up in class B just like the scenario of Enhaz. When I learn this kind of fact, I can't help but think that there's some kind of compulsion working in this world. Why am I in class C? I protest with all my might. Carla, it seems we are in class A. The 3 of them have also been assigned to the same classes as in Enhaz. Isn't what I'm doing not in vain? Xandra, I don't understand why you have that kind of face, but if you are suffering, please let me share it with you. If we share the pain, it will be halved. Xandra squeezed my hand tightly and smiled at me. She is forcing herself to smile for my sake, and in reality, she is very worried about me. I can't win against this. With such a wonderful fiancé by my side, I feel foolish for moping around. No, I am foolish, but still. That's because I decided that I would do whatever it takes to protect such a wonderful fiancé from this world. I'm sorry. Thanks to Xandra, all the worries I had just a moment ago have disappeared. Fufu, please don't blame me. I pretended to shrug my shoulders exaggeratedly, and Xandra showed me a blooming smile this time. Yeah, this smile really suits Xandra the best. I regret making her make that kind of face earlier. I would want to disappear if there was a hole. No, since there's no hole, I'd dig one myself. This Monica is also in the same class as you two. Whoa. Eek. Monica jumped in and asserted herself between me and Xandra. Seriously, what's with that smug face? I'm happy we're in the same class, but still. By the way, that's right. I'm Liliana Abbott. I pretended not to know her name, and she introduced herself with gestures unbefitting of a lady. I feel like we need to teach her proper manners. You know, in a typical otomegame setting, someone like her, being a former commoner, would probably say something unreasonable like, "Isn't the academy supposed to be equal?" That's just ridiculous and cause all sorts of trouble, right? Then, I think it's better to correct her early on for both our sakes. I feel bad for the handsome heroes, though. Then, let me reintroduce myself. I am Harold Weir de Horbolts, the third prince of the de Horbolts kingdom. And this is my most precious fiancée, Alexandra of Chevalier. I'm Alexandra. Please remember me. Unlike Liliana's naive and childish self-introduction, Xandra gracefully curtsied. Her movements were very refined, and her expression was that of a true lady. No, wait, that's wrong. It's actually super relaxed. So, which class are you in, Miss Liliana? Yes. I'm in Class B, the same as you two. Oh, I see. Oh wow, so she was in the same class as Harold in Galhaz. Yet, Harold, who doesn't even appear as a mob in Galhaz, is just, what exactly? Well, whatever. More importantly, you foo-foo. Your Highness Harold, leave it to me. Carla and I will keep a close watch. Seeing my state, Christia understood my intention and chuckled. Yes. I was staring intently at one name. The name of Wilfred, written in Class A list, just like an engage hazard. Chapter 131. Yandere fiancé got jealous when checking out heroines. I'm Miranda Audrey, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. After arriving in the classroom, we sat down randomly and received a brief self-introduction from our homeroom teacher, along with explanations about upcoming classes and school life at the Royal Academy. By the way, the Royal Academy is a boarding school, and even royalty must adhere to this rule. As for attendance, that's out of the question. But in the end, they're basically allowed to enroll as students, so they're practically here. Hi, who, me? As I looked at the students in the class, I began to count on my fingers. What am I doing? I'm checking which heroines ended up in the same class. From now on, the heroines from Enhaz will surely get involved with the protagonist, Wilfred, and me, who is just a stepping stone. Wait. You. No, this is just that. Oh no, I was checking the heroines, and Xandra got really sulky about it. Of course, she probably doesn't think I'm doing this for the girls, but that doesn't change the fact that she's jealous. So, I desperately explained, which was just an excuse, trying to convince her that I wasn't looking at other girls. She didn't seem satisfied, though. However, there was someone in the classroom watching me. Hey, you've got a good eye there. A male student casually approached me with a slightly rough tone. I know this guy. I know him, you know? But, what was your name again? Oh right, I hadn't introduced myself yet. I'm Lloyd Sancroft. Nice to meet you. As I tilted my head, Lloyd extended his right hand. I'm Harold. Nice to meet you. Of course, I also exchanged friendly handshakes. By the way, he's a character from Galhaz, and the only thing I know about him is that he's one of the illustrations from the opening title. Just from his atmosphere and speech, he gives off a very flamboyant impression, so he must surely be in the third-rate handsome guy position in Galhaz. No, it must be that way for sure. Well, as far as I know, there's only one boy named Harold in this academy. Ahaha, I think that's probably correct. What? I am so sorry. It seems he finally realized my identity, and Lloyd hurriedly bowed down. Even though I had duelled with Wilfred in the central square, my face must still be quite unknown among the nobles. Even though everyone knows the bad reputation of the incompetent bratty prince. Damn it. We're the same age, and we'll be working hard together for the next 3 years, so there's no need for such formalities. I'd be happy if you called me Harold casually. Really? Of course. I extended my hand and helped Lloyd to stand up. Hee. If that's the case, I'll act as usual. Wow, that was quick to change. I couldn't help but make a retort to Lloyd, who lightly laughed. Well, it's definitely better than being treated awkwardly. Anyway, to continue what I was saying earlier, I think that lady, Lloyd-sama. I'm sorry, but please don't invite Haru-sama to such things. Whoa. Lloyd started assessing the lady, and Xandra shot him a glacial stare. However, since it seems like she's tolerating it to this extent, it looks like she's holding back. Good, it seems like blood won't rain down. Harudono, who is this lady? She's my fiancée. I am Alexandra of Chevalier. What? Why you mean, the fiancée of the supporter? I am so sorry. Just like before, Lloyd showed an incredibly beautiful bow. By the way, Christia was also bowing, so it seems like the kneeling style is surprisingly popular in this world. No, that can't be true. Just now, you referred to Xandra as the daughter of the supporter, but… Oh, well, my family receives a large donation from the Chevalier household at the D. Horbalt's branch of the Baltian Church. Ah, I see. Lloyd is a holy noble. But if the D. Horbalt's branch is his home, could he possibly be the son of the Archbishop Sancroft? That's a bit surprising. Xandra. Lloyd didn't have any ill intentions, and it seems he didn't know that you and I are engaged, so I'm not angry. I just want Haru-sama to lead a modest academy life. Saying that, Xandra turned her face away. What should I do? I've made her really jealous just today. She's too cute. Ahahaha. It seems Lloyd-kun is also reflecting on it, so you won't do something like that again, right? Of course not. Lloyd vigorously nodded his head in my support, desperately trying to appeal. Although she still seems a bit unconvinced, it looks like Xandra is willing to forgive him. So, right. Xandra, let's. I took her small hand and stepped out of the classroom. I will only ever look at Xandra from now on. No matter what kind of women appear, I will absolutely not be distracted. I hugged Xandra and whispered in her ear. Yes, please only look at me. Xandra hugged me back and replied in a sweet voice. But, maybe that's a bit too strong. Could you please ease up a little? Chapter 132 discovers troubles in dormitory. It's finally over. After finishing the explanation about the Royal Academy, the self-introductions of the students, and various other things, I stretched. Well, in my previous life, classes weren't, except for communication, painful, but it's tiring since it's been a while. Since the real classes start tomorrow, shall we head straight back to the dormitory for today? Okay. With that, I stepped into the dormitory where I would be living for the next 3 years, along with Xandra and Monica, but… why am I not going together? Milady, of course, it's separated by gender. Monica lectured Xandra, who had a look of despair on her face, with an expressionless face. But why did Xandra think she could live together? If that were the case, the students would surely make mistakes. We've turned 15 and have become adults, at that age when we love such things. Especially students who are engaged, if they make a mistake with someone else, it would definitely escalate into a big problem. But, isn't it strange that Monica can enter the boys' building without any problems? I am a student, but I am also His Highness Harold's personal maid. I have received prior permission to take care of him. Xandra, who was still unable to accept it, pressed closer, but Monica made a grand gesture with a smug expression as she bowed. As always, She's merciless towards her master. Ahaha, once you calm down a bit, let's regroup here again. Why, you promise? It's a promise, okay. Leaving Xandra behind, who kept muttering, "This isn't how it was supposed to be," I headed to my room with Monica. Wow. When I entered my assigned room, it was quite spacious and looked comfortable. Compared to my room in the palace, it is modest, though. However, as a mere university student in my previous life, I find this much more soothing. I may be Prince Harold, the third prince, but inside I'm just a commoner, so it can't be helped. Do you like it, Cass? Yeah. I prefer the size of this room. Cass and I tapped our front legs and fists together. By the way, Monica, what about that guy, his room? Don't worry. Due to requests from both sides, that trash will be in a separate building from this dormitory. At Monica's words, I unintentionally let out a blank voice. No, in the early stages of Enhaz, Wilfred was supposed to be living in this dormitory. The detached building Monica is talking about is the so-called harem shed that can be expanded by paying a fee when you run out of space due to acquiring too many heroines and weapons through gacha, right? That being said, Your Highness Harold will never have to face that trash in the private space within the academy. I see. What is this? I feel a little defeated by him. That guy will surely have Marion, the maid who entered as a classmate, and make many heroines enter a romantic state here, and enjoy himself in the harem shed. How infuriating. Well, whatever, then, I shouldn't keep Xandra waiting, so let's head to the entrance. Okay. After changing into our normal clothes, we came to the entrance and Monica went into the girls' building. Of course, to change and call out to Xandra. Now then, it's boring while waiting. As I sat down on a chair in the entrance hall and spaced out. How did someone like you even get into this academy? I caught sight of 3 students, including a tall boy with short red hair, surrounding a timid-looking boy in the corner of the hall. That red-haired guy, he was in the opening title illustration of Galhaz, wasn't he? I don't know his name, though. Listen, this Royal Academy is a place where only those chosen among the nobles can enroll. It's not a place for lowly people like you to come. That's quite rude. Attending the Royal Academy is a duty for all noble sons and daughters, and although it's a formality, discrimination based on status is not recognized within the academy. For such a guy to be a character in Galhaz, it's understandable that he wouldn't be popular. All my lines right now would be a boomerang piercing Enhaz. In any case, I don't care, and if I, as the third prince, got involved in a dispute among students, it would surely lead to various troubles. So, it's best to stay quiet. But still. Enough already, stop making a fool of yourself. Why do I keep doing unnecessary things like this? Chapter 133, Highly concerns on bullied character more than capturable characters in Otomegame. Enough already, stop making a fool of yourself. Why do I keep doing unnecessary things like this? What the hell are you? It's rude to say what the hell. First of all, isn't it proper manners to introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? I think this line ranks in the top 10 of things I've always wanted to say in my life. I never expected an opportunity to use it, including in my previous life. But still, it seems these guys don't know my face. How low is my recognition? Wait a minute. This red-haired guy is a capture character from Galhaz. That much is certain. So, does that mean he doesn't know because Harold hasn't appeared in Galhaz? No, that can't be. In the first place, it's pretty pathetic for a noble to not know the third prince of his own country of the same age. The color of that tie, so you're a new student just like this guy. The red-haired boy snorted at the sight of my yellow tie. I wish he would realize that I'm Harold. No, given his demeanor, that seems impossible. By the way, at the Royal Academy, we first-year students wear yellow ties, second years wear blue ties, and third years wear red ties. Female students wear brooches on their chests instead of ties. Well then, I'll let it go today. Just stay quiet and go away. If you're in senior, you should be a model for the junior. You look like a second year, but you should be a bit more aware of your behavior. I returned the arrogant red-haired boy's attitude with my own brusque demeanor. There's no need to treat such a guy politely. You Do you know who I am? I am Warren Gibson. No, who the hell are you? Of course, I know the Gibson household. They are a count household in the kingdom that replaced the Shearer household, which is Marion's family, and have been producing Knight Commander's Order ever since. So, the current commander of the Knight Order is also Count Gibson. So does that mean this guy is the commander's son? That should be the case. Well, whatever. Since you finally introduced yourself, I'll introduce myself too. I am Harold Weir de Horbolts, the third prince of the de Horbolts kingdom. What? The red-haired boy. Warren and his followers recoiled and took a step back the moment they heard my name. So, what if I didn't know you? Ah, well. Seriously, even though you're the son of the Knight Commander, Gibson, aren't you ashamed to act this way, regardless of your circumstances? Warren bit his lip and looked at me regretfully. Well, I guess it's better that he's not making excuses. Enough already. Just hurry up and get lost. Ah, excuse me. Warren deeply bowed his head and fled the scene along with his followers. Now then, are you okay? Ah, why yes. I spoke to the boy who had been silent until now, and he nodded with a somewhat apologetic look. I wonder if I did something unnecessary. Ah, I am sorry. It's not like I did this on my own, so don't worry about it. More importantly, if I caused you any trouble with what just happened, just tell me. If that's okay. More than that, thank you very much. The boy bowed politely and hurriedly left without even introducing himself. That guy is incredibly rude. What? Xandra. Xandra, who had been behind me without me noticing, glared at the entrance where the boy had disappeared with a stern expression. I wish she wouldn't sneak up on me like that. It's bad for my heart. Monica, investigate those guys' backgrounds immediately. Should I just investigate? If you'd like, I can ensure they can't pull something like that again. Eek. Monica's eyes lost their highlights, and she grinned, the corners of her mouth lifting. I couldn't help but let out a scream. You don't need to do that. Is that so, TSK? Come on, don't click your tongue. It's already lunch, so let's eat. I admonished the dissatisfied-looking Monica, and we headed to the cafeteria. But, Haru-sama? Ah, no, it's nothing. I looked back at the place where the boy had been, then pulled myself together and left the place for good. Chapter 134 receives information that protagonist will be holding party. I don't have the confidence to spend 3 more years here. While having lunch in the dining hall of the dormitory, Liz let out her 10th sigh. So, why is she muttering such lines? Liz, you shouldn't be picky about food, okay? If you don't eat your green peas, you won't grow big. But I just hate what I hate. Well, it's a very silly reason. I mean, she sounds like a child. I, too, can't stand shiitake mushrooms, but thankfully, shiitake doesn't exist in this world. I won, also I thought. You foo-foo. Is it alright if I join you for lunch? Christia and Carla approached our table with trays of food. Yes, of course, you're welcome. Thank you. So, the two of them sat down across from us. From their suggestive expressions, it seems they have something to discuss with me. By the way, it's about His Highness Wilfred, who is in the same class as us. Leaning slightly forward, Christia began to speak in a quiet voice. Apparently, it seemed that Wilfred had been approaching female students right after entering school, and even the heroine from Enhaz. They said was planning to hold a party hosted by Wilfred to deepen their friendship. The location was the separate building where Wilfred stayed. Yes, it's the harem shed. No, isn't that just filled with ulterior motives? We were also invited, but we have already distanced ourselves from His Highness Wilfred as representatives of the Holy Kingdom. However, we thought it would be best to check with you, Your Highness Harold, first, which is why we came to ask. I see. I appreciate them trying to consider my position, but it also makes me feel a bit guilty. However, to know what will happen at Wilfred's party, it's wise to have the two of them infiltrate it. What do you think, Xandra? I will only say what is beneficial to you, Haru-sama. So, that means I would recommend the Saintus infiltrate. However, you do not wish to do that, do you? Xandra said with a smile. Ahahaha, My fiancée is surprisingly tough. She understands my feelings but still wants me to make the decision myself. So that I won't have regrets. So that I won't suffer by blaming someone else. I really don't want the Saintess and Carladono to force themselves. I am curious about what the situation is like, but let's remain on the sidelines. As a result, there's a significant possibility that the situation will become unfavorable for me. After all, the world of Engage Hazard exists for the protagonist player, and all the heroines are destined to be united with the protagonist. But even so, I can't sacrifice what is important to me. I absolutely cannot accept that because of that, they would be used by Wilfred and end up crossing swords with us. If I'm going to regret something, I'd rather choose to regret while protecting what is important. Truly, Your Highness Harold is a wonderful person. Our Holy Kingdom's decision to choose you was not a mistake at all. Ahaha, you're overestimating me. That is not the case. Normally, one wouldn't hesitate to use us for their benefit. As the Saintess mentioned, Your Highness Harold is a person worthy of trust. This is something that this Carla, who has crossed swords with you, knows better than anyone. Seriously, I think everyone is overrating me a bit too much. If they praise me that much, I have no choice but to try even harder. On top of that, I'm so happy that I can't help but grin. Haru-sama is clumsier than anyone else, yet kinder than anyone else. I am truly happy to be your fiancé, to be able to be with you. Ah really, thank you. Xandra gently took my hand under the table, and I responded with the best smile I could muster. With all my gratitude and feelings poured into it. Yet, why is it that at this timing, Wilfred shows up in the dining hall? Moreover, he was bringing along Warren, who was the son of the Knight Commander. Chapter 135, Ruins the Resolve of Dedicated Maid. Why did Wilfred have to come into the dining hall right at this moment? And on top of that, he brought along Warren, the son of the Knight Commander, who I just had a scuffle with back at the dormitory. What's the deal with those two, anyway? Heh. That scum ran off to the corner like a loser as soon as he saw Haru-sama's face. Xandra giggled as she looked at Wilfred, who silently went to sit at the far end of the dining hall after giving me a glare. Seeing her reaction, Liz tilted her head, while Christia, who was still burdened with trauma, turned pale. Could it be that you two don't get along with His Highness Wilfred? More than just not getting along, he's our enemy. I frowned as I answered Liz's curious question. He's already removed the mask he wore as the unfortunate younger brother, and we're openly antagonistic now. Surely, Lizette, you aren't interested in that scum, are you? No way. Haru and Xandra's enemy is my enemy as well. With a clear expression like a villain, Liz brushed away her drill hair with her hand. As expected of Enha's notorious villainous heroine, she certainly looks the part. Well, enough talk about him. Let's enjoy lunch, shall we? After all, it's our first meal together. Yes, well, we are best friends, after all. Indeed. This is fun. Very much so. And with that, we shook off the distraction and enjoyed our lunch. Except, Monica was the only one who kept an eye on Wilfred the whole time they were eating. Your Highness Harold, there is something I need to report to you. As soon as lunch ended and I returned to my room, Monica approached me with an unusually serious look on her face. I had a feeling it would be about this. Could it be? No, I don't even have to ask. This is about Wilfred, right? Yes. I read their lips during their conversation in the dining hall earlier. That scum, or rather, something less than scum, seems to be planning something toward the female students who attended that party. Planning something? What do you mean? I don't know. But judging by the disgusting looks on both of their faces, it's nothing good. Seriously, what's he planning to pull now? I understand. In that case, we can't just ignore this, can we? No, Your Highness Harold. I believe you should refrain from getting involved. What do you mean? There's no doubt he's plotting something, but if you get involved, it may put you in greater danger. Therefore, suddenly, Monica leaned close and whispered into my ear. Monica, Your Highness Harold, this is the best strategy. Please, I beg you to consider it. Monica placed a hand over her heart and bowed deeply. Her hazel eyes conveyed a resolute determination. Do you understand how much you mean to me? Of course. I am honored to have received such affection from you. But I fear you don't understand just how precious you are to me. Ah. The forcefulness of Monica's words made me hesitate. But I couldn't back down here. I absolutely had to stop Monica from infiltrating Wilfred's party. Monica, that's an order. Don't do it, no matter what. Understood. Biting her lip, Monica lowered her head. I've crushed her resolve, her determination, all because of my selfishness. I don't feel entirely free of guilt, but if I have to regret something, I'd rather regret that she's safe and unharmed. However, I may never be able to face the heroine I abandoned. After all, I chose a supporting character over the main heroine. That's the mark of a failed NHAS fan, isn't it? You, truly, are. Yes, but we still have some time before Wilfred's party starts. Let's try to think of another way. Yes. I whispered as I held Monica in place as she jumped into my arms. Yes. With Xandra, Monica, Cass, and me, we can make it through anything. We always have. So, this time too. Wait a second. Oh wow. Haru, I have no idea what's going on here. Cass, who had been watching us with his front paw covering his face, muttered this. What? It's a misunderstanding. I swear. Is that so? Are you really going to abandon me, Your Highness Harold? Monica, this isn't the time to joke about that. Monica, then, pretended to cry dramatically, and I desperately tried to explain everything to Cass so that he wouldn't tell Xandra. Chapter 136, decides to stop protagonist's party. So, Haru-sama, Monica, would you care to explain what exactly is going on here? Hello, this is me, Harold. I am currently kneeling in the common lounge for both male and female students in the dormitory. My legs are completely numb. The reason? There's no need to ask, is there? My partner Cass betrayed me and ratted me out to Xandra. No matter how many times I explained that it was a misunderstanding, Cass just said, oh, in that case, there's no harm in telling Xandra, right? And spilled everything to Xandra as soon as they met. So, as I said, this is a misunderstanding. Monica is also important to me, but in a different way from how Xandra is important to me. And how exactly is it different? Xandra continued to press me, her gaze as cold as absolute zero. But is she maybe a little less angry now? If so, now's my chance. Of course. You are my most precious one, more special than anyone else. I swear it to God. What? I see. If that's the case, then I suppose. So, you mean, my relationship with you was nothing more than just a fling? Monica, would you stop trying to make this situation more complicated? I mean, don't you want to get out of this situation as soon as possible? Haru-sama. IIT's really nothing like that. I don't even remember ever fooling around with Monica. Monica, would you please explain too? Haru, sometimes you're surprisingly clueless. It's actually kind of bad. Hey Cass, what's that supposed to mean? I'm always aware of Xandra's feelings. In the end, we went on like this for a whole hour. I see. That scum has finally fallen to the level of something below trash. Finally, Xandra's mood had softened, and she nodded with a hand over her mouth. Yes. Monica said she was going to infiltrate his party, but that's out of the question. So, we're thinking of stopping his scheme another way. While talking with Monica and Cass, I couldn't come up with any good ideas, but maybe Xandra will think of a clever plan. Despite appearances, she's not only cute and strong. For example, how about informing the academy that the scum is up to no good and stopping him that way? That would be impossible. I doubt the academy would defy Wilfred, who has King Ibar's favor. And since the official purpose of the event is to foster friendship, there's no real reason to interfere. True. I thought of Xandra's suggestion too, but even though royal members are treated the same as other students here, it's just a facade. In the end, the academy can only follow Wilfred's lead. Then, what if we appeal to a power higher than this academy? A power higher than the academy. I see. So that's the approach. This academy has my two older brothers, Brother Cadiz and Brother Raphael. And there's also my brother-in-law, Cedric. Yes. First, we should ask for the support of your older brother, and then speak to His Highness Raphael. Yes, with this, we might be able to stop Wilfred's scheme before it happens. As expected from Xandra, I'd completely overlooked that. And not at all, as long as I could be of service to you, Haru-sama. I took her small hand and exaggeratedly expressed my gratitude, causing Xandra to blush and look down. She's usually so composed, but seeing her flustered like this is adorable. Now that that's settled, let's put our plan into action. Monica. I will call for Cedric-sama right away. Monica left, and 10 minutes later. My apologies for the delay. And, congratulations on your enrollment, Alexandra. Thank you, Onia-sama. Upon his arrival, Cedric narrowed his already slit eyes further and offered words of congratulations. Actually, it looks like his eyes are completely closed. Is that why, despite me standing right next to Xandra, he's treating me like I'm invisible? Can we get to the main topic now? Your Highness Harold. I didn't realize you were here. Hey, I've been right here this whole time. Blind as a bat doesn't even begin to cover it. And could you not scowl just because I interrupted, you Siskon? Onia-sama. My apologies. So, what is it that you wish to ask? Yes. I explained the situation regarding Wilfred's party. Ideally, I'd like Cedric, the heir of Chevalier household, and the second Prince Raphael to help us get it cancelled. What do you think? Surely, if you and Brother Raphael both say something, the Academy will prioritize your request over Wilfred's. No, that will likely be difficult. Why? Think about it. We may not know exactly what he's planning, but the official reason for the gathering is to promote friendship among new students. Even if Prince Raphael and I were to object, unfortunately, we lack a legitimate reason to do so. Cedric's reasoning makes sense. If we go through with this, the Academy will only see it as harassment on our part. But we still don't know exactly what they're plotting, only that Monica read it from their lips. There's no evidence. Then, well, it's not that there's no way to go about this. Cedric slightly opened his slit eyes and lifted the corner of his mouth. Chapter 137, could never forgive those people. Well, it's not that there's no way to go about this. Cedric slightly opened his slit eyes and lifted the corner of his mouth. Now that I think about it, when we sparred before, he was making excuses like, even among the Chevalier household, my talents lie more in administration than martial arts. So, surprisingly, maybe he's actually good at these kinds of schemes, or rather, strategies. Onia-sama, what will you do then? From what we've heard, it seems that not only His Highness Wilfred but also Warren's son is involved. So first, we should break down Warren's son. That's right. Cedric explained the plan to us. But, will it really go that smoothly? To be sure, let's inform His Highness Raphael as well, so he can intervene if necessary. That will make it perfect. Understood. Well, since we couldn't come up with anything better, we have no choice but to go along with it. Understood. Brother-in-law, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Cedric patted his chest and smiled. Will it work out? It had been about 2 hours since Cedric left the dormitory's common area. Xandra, Monica, and I continued waiting in this spot for Cedric's report. I don't know. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Wilfred might hold a social gathering tonight. In that case, we have no choice but to bet on brother-in-law's plan. Yes. At my words, Xandra nodded with a slightly anxious expression. And then, sorry to keep you waiting. Cedric returned, bringing Raphael with him. Well, they're the same age, and considering one is the second prince and the other a duke's son, it's natural they'd know each other. By the way, Harold, you're involved in something interesting right from the start of your enrollment. Please give me a break. I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. I shrugged at Raphael, who was laughing with amusement. But the fact that he's here means he's willing to cooperate with us. Onia-sama, so then, yes. Just as His Highness Harold feared, they're a disgrace to nobility. Cedric frowned and began his explanation. First, Cedric approached the noble sons who were Warren's followers and tested the waters by bringing up the party topic. As expected, they were planning something despicable, just as we had thought. It was using the freshman girls as prey at the party. In short, something like a group blind date from a past life. No, it's more heinous than that. What's worse, they plan to make these girls, who are only 15, drink alcohol to get them drunk. They really are despicable. Incidentally, it seems those people did the same thing last year, forcing themselves on some of the girls. To think they would actually do something like that. And we're at fault, too, for not realizing it. Not only Cedric, but even Raphael, who usually keeps a calm and cheerful expression, had a stern look on his face. That's how serious this matter was. Just to confirm, were there any girls who became victims? I don't know. We only heard this from Warren's followers, and contacting the victims would just bring back painful memories for them. Saying this, Cedric shook his head. Certainly, if something like this became public knowledge, the ladies involved might lose their place in this country. More than that, no, let's not dwell on it. In any case, then we absolutely must prevent this from happening. This isn't just about Wilfred anymore. I agree. After discussing it with Cedric, we've decided to deploy soldiers and storm into the annex building where Wilfred's holding the party. That's. Don't worry. The female students were only deceived, so they won't suffer any consequences. However, the male students won't get off so easily. Raphael lifted the corner of his mouth in a sinister smile. Now that I think about it, he made a face like this once during the Margaret-related scenario in Enhaz. Also, the party will be held tomorrow evening at 6. Let's make preparations by then. Yes. Raphael and Cedric waved as they headed toward the boys' dormitory. As for me, bam. I will never, ever forgive them. I slammed the table in anger. Sadly, since I had the lowest physical attack power among the Enhaz characters, my hand hurt more than the table. But those girls who were victimized must have hurt far more. That's why. Xandra, Monica, yes. We will make sure they all experience true suffering. Leave it to me. I, Monica, will cut them down without hesitation. Xandra's sapphire eyes were slightly bleeding red with her pupils narrowed vertically, while Monica's hazel eyes had lost all their highlights as she gracefully curtsied. Tomorrow, we will surely drag them all down to hell. Chapter 138, Important People Have Seen Through. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but truly, it's pathetic. After the day's lessons ended, Xandra sighed and shook her head as the students in the classroom prepared to leave. She watched the female students getting excited for the party hosted by Wilfred. It can't be helped. They were simply invited without being told what lies behind it. Besides, the host is the fourth prince, Wilfred. For these noble young ladies, refusing would be difficult. He's trying to use his royal position to do something so audacious. I'm not just aiming to crush this vile scheme. I plan to back Wilfred into a corner, so he has no chance at succeeding the throne. He has no right to call himself the protagonist anymore. Well then, I'll be leaving now. Why yes. The heroines gazed at Wilfred with dreamy eyes as he left the classroom. However, they threw glances of jealousy and resentment at Marion, who followed after him. I never expected that, by the second day of school, Wilfred would have already raised his favorability with the heroines this much. At the very least, there was no sign yesterday of him interacting with other Enhaz heroines, so how in the world did he? Haru-sama, let's think about it later. First, let's take down that scum. Xandra. From my expression, she must have noticed. I find myself quite disturbed by the situation in which Wilfred, the protagonist of Engage Hazard, is moving in the direction that he desires, as if he is loved by God. Ahaha. Xandra's holding my hand tightly, doing her best to comfort me. Exactly. Tonight, the priority is to put an end to him. Although it was sudden, preparations had already been made with the cooperation of Cedric and Raphael. Now, all that was left was to wait for the right moment. I smiled at Xandra and Monica, clenching my fist tightly, and then, Monica. No, it seems it was just my imagination. Ha! Monica had a suspicious look on her face, so I called out to her, but she just looked around briefly and shook her head. I returned to the dormitory and was getting ready for the evening when I received a call and came to the lounge area, but, for some reason, I was surrounded by Liz with a sullen face, Christia with a cheerful smile, and Carla with a furrowed brow. Did you think we wouldn't notice? That? What do you mean? You foo-foo, of course. I mean the plan to stop the party hosted by His Highness Wilfred. What? How did they find out about that? I glanced at Monica to confirm, but she shook her head from side to side, indicating that she didn't know either. Please don't underestimate us, Harold-sama. Both the Saintess and I are here at the Royal Academy as representatives of the Holy Kingdom. This also applies to Her Highness Lizette, who came from the Capetian Kingdom. Well, yes, that's true. In other words, we didn't come here without preparation or measures in place. With Christia's additional explanation, I finally understood. In other words, they too had deployed intelligence agents in this country, just like Monica. I mean, naturally, considering Carla is here as a bodyguard, both the Saintess and the First Princess are important figures. It's no surprise they brought such escorts from their own countries. Even if that's the case, what do you three want from us? Besides, this is an issue for the D. Horbolt's kingdom. It's not related to you. I purposefully spoke coldly to the three. It was undoubtedly our problem, and most importantly, I didn't want them to be involved in this matter. But, Haru, be reasonable. Weren't you and I friends? Liz, calm down. Calm down? Oh, I am calm. I can clearly see that you're intentionally distancing us with that cold attitude. I found myself recoiling at Liz's intense approach. Your Highness Harold, as Her Highness Lizette said, we once crossed swords and shields. So why can't you entrust your back to me? You foo-foo, please accept it. Your only choice, Harold-sama, is to let us join the plan to thwart His Highness Wilfred's scheme. Of course, we'll protect ourselves. So, why won't anyone listen? I just don't want to drag innocent people into this. Haru-sama, if I may, I'd like to give you some candid advice. I deeply appreciate your kindness in trying to protect everyone like this. But, like everyone else, it would deeply sadden me to be pushed away, and it would be unbearably painful not to be able to help you. Xandra, that's... Haru-sama, if I distanced myself from you to protect you, how would you feel? Xandra, that's unfair. If you ever did that to me, I'd surely feel frustrated, sad, and pathetic, and end up hating myself. Fine. Haru-sama, I understand. I'll let everyone help. But be ready, because I'll put you all to hard work. What are you saying? Haru won't be working us hard. I'll be the one working you hard. You foo-foo, understood. Indeed. Please leave it to us. At my words, the three of them showed broad smiles. Really, what can I do with them? But you're right. If the important people are in danger, I'll just protect them myself. That's exactly why I gained the strength to protect. After all, you're my... Haru-sama. Xandra. Foo-foo. Oh, it's nothing. Xandra stuck out her tongue slightly and smiled mischievously. Chapter 139. Party venue has been completely surrounded. Brother Raphael, brother-in-law, thank you for waiting. I called out to the two of them as they were having a meeting with the commander of the soldiers who were being prepared to take control of the party venue today. The soldiers had already surrounded the building on the academy grounds, which served as the venue. All that was left was to wait for the order. Hey, you're late. Could it be that the Saintess behind you were the reason? Ahaha. Raphael glanced back and forth between Christia and me and gives a meaningful smile. Given that it was the truth, I could only respond with a wry smile. Well, no need to worry. We've made sure to cover all bases so no harm will come even with them joining in. And if it comes down to it, Cedric and I are here as well. Right. Yes. Prompted by Raphael, Cedric wore a slightly troubled expression. Well, he had sparred with me over a year ago and lost, after all. Now that I've acquired the title and can defend against Xandra's attacks to a significant degree, the gap between us must have grown even wider. I kind of feel bad. So, any movements from Wilfred and his group? There's still an hour until the start time. For the young ladies, arriving first would be seen as a loss, so they probably won't arrive until the last possible moment. Is that so? I asked without thinking, and Raphael nodded with a wry smile. Apparently, that's how it is. Foo-foo. Haru, you should study the ways of high society a bit more. Yes. Receiving this advice from Lisette, I hung my head. What's that? It looked like Cedric had spotted something, and we all turned our gazes in that direction. It was only Marion approaching the building. That's strange. Xandra, look carefully. That worthless maid is glancing around as if checking her surroundings before entering the building. This suggests there's something inside, something that needs to be hidden. Indeed, there's no reason to be cautious about entering one's master's building. As Xandra said, there's probably something they don't want others to find out about. Then, let's go confirm what that something is. Brother-in-law? Cedric opened his slightly narrowed eyes, lifted the corner of his mouth, and began to walk away. Ah, where does he intend to go? Have you forgotten, Your Highness Harold? I was invited to attend today's party by the kids participating. Ah. Is he planning to infiltrate the party? That's far too dangerous. We should proceed with caution. Harold, there's no need to worry. I've arranged things so we can act at any moment if anything happens. Besides, Cedric isn't the same as before. Ha! In other words, you're not the only one who's grown stronger. Apparently, I'd underestimated Cedric. While I was striving to get stronger, he must have been putting in just as much effort. Also, he probably wants to look good for his beloved sister and her brother-in-law. Raphael said this with a playful tone. But he clearly said brother-in-law just now, didn't he? That would mean Raphael knows my intentions, that I'm planning to become the son-in-law of the Chevalier household. Well then, people are starting to gather. The party is about to begin. I'll deal with the fact that Raphael knows later. Right now, I need to focus on the operation to protect the precious ones and save the heroines. Cedric casually approached Warren's followers and began conversing with them. The kids among the entourage flashed nasty smiles in response. Then, Cedric and his group entered the building. By the way, Warren's son is nowhere to be seen. He's probably planning to make a grand entrance by arriving late. That guy always uses his status as the son of the Knight Commander to justify his bad attitude. I frequently hear complaints about him from students. I see. So, he's just as terrible as I thought. Given that he's a Galhaz target character, the developers could have put a little more thought into his personality. Ah, what? To my surprise, an unexpected person appeared. It was the timid male student whom Warren had harassed yesterday. Why is he here? I muttered this in surprise. From what I could tell, his relationship with Warren was terrible, and I couldn't see him willingly attending such a vulgar party. That leaves only one possibility, that he's probably being used by Warren. It was a waste to help him. Now, we still don't know if he's truly one of their groups. Xandra muttered as if spitting out her words, and I tried to calm her down as I looked at the building once again. Truthfully, I'd had a feeling he might be involved ever since we helped him. Meanwhile, the beautifully dressed heroines started arriving one after another and entered the building. Yet Warren never showed up until the end. Could it be that he's caught on to our movements? No, that's unlikely. Given my impression of him when we first met, he doesn't seem like someone who would think that far ahead. And generally, Knight Commander's son characters in Otome games tend to be muscleheads. Well then, the party has begun. Let's open the curtain on our own operation as well. With Raphael's words, the soldiers, and we, prepared ourselves. As for Warren, we'll deal with him another time. Then, everyone, charge. With Raphael's command, we rushed into the building where Wilfred and the others were located. Chapter 140. It ends up being a different conclusion than I had expected. Everyone, charge. With Raphael's command, we rushed into the building where Wilfred and the others were located. We should go too. Yes. Following the soldiers, we also ran toward the building. Since the party had just started, I thought there was no way they'd make a big mistake yet, but there could always be the worst-case scenario. I absolutely cannot allow even a single person to be harmed. Wilfred. I yelled loudly and jumped into the building, but, haha, if it isn't Brother Harold, I thought it was someone else. There, I saw Wilfred laughing as he stepped on one of the fallen male students, with Marion holding her battle axe Sky Drive and Warren shouldering his sword. What is going on here? Ah, I'm defeated. I was just trying to host a party to deepen our camaraderie, but then the seniors suddenly started rampaging. Really? I'm sorry for causing trouble to His Highness Wilfred despite being here. Wilfred shrugged, and Warren kneeled, begging for forgiveness. Ha! What is this farce? But we've been played, I murmured in a voice too quiet to hear. Perhaps that had been their purpose from the start, but at some point, I'm not sure when, they must have sensed our movement and changed their strategy. Your Highness Wilfred. Everyone, don't worry. We've subdued these filthy people. Since Brother Harold and Brother Raphael have come, I'll leave the rest to you, but it seems impossible to continue the party now. Perhaps we can try again another day? Oh, of course. Please, do. Ah, yeah. I guess they were about to be attacked and Wilfred saved them in a cool way. The heroines are looking at him with sparkling eyes. In the end, it's just a matter of whether they got us to comply using the least amount of force they had planned or if they increased our affection to make us dependent on them. By the way, that's Lady Liliana, isn't it? It seems so. Among the female students, there's Liliana, the heroine of Galhaz, and like the others, she gazes at Wilfred with an enraptured, no, rather, a very subtle expression. Once things calm down, I think I'll ask her about what happened today. Brother Harold, I'll escort them back to the dorm, so please take care of the rest. Oh, if possible, could you finish quickly? I live here. Wilfred passed by me with a composed expression, followed by Warren glaring at me with an irritated look, and Marion, who was expressionless, walking after them as they left the building. Cedric, explain to me what happened inside. Raphael crossed his arms and asked Cedric in a firm tone. After the male students who had been beaten by Wilfred and the others were all taken away, we gathered in the reception room of the dorm. Yes. Actually, Cedric explained in detail what happened from the time we infiltrated the party to the moment we burst in. When Cedric entered the building with Warren's entourage, it was already wrapped in a strange atmosphere, and the male students who had arrived earlier were excitedly waiting for something to happen. Wilfred and Warren were also there, but they were whispering to each other, occasionally laughing suspiciously. When Marion arrived a little late, she whispered something in Wilfred's ear. Wilfred's expression turned into a lewder smile, and seeing that, Warren also seemed to understand and broke into a grotesque grin. Cedric, who had tried not to be noticed, managed to gather information by staying hidden behind the bodies of Warren's entourage while watching Wilfred and his group. Then, the female students, who were to be the sacrifices for today, began arriving one after another. The male students who were participating escorted them inside, but their excited state left the female students a little, quite taken aback. Wilfred greeted them with a smile, and the female students seemed relieved. As if planned, alcohol was served, and although some of the girls tried to refuse, Wilfred insisted, saying it's to celebrate everyone's coming of age and admission to the academy, and half-forced them to drink. In the end, everyone took a glass. Then, Wilfred raised his glass, and just as the party was about to begin, his expression suddenly turned grim. He quickly called Marion and Warren to his side, whispered something to them, and the two left the venue, leaving only Wilfred behind. When they returned, it was only about a minute later. Suddenly, Wilfred's maid and Warren started beating up the male students. I, who didn't have a weapon, was among those who were attacked as well. I see. After hearing the story, everyone in the room wore expressions of confusion. That was because Cedric's explanation had too many points that didn't make sense. I don't think he's lying though. That's why, the more I heard, the more I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion over this inexplicable situation. Haru-sama, what do you think? I don't know. From what I heard from brother-in-law, I don't think Wilfred intended this from the start. I still don't understand what happened to make him suddenly change like that. However, it seemed likely that someone noticed our movements and somehow informed Wilfred, bypassing Cedric, using methods Cedric couldn't comprehend. Brother Raphael, in any case, It's clear that information was leaked this time. We need to find the mole inside. Right. I may have made the operation a bit too large this time. If there's a next time, I'll make sure to be more careful. Personally, I hope there's no next time, but I have a feeling something similar might happen again. With that premonition and a slight sense of unease, Raphael and I nodded at each other. Chapter 141. The identity of the bullied student is revealed. Really, he's such an eyesore. It was recess, exactly 1 week after Wilfred had subdued the male students who had attended the party. Xandra muttered those words as she watched Wilfred surrounded by the female students. In the end, the story of how Wilfred had stopped the rampaging upperclassmen and saved the girls was widely spread throughout the academy. Of course, it was Warren and Marion who spread the word, as well as the academy. Since Wilfred has the favor of King Ibar, it's not surprising that the academy would act on its own initiative and do such things. In fact, there's even the possibility it was an order from the royal palace. Well, I don't really care about that. What concerns me is that the heroines from Enhaz might now have an even higher opinion of Wilfred and might become involved in a romantic relationship, and fighting over him will increase. Moreover, I just hope the heroines don't end up suffering from that scum's poisonous fangs. By the way, the male students who were captured are still being interrogated under Raphael's orders. It seems their parents have been asking for their release, but it looks like they're rejecting it all. Raphael himself seems determined to prove Wilfred and Warren's involvement. By the way, he, the freshman who was bullied by Warren, wasn't among the students who were caught, right? I muttered softly while looking out the window. We had definitely witnessed him entering the building that day, yet for some reason, he wasn't there. He might have escaped skillfully, but we had no way of knowing. I'd like to ask him about that day, if possible. Unfortunately, that person is currently recuperating from an illness. Monica calmly stated without changing her expression. The name of that person is Ulysses Stone. He is the son of the Margrave Stone household, a Margrave household located at the northernmost part of the Dehorbolt's kingdom, and as Monica said, he is currently recuperating at his family's estate and has not yet enrolled in the Royal Academy. So, who was that person on that day? Well, at least Warren knows him, and I also had his followers questioned during the interrogation, and it seems that it was indeed Ulysses. It's really hard to understand. But I did find out why he was being bullied so much. That's right. His family, the Stone household, is descended from the Norse Empire, who once ruled over this Brint Island before the founding of the Dehorbolt's kingdom. The Norse people, who arrived on Brint Island by crossing the sea, drove out our ancestors, the indigenous people, and quickly built a mighty nation known as the Norse Empire. However, their reign didn't last long, and they were driven to the frigid north by the first king of Dehorbolt's kingdom, Butlers Weir Dehorbolts, and for the past 300 years, they have been persecuted. Well, it's a pretty terrible story, or so I'd like to say, but when the Norse ruled, the people of Dehorbolts were the ones being persecuted, so it's not something I can just make a judgment about. But why does Warren know about him, about Ulysses? The Gibson household is not only the commander of the Dehorbolt's kingdom's Knight Order, but also has territory located on a line connecting the capital and the Stone household's estate. This is likely a precaution against the Stone household. Oh, I see. I nodded at Xandra's explanation. In other words, his family serves as a defense in case the Stone household ever rebels. There might be something to that with Marion's family, the Shearer household, being overshadowed by the Gibson household, and them serving as the kingdom's knight commanders. Either way, I'd really like to meet that Ulysses person and talk to him. I want to confirm if he's the same person from that day. I understand. I will inform the Stone household that His Highness Harold wishes to visit. Really? Can you really do that? Of course. Despite being the descendants of a fallen country, they are still nobles serving the Dehorbolt's kingdom. Well, considering the past circumstances, I'm sure they wouldn't want to see the face of a royal like me, but, well, it's fine. I'll leave it to Monica. Then, can I leave it to you? Leave it to me. I will send a letter immediately. And so, a week passed after I requested a visit to the Stone household. I received a reply from them, welcoming my visit. Chapter 142, Heading to Northern Frontier. it's so cold. After submitting a 2-month leave of absence to the Royal Academy, I set off for the territory of Margrave Stone with Xandra, Monica, and my partner Cass. That said, I had only been enrolled for about 10 days, so when I handed in the leave of absence, the Royal Academy looked at me with judgmental eyes. Similarly, Liz, Christia, and even Carla gave me strange looks. Especially Liz, who insisted on going together despite my objections. Well, I'll buy her souvenirs, so I'll just ask for her forgiveness. Now, it has already been 3 weeks since we left the royal capital, and though it's May, there's still snow lightly accumulating around here. No wonder it's so cold. Cass is a cat-type magical beast, so it's no surprise that you're weak to the cold. Come here. Okay. I spread my jacket and called to him, and Cass came into my clothes, not my chest area, but inside my clothes. Ah, so warm. Well, that's good, at least. Thanks to Cass's warmth, my body feels cozy, but Xandra's resentful gaze is freezing my heart. Honestly, jealousy towards a kitten is not a good look. Are we not there yet, at Margrave Stone's territory? No, we've already entered the territory. Oh, we've already crossed into Stone's territory, right? That means we can't let our guard down, but... Just as if it was timed perfectly, a group of riders came toward our carriage. Needless to say, they were bandits. We've been in the carriage for so long, my body's gotten a bit sluggish. That's true. It's quite cold today, so let's move to warm up. I don't want to go outside. Xandra, who immediately took out Barmung as if waiting for this moment, and Monica, who drew her dagger and smirked. Haven't we had already trained together with me this morning, right? Sigh. The only comforting thing right now is Cass, who's squirming inside my clothes. Well, anyway, since we're here, let's defeat the bandits and bring a little gift for Margrave Stone. As expected of Haru-sama, Xandra praised me happily as I took her hand and got off the carriage. If you don't want to die, leave everything behind. Ah, well, that thin kid doesn't matter, but that maid over there is a real beauty. We'll take good care of her. And, of course, the usual crude remarks from the bandits. There's no better way for them to make an entrance as villains. So sad. As I cast a pitying glance at them. You say something interesting. Who's the thin kid with no chest? No, I don't think the bandits mentioned anything about her chest. But I guess Xandra was unexpectedly concerned about it. As for me, I don't mind modest chests at all. In fact, I love them. Is that a problem? Still. They're not much to deal with. Indeed. This isn't even a proper warm-up. The pitiful bandits were quickly defeated by the two. They were lying on the ground, barely alive. Your Highness Harold, what shall we do? It would be troublesome to bring all of them along, so should we take only their leader and bury the rest here? At Monica's words, the bandits' faces turned pale. Please wait. We apologize for attacking you. So please, show mercy. The bandits, who had been lying on the ground, all prostrated themselves and desperately begged for their lives, abandoning their earlier crude language. Meanwhile, the one who seemed to be their leader had a look on his face like he had bitten into a bitter bug. Could there be something going on here? Haru-sama, what will you do? Well, if they promise to never do this again, I wouldn't mind helping them out. Ah, really? At my words, the bandits seemed to perk up. Honestly, dealing with them would mean getting Monica's hands dirty, so... Sigh. Your Highness Harold is still so soft, though I don't dislike it. Haha, I wonder. Monica sighed, and I gave a wry smile in response. It's true that I might be soft, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to punish them. So, now, Cass. Naya haha. It's been a while since the Calamity Beast Casper League has made an appearance. Cass, who had absorbed a great amount of my SP, grew larger and dug her claws into the ground. Why, you ask? Well, obviously to bury the bandits alive. Of course, I'll leave their heads above ground so they can breathe. Yeah, this is a nice view. I nodded in satisfaction as I saw the bandits, with only their heads sticking out of the ground, arranged in neat intervals. Who is responsible? I don't know, but if you learn your lesson from this, you'll never do something like this again. Well, let's go. Yes. We got back into the carriage, threw the bound leader into the cart, and continued towards Margrave Stone's place. Chapter 143, Confronting Margrave Stone. It had been exactly 3 days since we buried the thieves alive. We finally arrived at the town where Margrave Stone lived, Salso, or rather, we were about to. It's not a town, but a fortress, is it? Salso was completely surrounded by towering defensive walls with the sea at its back. From any angle, it looked nothing less than a fortress city designed for warfare. Perhaps it was a remnant from when they fought the Dehobolt's kingdom, or perhaps they still regarded the kingdom as an enemy, watching and waiting for the right moment. Anyway, we won't know until we enter. Let's go. Yes. I instructed the coachman to start the carriage, and we passed through the city gates, finally entering the city. Then, wow! Inside the high city walls, the view was completely different from the one outside. It was a peaceful town with brick houses scattered about. If it weren't for the walls, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a picturesque countryside town. This is different from the rumors. Xandra's mention of rumors referred, of course, to slander based on the history of the Norse people's invasions. They were rumors like, the Norse people are barbarians who eat people, and they have no culture, and they live only to satisfy their desires, among other unbearable things. I had heard those rumors before leaving and thought they were harsh, but still, considering they probably didn't think well of us, I couldn't deny that I looked at the situation with a bit of bias. Your Highness Harold. Do not be misled by the scenery and be cautious. I understand. Monica never forgets to remind me properly. I do tend to be a little soft on things, so I really appreciate her reliability in such matters. What's wrong? Your Highness Harold, I think it's better if you refrain from speaking out what you're thinking. Ah. I said it again, didn't I? Well, it's the truth, so it's not a big deal, right? Truly, Haru, without realizing it, you. Mumbling. As Cass said, that's correct. It seems like the two of them are saying something, but I'll just ignore it. It's probably some kind of insult. So, where is the Margrave Stone's mansion? Ah, it's straight ahead down this road. A portly middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside me, causing everyone to jump back in unison. Leaving that aside, but I'm amazed that Sandra and Monica didn't notice him. Ha ha ha, did I surprise you? Ah. Well. Sorry for the sudden appearance. I'm Let Stone, the ruler of this Salso. Welcome to this distant borderland. With that, the slightly overweight man, Margrave Stone, bowed grandly. To think that royalty would come all the way to such a place, this must be the first time in the history of the Dehobolt's kingdom's founding. We were invited to Margrave Stone Mansion and were having tea in the reception room. Of course, Monica had already tasted the tea to check for poison. Is that so? I know the distance from the royal capital, Cadit, to this town is considerable, but still, it's surprising that in over 300 years of history, there has never been a visit. I said while pretending to be surprised, but when I think about the history, it was natural that royalty would avoid this place. After all, there was a chance they could be avenged by the Norse people. You must be joking, Your Highness Harold. You know well the history between the Dehobolt's kingdom and our Norse people. Ahaha, yes, you're right. Margrave Stone laughed with amusement as he pointed that out, and I could only give a wry smile. Now, why have you come to our town? What is your business here? Margrave Stone suddenly became serious as he observed my expression closely. Perhaps, given the past, he believed that we might bring disaster to this town. Well, actually, I've been attending the Royal Academy with my fiancée Xandra and my maid Monica since this year. I've heard that your son, who is the same age as us but has postponed his enrollment due to illness. I became a bit concerned, so I thought I would come and check on him. I said this while sipping my tea. If I mix truth and lies like this, even Margrave Stone won't be able to read my true intentions. Also, if it were true that his son was sick, the Margrave wouldn't have any qualms, but if the illness was a lie, he would have shown some kind of reaction. Now, what kind of answer will he give us? Ha ha ha, to think you'd come all the way here for something like that. I'm truly surprised. Is that so? Yes, But if I were to answer honestly, my son is not ill. I couldn't believe how easily he revealed the truth. If this was true, the new student I met might really be Ulysses, the son of Margrave Stone. Your Highness Harold, may I ask one thing? Is it that you came here to confirm this and perhaps intend to forcibly take my son to the capital? To use him as a hostage to control me? The stone border lord narrowed his eyes, giving me a sharp look. His demeanor seemed as though he was ready to face a battle if needed. That's certainly not the case. I must admit, I have no interest in the historical conflicts between our nations. Then, to speak plainly and directly, I met Ulysses Stone himself on the day of the entrance ceremony. Chapter 144, Checking if it is real. To speak plainly and directly, I met Ulysses Stone himself on the day of the entrance ceremony. As I leaned forward to address Margrave Stone, I clearly conveyed the real reason for my visit. Haha, you must be joking. Do you have any idea how far it is from here to the royal capital, cadet? I came all the way here by carriage, so I understand that very well. But, this is the truth. I explained in detail about the events of the entrance ceremony and the following day, noting that Warren and his followers also recognized the person they bullied as Ulysses Stone. It's a hard-to-believe story, but if the little lad from the Gibson household is saying so, then perhaps it's not a lie after all. Though it only makes things more confusing. Margrave Stone stroked his chin while sighing with a puzzled expression. Your Excellency Stone, you are aware of Warren, aren't you? Of course. Aside from the fact that the territory of Count Gibson is adjacent to our territory, that brat gets carried away when we don't say anything, and he takes every opportunity to try and get us to join in. Margrave Stone frowned as he said this. It seems like he's considerably unable to let go of his anger about that guy. Despite past issues, Margrave Stone is now a noble of the de Horbalt's kingdom, and the Gibson household must serve as the first line of defense in the royal capital. If their provocations led to actual warfare, what are they thinking? Are they fools? They must be fools. Well, I do have the people of Norse to protect, so I won't take reckless revenge. As a member of the royal family of de Horbalts, I apologize. I was at a loss for words, thinking about how the Knight Commander Gibson allows Warren's behavior, and how King Ibar doesn't reprimand it. Once I return to the capital, I'll report this to the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen. No, I don't want an apology from Your Highness Harold. But it's reassuring to know there's someone in the royal family who understands our feelings. The tension that had filled the room eased, and Margrave Stone smiled. Finally, it seemed we could move forward with our conversation. More importantly, Your Highness' business here was to meet our Ulysses, correct? I'll call him immediately. Here. Yes, milord. The elderly attendant by his side whispered into Margrave Stone's ear before silently leaving the drawing room. He seems highly skilled since Monica had been focused on him the entire time. After waiting for several minutes, "Father, you called for me?" A boy, who looked somewhat timid, appeared in the room. He had white hair and amber-colored eyes, with a delicate face that could be mistaken for a girl's, a slim build, and a height of less than 160 centimeters. But more importantly, Your Highness Harold, what do you think? No, he's not the same person I met. I shook my head slowly. The one who was bullied by Warren at the Royal Academy had black hair and black eyes. They were opposites. Then, who is that person I met? Furthermore, upon questioning his followers during the investigation, it was clear that Warren firmly believed that man was Ulysses Stone. In any case, this left only two possibilities, and those are either Marquis Stone was lying, or that man is using some skill to impersonate Ulysses Stone. But, in Engage Hazard, there are skills to block perception but none to impersonate another person. At this moment, forgive my intrusion in this conversation, but while Ulysses Sama appears to be in good health, why hasn't he enrolled in the Royal Academy? In the de Horbalt's kingdom, enrollment is mandatory unless there are special circumstances. Xandra, who had been quietly observing our exchange, asked Margrave Stone. That is exactly what I mentioned to His Highness Harold earlier. I cannot allow the royal family of de Horbalts to target my successor. No, the next king of Norse. Ah, I see. If Ulysses were to enroll at the Royal Academy, he'd lose Margrave Stone's protection, leaving him vulnerable. That's why he used illness as an excuse to avoid enrollment. But, thanks to Xandra, I've thought of a good idea. Your Excellency Stone, I understand that it may be difficult for you to trust those of us from D. Horbolds. Is it really in his best interest to confine him in such a small place at such a young age? I shrugged and looked from Margrave Stone to Ulysses. Chapter 145. The admission of the Margrave Stone's son into the Royal Academy has been decided. Your Excellency Stone, I understand that it may be difficult for you to trust those of us from D. Horbolds. Is it really in his best interest to confine him in such a small place at such a young age? I shrugged and looked from Margrave Stone to Ulysses. Well, basically, the point is to get him admitted into the Royal Academy. Waha, what an amusing thing to say. Certainly, we Norse people once held the entire island in our grasp and reached the peak of prosperity. However, now we seek nothing beyond what we have here. That may be Lord Stone's perspective. But what about you, Ulysses? Don't you want to break free from this land, surrounded by walls and sea, and broaden your horizons? What? He probably didn't expect to be suddenly called into the reception room, examined closely, and then told this story. Not knowing what to do, his eyes were wandering. But, within his amber-colored eyes, I could definitely glimpse a hint of expectation. Of course, Your Excellency Stone's concerns are entirely valid. Therefore, I swear on the name of Harold Weir de Horbolds that I will protect him without fail and ensure no harm comes to him at the Royal Academy. That's what I said, but from Margrave Stone's point of view, I'm just another member of the royal family. There's probably not a shred of trust in me. Your Excellency Stone. It's not just on behalf of His Highness Harold, but I too, Alexandra Up Chevalier, swear on the name of the household of Duke Chevalier that we will protect him with all we have. Xandra placed a hand over her chest as she made her declaration in order to support me. If it were only His Highness Harold's words, it would be one thing. However, if I also have such a promise from the household of Duke Chevalier... Oh, Margrave Stone seems to have become a little more willing to go along with this, right? As a father, he probably wouldn't want to confine his precious son here. From the perspective of the Stone household, they'd surely want their heir to expand his horizons as well. Father, I would like to go. Oh, of course, I have no dissatisfaction with Salso, and I am proud to be one of the Norse people. But Ulysses leaned forward with energy, but toward the end, his voice trailed off and became almost inaudible. He's probably naturally shy. I can kind of relate. Once you step out of this town, no one can predict what might happen. There's no guarantee of your life. Under Marquis Stone's piercing gaze, Ulysses fell silent. While I do want to bring him to the Royal Academy, I feel like if I meddle too much and try to help him out, Margrave Stone would refuse all the more. This is something that Ulysses himself must show resolve for. If he doesn't, Margrave Stone won't be able to feel at ease. Even so, do you still want to go to the capital? I want to go. I want to go. The moment Ulysses declared this, Margrave Stone widened his eyes. Judging by his reaction, Ulysses must have never expressed his opinions to his father before. He does seem a bit timid. I see. Then, I have nothing more to say. Do as you wish. Father. Thank you. All right. With this, Ulysses will be admitted to the Royal Academy. Your Highness Harold, Lady Alexandra. Please take care of my son. No, it is we who are honored to be entrusted with your precious son. As Margrave Stone deeply bowed his head, we also bowed ours in turn. But honestly, while we might have helped push things along, considering how easily he gave his permission, it seems like if Ulysses had simply asked in the first place, he probably could have been admitted to the Royal Academy from the start. Well, I can read the room, so I won't say that out loud. Waraha. Tonight, we shall celebrate Ulysses's growth and his departure in grand fashion. Yes, my lord. With tears welling up in his eyes, Margrave Stone gave instructions to his steward. Perhaps, he had been waiting as a father for the moment when Ulysses would take his first step forward. Your Highness Harold, please do join us for tonight's farewell celebration. Ahaha. It would be my honor. As Margrave Stone gripped my hand tightly, I nodded, slightly overwhelmed. Chapter 146. The the Margrave stone's sun set off for the royal capital. So, the reason why Haru-sama decided to enroll Ulysses Stone in the Royal Academy is to confirm who that man we encountered is, isn't it? As soon as we entered the room prepared for us by Margrave Stone, Xandra asked to confirm her understanding. As expected of my absolute favorite fiancée, she completely understands my intentions. I mean, the sudden question about why Ulysses shouldn't be enrolled during our discussion with Margrave Stone, and it is definitely for this reason, isn't it? The answer is nothing but yes. But for me, I can only be grateful to you for being so resourceful. Ah. Hee. As I thought, that was indeed the case, and Xandra bashfully smiled in delight. How cute. Then, when we return to the Royal Academy, I look forward to seeing the reaction of that scumbag number 2. Exactly. If he sees Ulysses and determines that this is not Ulysses, then, the man we met at the entrance ceremony must be the real one, and the person in this mansion is a fake. Yes. Conversely, if this Ulysses is indeed genuine, then, that man from the other day must have been the fake. However, in that case, there remains the question of why Warren would make such a mistake. According to Margrave Stone, Warren had apparently been poking at Ulysses for some time now, so it's hard to believe he'd mistake him. Thinking along those lines, it must mean that the man who appeared to us as Ulysses was definitely up to something. To reiterate, there is no skill in this world that allows someone to transform into Enhaz. If there were, it would be something akin to doppelganger, used by Lorenzo, the event boss we fought during the Saintis kidnapping incident. But even then, that only creates a clone of oneself, not something that transforms their appearance. Even if Ulysses had somehow used doppelganger remotely, the form would still have the same white hair and amber eyes we saw earlier. There's a slim chance it might be a disguise, but there's no way to change eye color. Unfortunately, colored contacts don't exist in this world. In any case, we'll find out when we return to the Royal Academy. Let's determine which is the truth. Indeed. Xandra softly took my hand and gazed into my eyes, and I nodded in response. The next morning, we bowed to Margrave Stone, his retainers, the servants, and even the townspeople who had come to see us off at the gates surrounding the city of Salso. Honestly, I never expected this many people to gather. Ulysses is really beloved by everyone here, isn't he? Ulysses, take care. Yes. I'll learn everything I can, and when I return to Salso, I'll make sure to put it all to good use. Yes, I'm counting on you. With his amber-colored eyes brimming with tears, the two bid a heartfelt farewell. Still, since there's summer and winter breaks, he can come back home during those times. It's not like this is a permanent goodbye or anything. Oh, by the way, when we arrived in this town yesterday, Your Excellency Stone was standing near us without us noticing. That was... that. Let's keep it a secret for now. It seemed he had no intention of explaining, as Margrave Stone's lips curled into a smile. Well, it's not like he'd reveal his own skills so easily. That's what he says, Monica. Understood. Hearing Monica's voice behind him, Margrave Stone whirled around in surprise, his breath catching. If Marquis Stone had been our enemy, we might not have survived. Maybe it was just a little prank, but this level of payback is fair, I think. Then, we'll take our leave. Father, I'm off. Travel safely. Ulysses, do your best out there. The carriage carrying us passed through the castle gates, heading for the royal capital, Cadet. Hey, Xandra. Do you think those bandits will show up again on our way back? Despite the mercy Haru-sama extended to them, those foolish ones will likely try to attack again, unrepentant. Gazing out the carriage window at the scenery, Xandra lifted the corners of her mouth into a sly smile. From their speech and swordsmanship, it was clear that they had undergone formal training. They were probably knights of some kind. At first, I wondered if Margrave Stone had sent them to obstruct us, but when we presented the captured bandit leader, he swiftly sentenced them. That being the case, the only conclusion is, well, they've already shown up. Hee, how foolish. Looking at the group of riders kicking up a cloud of dust as they approached, we couldn't help but laugh. Ulysses, stay here. We're just going to take out some trash. Ha! What? Leaving the flustered Ulysses behind, I, Xandra, and Monica went to intercept them in front of the carriage. Cass, after we've taken care of them all, could you bury them alive again? Nyahaha, leave it to me. So, just like when we came, we defeated all the bandits and had Cass dig a hole to bury them alive. We left only their faces above ground, so if they were lucky, someone might come to save them. Still. The Knight Captain Commander my enemy, I muttered quietly while looking at the subdued bandits, or rather, the knights of the Gibson household. Chapter 147, The One Who Lost His Pride, Let's Hazaknut Stone. Let's Hazaknut Stone's point of view. He's gone, hasn't he? Yes. As the carriage carrying my son disappeared from view, I muttered softly. It was the first time that child has openly shared his feelings with me since the day he was born 15 years ago. While I am happy to see Ulysses growing up, I also feel a bit lonely. After all, now that I have lost my beloved wife, my son is the only one who has remained my emotional support. My lord, you have made a wise decision. Indeed. I nodded in response to the words of my longtime attendant, Caspar. He had been urging me for some time to send Ulysses off to stand on his own. As a member of the Stone household, no, as one who holds the title of Hazaknut, the King of Norse, Ulysses must inevitably embark on a journey to become the true king who will lead the people of Norse. The Norse Empire was once ruled over Brint Island, but it was driven to the far northern lands of Salso by the first king of Dehorbolts, Butlers Weir Dehorbolts. No, more accurately, it would be correct to say that only Salso was barely allowed to remain. The Norse Empire, which once boasted such splendor, now struggles to live in this harsh, cold land where crops barely grow. Nevertheless, the remaining Norse people were allowed to live here. We can't ask for more than that. Since then, despite our poverty, we have lived modestly but sturdily, and after 300 years, the bloodline of Norse is still present. All the while dreaming of the day when the Norse Empire will be restored. That said, the path to this point has certainly not been easy. The Dehorbolts kingdom was constantly fearing rebellion from the Norse people. They had always kept us under surveillance, stationing knight commanders in neighboring territories to watch over us. Normally, the duty of a knight commander was to protect the king, but in the Dehorbolts kingdom, the commander's duty was to defend the border of Sarso. In the end, if that ended up protecting the king, it was not entirely wrong. In any case, I have no intention of overthrowing the kingdom of Dehorbolts. Therefore, while the vigilance may seem unnecessary, the knight commanders from past generations have repeatedly tried to provoke us. At one point, they disguised their knights as bandits and rampaged through Salso's territory, attacking any other noble who passed through. Of course, all these actions were merely excuses to justify an invasion of Salso. However, Salso is the farthest northern land of Brint Island, and very few people visit it. The most important town is covered by tall city walls, so even if bandits were to appear, the damage would be minimal. Given all of this, I wish they would finally understand that it's futile, but the fools persist with their provocations as if it were part of their role as knight commanders. It's almost pitiable. Even more so, some of the former commanders who opposed such actions lost their position and fell into disgrace for displeasing the king. In any case, what I can do is protect Salso, and all of Norse, and entrust it to that person. That is my duty, no, my punishment, for having led Norse to defeat, and causing my people to suffer for more than 300 years. Do you think Ulysses will do well in the royal capital? You need not worry, my lord. Young master is the one who will guide Salso, no, the people of Norse. Once he returns here, I am certain he will restore our pride. Yes. I slowly nodded at Caspar's words, but within my chest, both hope and anxiety swirled. I believe that living at the Royal Academy will surely help Ulysses grow, but at the same time, I can't shake the feeling that something ominous might happen. Most importantly, that fiancée of Harold Weir Dehorbolts. She is the descendant of the one who slew our Norse god, or rather, it would be more accurate to say she is a compatriot. In any case, even after 300 years, the royal family of Dehorbolts continues to receive the favor of their people. It will not be a simple matter. Caspar, I leave the rest to you. Leave it to me. I will support the young master, the true king, without fail. Good. I nodded as I looked at the attendant, Caspar, then opened the drawer of my desk and took out a dagger. This is the symbol of a king, a weapon only allowed to those who bear the name Hazaknut. Ulysses, may you finally have happiness in your future. With that, I drew the dagger from its sheath, held it to my neck, and ended my over 300 years of life. Chapter 148, Saintus welcomes us. Wow. Finally, we had arrived in the royal capital of Cadit, and as we made our way toward the Royal Academy, Ulysses couldn't help but gasp at the view of the streets from the carriage window. Well, it's no wonder he's surprised, considering he's only ever known the town of Salso. Once we arrive at the Royal Academy, we'll need to prepare Ulysses' room and uniform right away. Rest assured, we've already sent a letter to the Academy. Everything will be prepared by now. As expected of Monica. She usually teases and mocks me, but when it comes to work, she's as flawless as always. Although, as for the room, I'm sure that's fine, but how did she prepare the uniform for Ulysses without taking his measurements? I'm a little curious about that. There's no need to worry. We simply had a ready-made uniform prepared to fit Ulysses' build. I see. Yes. I, Monica Ashton, have no interest in the bodies of any gentleman other than His Highness Harold. No, what a perverted thing to say. She's making me the target of a murderous glare from Xandra. The carriage moved along the main street, and we soon arrived at the Royal Academy. Wow, what a big building. Yes. This is the second largest building in the capital, right after the Royal Palace. Well, technically speaking, the building is this large because it had to be for the events of Enhaz. After all, most of the events in Enhaz take place within this campus. A smaller school would just make the events look rather shabby. At this hour, classes are still ongoing, so let's head to the dormitory first. Yes. So, after getting off the carriage, we headed straight toward the dormitory. Then, welcome back. Your Highness Harold, Alexandra Sama, and Monica Sam. For some reason, Christia was waiting there alone. Well, we're back. Yes. I said while feeling a bit confused, and Christia smiled brightly. How did she even know we were back? We received a report from a believer at the castle gate that your highness had returned. I see. The Baltian Holy Kingdom has believers all over the world. Of course, there would be believers among the guards at the castle gate. It's convenient to have people keeping watch everywhere, though, on second thought, maybe not so much. On the other hand, being a saintess means that she will be under constant surveillance no matter where she is in the world. Even here at the academy, no doubt. At least, when we're together, you don't need to act like a saintess. Thank you. Christia smiled shyly, pleased at my unexpected words. For now, let's leave aside why the saintess is skipping class. This is Ulysses Stone, the son of the household of Margrave Stone. I am Ulysses. Please take care of me. After a quick greeting, as soon as we arrived in the social space, I introduced Ulysses to Christia. Ulysses was also nervous, and instead of standing upright, he bent his body at a right angle. How innocent. I am Christia Salerno. Please take care of me as well. Why yes. Ulysses' face turned bright red. It seems he is completely captivated by Christia's beauty. However, since she's a black-hearted saintess, he'd better be careful. In Enhaz, there were many male students who tried to flirt with her, but before they knew it, they were being used and fell into the depths of despair. Is it possible that your Highness Harold plans to introduce Ulysses to Warren? You're correct. Christia whispered to me, and I nodded in response. I see. So, that's why your Highness Harold went all the way to the northernmost island. However, is it really all right? Christia looked at me with a worried expression, peering into my face. From what she said, she must know that Ulysses is a Norse, doesn't she? The Baltian Holy Kingdom is the oldest kingdom in the world, even older than the Dehorbalt's kingdom. Of course, we know about the Norse Empire. I see. Although she is a scheming person, she is also very smart. She could tell everything without me saying a word. Then, we have some time until your classes are finished. Since we have the chance, would it be all right for you to tell me more about Ulysses? Oh, of course. I'd be happy to. So, we spent the rest of the afternoon chatting. But, Ulysses, he's clearly a man based on his clothing, but if he were wearing women's clothes, he'd probably just look like a girl. His eyelashes are so long. Xandra. For some reason, she tightly gripped my hand and pouted. Did I do something? Your Highness Harold seems so friendly with Saint-Asama and with Ulysses-sama, and now Milady is sulking. Of course, Cass-san and I are sulking too. Ha! Don't drag me into this. I looked at Cass, who was protesting fiercely on my shoulder, and Xandra, who was sulking, and Monica, who was laughing merrily. Chapter 149. Immediately give Ulysses a tour of the Royal Academy. How does it look? Is it strange? Ulysses, who had changed into the Royal Academy uniform, repeatedly asked me for confirmation. As for whether it looks strange or not, well, since it's a ready-made uniform, it doesn't fit his body size quite right, and honestly, he looks like a girl playing around in a boy's uniform. I think it's fine. However, since it looks like the size is off, we'll go have Ulysses' uniform tailored on a day off or something. Why yes. Unlike Wilfred, Ulysses responds so honestly, and I truly think that if he were my brother, well, the only people he knows here at the Royal Academy are us, so there's not much to be done about it. And he'll probably have a hard time making friends at the academy because of his background. Well then, I think classes should be ending soon, so let me show you around the school building. Why yes. After giving him some polite words, Ulysses nodded obediently. The truth is, I'm only showing him around the school to identify the male student who had been bullied by Warren. Of course, I understand that I've been doing terrible things to him. But for my own self-preservation, in order to survive in this Enhas world, I brought Ulysses, who could have lived peacefully in the town of Saso, out here and ruined his life. Thinking about it this way, I really am the incompetent bratty prince, aren't I? I can only find solutions by sacrificing others. With that in mind, I put on a kind-looking mask of a smile and led Ulysses around the academy. Along the way, some students frowned when they saw him. They probably realized that he was Norse. Then, damn it, I thought you'd only shown up after 2 months, so why do you have so many girls serving you? Lloyd, who was in the same class, came up to me and shouted in a pathetic voice. No, it's not just girls. There is a boy here too. Where the hell are they? And what's with the prince flaunting himself like that? Ha! Apparently, to Lloyd, even though Ulysses is wearing a male uniform, he only looks like a girl to him. Is his eyesight really that bad? But I can't say that for sure either. Actually, even though I said we didn't need to use honorifics, the truth is, today is only the 10th day I've known Lloyd, including today. His sense of distance is a little off. Well, whatever. Fine. Here, this is Ulysses Stone. He'll be in the same class as us, so make sure you get along with him, friend. It's not that I mind him being friendly. Oh, a guy. Ah, really? Really? I see. I'm Lloyd Sancroft. Nice to meet you. Why yes. Nice to meet you. Ah, Ulysses bit his tongue. Apart from me, he's meeting his first male classmate, so he might be nervous in a different way. Well then, we'll continue showing Ulysses around, so. By the way, you're going to start taking classes tomorrow, right? Of course. I smiled as I answered Lloyd's worried question. Haha, he's surprisingly the type to worry, or maybe he's just good at looking after others. He probably has a personality that can't leave people alone. But Lloyd's sleazy gaze toward Ulysses. Is he going to be all right? Up here is the building where the second-year classes are held. After showing him the first-year building, we next headed toward the second-year building, where Warren's class was located. It was finally time for Warren and Ulysses to meet. Also, Liz and Carla joined us, with Liz giving me a sharp look and Carla sending a glare toward Christia. Putting the saint aside, there is no reason for people to look at me like that. Sigh. If I'd known this would happen, I should have skipped class too. Absolutely. How much do you think I searched for you, Saint-Asama, after you ran off from class? Yeah, Carla's anger is understandable. From her position, it would be unbearable for her to have her charge running off without permission. Well, let's go. We entered the second-year building and walked down the hallway. The second-year students were staring at us with curiosity. By the way, Warren's lackeys, who had caused trouble at the party, were expelled from the Royal Academy after their wrongdoings from the previous year were revealed. They were even disowned by their families and are currently awaiting trial as criminals. So, we won't be running into those guys. Then, Class A. We approached the classroom where Warren's Class A was. Chapter 150, Son of Knight Commander. Class A. We approached the classroom where Warren's Class A was. The classes for today had just ended. Warren was probably still inside the classroom. I'm curious about what kind of class the upperclassmen were having, so let's take a little peek. Of course, that's a lie. I'm not interested in the second-year classes at all, and frankly, in this world, they're quite behind compared to my past life. Even with history, there's almost nothing to gain by looking at it. I'm only peeking into the classroom to make sure Warren and Ulysses meet. Well then, let's see how it is. I pretended to innocently peek into the classroom. Then, I saw him. Warren was chatting with the female students, but when he noticed me, he scowled greatly. Still, the reason there were female students around him was mostly because he was a tall, handsome guy, just like a character from Galhaz, but also because he had stood out during the last party by defeating the troublemakers. As proof of this, a couple of the female students inside the classroom were glaring at him with what looked like murderous intent. In other words, those girls are probably victims who had been manipulated by him during last year's party. Well, whatever. In the end, I'll make sure he falls into hell. So, until then, I just have to be patient for a little while longer. That's why I brought Ulysses to this academy. Hey, you're having fun talking with the female students. Won't you let me join? I pasted a smile on my face and addressed Warren. Naturally, he made a face of disgust, but I didn't care. More importantly, when will he notice that Ulysses Stone is here, the person he had bullied? As the third prince of the Horbolt's kingdom, you're associating with that person? You have no right to interfere with my friendships. By the way, do you even know who he is? I glared at Warren, who was glaring at Ulysses, and spoke to him in a low voice. Yes, of course. This guy is Ulysses Stone, a criminal who once brought the people of Horbolt's to ruin, a descendant of the barbaric Norse people. With those words, the classroom started to stir. Anyone from this country would know about the Norse people, so it wasn't surprising. And so? You're asking so? Yeah. Who cares about a story from more than 300 years ago? More importantly, the Stone household has now been granted the title of Margrave and is serving the kingdom. By the way, how long are you going to hold on to that old grudge? I stood in front of Ulysses to protect him, and provoked Warren. Even though I am acting calm, my heart has been beating loudly for a while now. That's because that boy from that day, though his face, hair, and eye color are completely different, Warren clearly recognizes him as Ulysses Stone. Monica, sorry, but could you take Ulysses outside the classroom? Understood. Monica bowed politely and took the somewhat frightened Ulysses out of the classroom. I felt bad for him, but it was necessary to protect precious people and myself. I decided to accept that. So, I won't regret it. Phew. You've said it well, incompetent bratty prince. Shut up. Xandra. I'm sorry. I stopped Xandra from approaching by extending my right hand in front of her, and she bit her lip and lowered her head. If I leave it like this, Xandra would probably tear Warren apart with her crimson red eyes. If that happens, she might end up in danger. Even though you're the son of the Knight Commander, you've only been able to bully the weak, just like you did on the day of the entrance ceremony. I don't want to hear that from you. Also, could it be that Wilfred allows such disrespect? In that case, as his brother, I will have to punish him. I'm sorry. I went too far. It's too late now. Also, not just that day. You insulted my friend again today. Prepare yourself. I spat those words out as I turned on my heel. Still, even though I'm implying that Ulysses and the boy from that day are the same person, Warren didn't deny it. However, Xandra, Monica, and I are certain that the boy from that day and Ulysses are two different people. And yet, Warren still thinks they are the same person. This is getting more and more confusing. Anyhow, Xandra, everyone, let's go. First, let's organize the situation and think. Even if I didn't understand it, if I get the help of everyone's, my precious people, I'm sure we can find the answer. We ignored Warren, who was glaring at us like we were being shot, and we left the classroom. Chapter 151, Investigating That Boy. Monica, could you formally protest to the Gibson household regarding Warren's disrespect? Leave it to me. I will make sure that he regrets acting so rudely toward His Highness Harold. Monica bowed with her hand on her chest, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy. She said she'd protest, but I have the feeling she'd do something completely unexpected. For example, setting fire to the mansion. By the way, we just finished dinner, and we're all gathered in my room. That being said, Liz, Christia, and Carla have returned to their own rooms. The ones here were Xandra, Monica, Cass, and me. It was actually not allowed to bring female students into one's room, but well, this was an important discussion. If we talked about it in a common space and someone overheard, it could be a big problem. Still, this is the first time I've brought a girl to my room, so I'm super nervous, even though Monica and Cass are here. So, where's Ulysses? He's probably already gone to bed. He had an unpleasant experience because of that scum number 2. I see. Monica says that, but it was actually me who made Ulysses feel bad. I knew this would happen. Haru-sama. For now, let's put him aside. It's more important to think about that guy we saw. What was he really after? Yeah, you're right. Xandra immediately understood how I felt and said something like that to take care of me. Honestly, just having her as my fiancée makes me feel like I'm the luckiest of the 4 brothers. I can say that with confidence. But Warren definitely recognized both of them as Ulysses, even though their faces were completely different. Yes, that's true. Xandra lowered her gaze and stared at the table. She probably couldn't understand how that could happen either. Then, there's no way it could happen. Cass, among us magical beasts, there are those with the ability to control people. If the suspicious boy we met had such a power, it might be possible for him to make others think he's Ulysses. Ah, I see. I was thinking too much based on just the appearance of that male student. Especially since their appearances were completely different. But, as Cass said, if that boy made Warren and his associates believe that he was Ulysses using his ability, plus, there's a skill in Engage Hazard that would make that possible. In the limited time event Odysseus Struggles V, the raid boss Circe the Enchantress uses the dark attribute skill Demonic Eye of Temptation. The success rate is only 5%, so it's not very high, but if the protagonist or the heroines fall under this Demonic Eye of Temptation, they become confused and start attacking their allies. In other words, it means they're being controlled by Circe. However, Demonic Eye of Temptation is a unique skill only Circe possesses, and even the heroines or the protagonist, who has no attribute, cannot acquire it. But even though this is the world of Enhaz, we don't know what skills the characters other than the protagonists possess. So, it wouldn't be strange if someone had the Demonic Eye of Temptation skill. As a result, Warren and his associates must have been affected by Demonic Eye of Temptation and were deceived into thinking that boy was Ulysses. I don't know why that boy did such a thing, but in any case, there's one thing we should do. Yes. We must capture that boy as soon as we find him. Yes. But, it's questionable whether he'll appear before us again. At the very least, what he did to Warren suggests he must have some kind of grudge against him. From now on, we'll have to monitor Warren and catch him if he makes contact again. Wait. We can't assume he's just after that scum number 2. It's also possible that that boy deliberately revealed himself to us. Ah. Indeed, as Xandra said. By showing himself to us on purpose, that boy might have wanted us to recognize him as a suspicious person. So, for what purpose? If we recognize him as someone completely different from Ulysses, then what was his goal? Ah. Could it be? Did you figure something out? Ah, no, it might just be my overthinking, but I conveyed the idea that flashed in my mind to everyone. Yes. We confirmed that the boy was not Ulysses. He was someone else entirely. And as a result, I brought Ulysses to this Royal Academy. So, that boy's goal might have been Ulysses all along. Indeed, what you say is also possible. But what was the reason for bringing him here? The most likely possibility is that it's the work of those who don't think well of the Norse people. In other words, they probably wanted to harm him as a form of punishment. I see. When we showed Ulysses around the academy today, the moment the students found out he was from Norse, they directed contemptuous and disdainful glances at him. That shows just how deep-rooted the prejudice against Norse was among the people of D. Horbolts. In any case, we have a promise with the Margrave stone. We must protect him from harm until he graduates from the academy. Yes. We all confirmed that and nodded in agreement. Chapter 152. Make some plans for summer vacation. Haru-kun, let's go to lunch together. It had been about a month since Ulysses entered the Royal Academy. By now, well, he's completely attached to me. It's just like the dog, Male, I had at my old home in my past life. Because of that. Ah, yeah. Let's go. Wait a second. However, Xandra started glaring at me a lot. No, considering the possibility that that male student's target is Ulysses, it can't be helped that I need to keep a close eye on him at all times. It can't be helped, right? Yeah, it can't be helped. By the way, don't expect any BL developments from me, okay? Yo, Haru, Ali, you're going to lunch now, right? Take me along. What? Lloyd-kun, don't you want to go alone? Don't get in the way. No, there's no need to treat him so harshly. In fact, Lloyd is one of the few friends who still talks to me so casually, even though he knows Ulysses is from Norse. By the way, Ulysses is called Ali by us, and he calls me Haru-kun. It's not a big deal, but honestly, I don't quite understand why Ali has become so attached to me like this. Ahaha. Xandra, Monica, should we go too? Yes. I took Xandra's small hand, which she's pouting with, and we headed to the cafeteria. By the way, why is Ali sticking so close to me? And why is he showing off a smug face to Xandra, who looks so serious? Ali, you're too close. It's hard to walk like this. Sorry. When I gently scold him, Ali gives me a I messed up look and immediately back off. And of course, he ended up sadly tugging at the hem of my uniform. Meanwhile, Xandra took his place and sticks to me, looking smug. Xandra showing jealousy and flaunting it is really cute. You're wondering why I let Xandra do this but not Ali. Well, of course, it's different. She's my fiancée, and I want to show that off to the fullest. You two are still so close as always, Haru and Xandra. Liz. Won't you join us for lunch? Of course, that's the plan. Liz joined us, and when we arrived at the cafeteria, I've already saved us seats. In the back, at the terrace seats, Christia was waiting with a smile, and beside her was Carla, who was looking exhausted. This table is the most popular, so I'm sure Carla had a hard time reserving it because of Christia's selfishness. But this spot is good since it's far from the other tables, so we won't see Wilfred or Warren, and we won't hear any slander from the other students about Ali. Carla Dono, thanks as always. No, don't mention it. When I quietly thanked her, she gave a shy smile and lowers her gaze. As expected of one of the main heroines. Her usual composed expression is nice, but when she shows this bashful side, the impact is overwhelming. So, we each took our seats, but... Yeah, it's nice, Lloyd mutters as he looks at Ali, and I involuntarily shuddered. By the way, what are you all doing for summer vacation next month? After lunch, I picked up the cup of tea in front of me and casually asked. By the way, in Enhaz, there was a one-time event during the summer with a heroine popularity vote. However, there were so few users that even the number one heroine didn't get more than 1,000 votes. Even though it was available globally, it's just too sad. Isn't it? You're asking who was the number one heroine? It was Christia, right here in front of me. As expected, the saintly character is always popular, even if she's secretly scheming. Carla and I will return to the Holy Kingdom. We need to prepare for the birth festival. Right. Even though it's before the main story of Enhaz, the birth festival happens every year, so of course, it's being held. You probably already know, But the birth festival is a main event in the story. Christia invites the protagonist and friends to the Holy Kingdom, where they battle against an evil god who has been revived after its seal is broken. They manage to defeat it, but later in the story, they must face the evil god once again. By the way, the evil god is a girl, and she's actually a heroine from Enhaz who can be pursued by the protagonist. I won't return to Capetian Kingdom, I'll stay here for the summer. Okay, there's no need to keep glancing at me and Xandra like that. Well, then, during the summer vacation, Xandra and I will show you around the kingdom. Why, you promise? When I say that, Liz smiles brightly. Where did her bad girl image go? Then, I'll stay here too. So, that's the plan. I'll show Ully some special places since my family's in the capital. Lloyd declared as if trying to compete with me, and Ully looked excited as he reacted happily. I feel sorry for Lloyd since his future looks pretty hopeless. Hee. I'm already looking forward to summer vacation. Maybe this year, you can skip the birth festival, don't you think? Saint Sama. Lloyd, you're too close. Hee. Leave it to me. Well, it seems like everyone is having fun, so that's good. But, more importantly, let's make sure to enjoy the summer vacation to the fullest, okay? Just the two of us. Why yes. When I whispered that softly to Xandra, my number one fiancé gave me the most wonderful smile in the world. Chapter 153, Have to invite Galhaz protagonist as well. TSK. On the way back to the classroom, Xandra clicked her tongue with a frown as she caught sight of Classer down the hallway. Of course, it was because that bastard Wilfred was surrounded by female students, flashing a smile. Well, at this point, it's almost just jealousy, but still, when I think about whether the heroines will fall for his schemes, I can't help but wish that Wilfred would suffer. It's definitely not out of envy for him smoothly forming a harem. I swear, that's not it. Really. I hate that guy. Well, I mean, I do too. As for Ully, well, I think Lloyd probably shouldn't be saying things like that. After all, he's still the fourth prince, favored by King Ibar. However, since the party that Trash hosted, there hasn't been any significant movement from him. Yeah. At Monica's whisper, I nodded. That's something I've been wondering about too. Perhaps after I stopped their plans by even using Raphael, they're being cautious, but given Wilfred's usual behavior, it wouldn't be strange if he showed some kind of movement. In any case, it's better to stay on guard. Monica, continue to keep an eye on him and Warren, all right? Understood. And so, we returned to our classroom in Class B and took our seats. What should I do? The protagonist of Galhaz was making a troubled face, almost as if to flaunt it. We've been keeping an appropriate distance from Liliana and paying attention. After all, she has the same no attribute as Wilfred, meaning she has the potential to use any skill or weapon. I never expected there would be two cheat characters because of the existence of the girl's side. As a mere punching bag character, I can only hold my head in despair. What's wrong? Why, Your Highness Harold. Liliana looked at me with teary eyes, as if desperately seeking help. I regretted speaking to her, but there's no turning back. Actually, reluctantly, I listened to her, even though it was during class. Of course, I made sure to place Xandra between us to avoid any misunderstandings. But after hearing her out, it turned out to be nothing much. Apparently, she just hated the idea of returning to her home during the summer break. After her mother passed away, she was taken in by Baron Abbott, which was fine, but she didn't feel at home with her stepmother and her 1 year younger half-sister. If this were Galhaz, the heroes aiming to romance the protagonist would probably invite her to spend time together to cheer her up. I see. That must be tough for you. As a character who wasn't even allowed to appear in Galhaz, I'm not in a position to say much, but, well, I'll just pretend I don't hear any of that. Why, Your Highness Harold, please, save me. We're friends, right? Here it comes. A classic trope of Otome games where the protagonist decides that all the heroes are their friends. I really wish she wouldn't use the word friends so conveniently, but now what should I do? Just to be sure, I glanced at Xandra, and yup, her sapphire eyes clearly indicated her rejection. Summer break, I have my own things too. I won't interfere with you and Alexandra-sama in any way. No, there's no one in this world who would dare to interfere with such a perfect couple as you two. Wow, she's really desperate. She was completely forgotten that it was during class, clinging to me with teary eyes. Because of that, we were being glared at by the teacher. Then, well, I suppose there's no helping it. Since Liliana seems to understand the relationship between Haru-sama and I, she won't do something inconsiderate, right? Don't you agree, Haru-sama? Alexandra-sama? Ah, yes. Xandra was flattered by Liliana's praise, clearly pleased. Her mouth is loosening with a huge grin. Then, I suppose you can spend the summer break with us. But be sure to inform your family about it, all right? Thank you so much. Liliana jumped from her seat and prostrated herself with a big smile on her face. I mean, even Lloyd did this, but aren't the characters in Galhaz way too quick to prostrate themselves? Not that I'm in a position to criticize. Well, I'm with Haru-kun too, you know. Oh, Ulysses-sama, was that you? Ali was needlessly competitive, while Xandra gives her a cold look. Things became so chaotic during class that I couldn't stand it any longer and got down on my knees and begged the teacher. Chapter 154, receives invitation to join student council. Harold, do you have a moment? As I was packing up after the day's classes had ended, Raphael came into the classroom. What on earth could this be about? Brother Raphael, what brings you here? It's not something we can discuss here. Let's move to another place. With that, still tilting my head in curiosity, I followed Raphael. Actually, there's an opening in the student council. Harold, I'd like you to take on the role of secretary. I was brought to the student council's salon, where he suddenly made this request. By the way, it was just the two of us here, me and Raphael. But still. That, isn't Brother Cardis the student council president? If I joined, wouldn't that risk collapsing the student council? There's no need to worry about that. I became the student council president, and the reason there's an open spot in the student council is that Cardis resigned. He resigned. At Raphael's words, I couldn't help but raise my voice. No, there's no way someone as proud as Cardis would relinquish the position of student council president to his rival Raphael. It's no wonder you're surprised, Harold. I had the same reaction when I heard about it. But, you understand, don't you? Who His Majesty the King intends to make the next king? Ah, I see. So Cardis is at least somewhat shocked that King Ibar is supporting Wilfred as the next king. But isn't this a little late to be reacting to that? He should have realized King Ibar's favoritism when he brought that guy into Cardis' faction. Of course, I have no intention of accepting His Majesty's plans outright. You feel the same way, don't you, Harold? After all, you defeated Wilfred in a duel and demanded that sort of thing as your reward. Ah, yes. I absolutely cannot let Wilfred become the next king. If that were to happen, only a future full of unhappiness would remain for everyone. But what significance is there in me joining the student council? Isn't it obvious? Harold, it's just about accepting my request to join the student council. That's it. The rest will be decided by the people around me. I see. The purpose is to clearly show that Raphael and I, who were thought to be unrelated, are actually working together. Besides, my desire for you hasn't changed at all, and among the royal family, I value your abilities the most. As student council president, it's only natural for me to seek you out, right? Ah, ha. With Raphael pressing this hard, all I could do was let out a strained laugh. But still, I understand. This Harold will do his best to assist you, Brother Raphael. Thank you for saying that. I know the student council welcomes you, Harold. While we are in a position to use each other, our goal of bringing down Wilfred is the same. In that case, it's only natural for us to work together. With a smile, Raphael and I shook hands. Both of you were waiting for me. As I exited the student council room, Xandra and Monica greeted me. Even though Raphael and I had been talking for quite some time, they waited for me. I felt sorry for keeping them waiting, but I was very happy. Haru-sama. Did the discussion with His Highness Raphael go well? Yes. This isn't the place to talk about it, so let's head to my room. Foo. Yes. Taking Xandra, who happily held my hand, to my room in the dormitory. To get straight to the point, I have decided to join the student council at Brother Raphael's request. I explained the content of my conversation with Raphael in the student council room to the 2 and 1 animal. Cass probably isn't interested in political matters, but it wouldn't feel right to exclude my partner. Understanding this, Cass listened intently. I'll make sure to shower him with affection later. That's how it is. I see. However, His Highness Cardis's reaction was unexpected. I thought so too. Even though he was shocked, the one among us brothers who most sought the throne. No, that's not right. The one who was most expected to seek the throne was none other than Brother Cardis. Indeed, it isn't Cardis himself but our mother, Margaret, who seeks for Cardis to be king more than anyone else. Regardless, it seems things will get busy from now on. With Your Highness Harold and His Highness Raphael joining forces, it will cause even more confusion among those around you. Yes, that's true. Xandra and I exchanged a soft smile. At the very least, this makes it clear that the battle for the throne is now between me or Raphael and Wilfred, with Cardis eliminated from the running. At that time, where will the nobles of Cardis' faction align themselves? In my opinion, they will side with us rather than Wilfred. This is because Wilfred, who served as Cardis' right-hand man, is not well regarded within the faction. After all, he joined the faction suddenly, took the position of right-hand man, and then demanded they follow him. For proud nobles, that would be unacceptable. Of course, the pre-rebirth Harold was in a similar position or worse. At any rate, they won't align themselves with me, but with Raphael, they would have no complaints. As a result, Raphael will absorb most of the nobles in Cardis' faction, and the balance of power will shift dramatically. Everyone, things will get hectic from now on, but I ask for your support. Yes. Leave it to me. Of course. We nodded firmly, filled with determination. Chapter 155. First Prince barges in. It's over. The final exams were finished, and starting tomorrow, summer vacation would finally begin. Lloyd was the first to loudly declare the end, so loud it echoed not only through the classroom but even into the hallway. At the same time, Haru, Xandra, let's hurry up and go. Yufufu, sorry to keep you waiting. Liz, Christia, and Carla from the neighboring classes burst into the classroom. Incidentally, Christia had decided not to return to the Holy Kingdom and instead would remain in the kingdom, while Carla, who also stayed, was currently troubled by complaints from the Holy Kingdom. Keep up the good work. Haru-kun, let's go. Ah, I got it, so stop pulling my hand so hard. Among them, the one most excited was Ali. He had been eagerly counting down the days to summer vacation, waiting for this day with great anticipation. Hee, surely the royal palace's cuisine will have all kinds of meats I've never seen before. Slurp. Liliana sucked up her drawer, and I couldn't help but give her a sideways glance. Ah, this protagonist is such a carnivore, not in that sense. Ahahaha. Since everyone will be coming to the royal palace starting today, we've prepared a modest banquet. Just for us, of course. Yay. Well, I'm glad everyone's happy. I guess. Except for one person, Xandra, who was looking at everyone with a resentful gaze. She was probably thinking about how she was the only one who'd have to return to the townhouse in the royal capital. I've made sure your room is prepared as well. Haru-sama. W.A. Ahahaha. When I whispered that to her, Xandra's expression instantly brightened into a radiant smile, and she leapt into my arms. I caught her and lifted her high into the air. Still, despite being so small, Xandra is so much stronger than the other heroines. Even though she's only 140 centimeters tall, the same as Lisette, and unlike Lisette, she's flat, so she's really light. Wait, what? Even if it's Haru-sama, those words are unacceptable. Hi. Her absolutely freezing gaze bore down on me from above, and I let out the loudest scream I could manage. I made a mental note to absolutely fix my bad habit of saying whatever comes to mind. Alright then, take your time and relax until it's time. After bringing everyone to the royal palace, I guided them to their respective rooms and then returned to my own room with Xandra and Monica. It's only been 4 months, but I didn't expect to feel so nostalgic about my own room. You haven't shown me to my room yet? Xandra timidly asked, looking up at me. Right. Your room is next door to mine. Since we're engaged, it's special. Why yes, that's right. Since we're engaged, it's only natural that we're next to each other, unlike everyone else. Xandra beamed with a delighted, melting smile. Yeah. Monica was right. Making this distinction from everyone else was the right choice. Good job, Monica. I exchanged a thumbs up with Monica as we nodded at each other. At that moment, I'll go and take a look. At the sound of knocking, Monica's expression turned emotionless, and she quickly headed to the door. If someone had business with me in the royal palace, could it be Minister Olsen? However, Your Highness Harold, His Highness Cadiz has arrived. Contrary to my expectations, it was Cadiz who had come. Harold, brother, what brings you here? Far from his once confident and full of pride demeanor, his grey eyes were clouded, and he looked thinner, almost haggard. I have been staying with Margrave Stone in the frontier for the past 2 months, and since we were in different grades, we hadn't crossed paths at the Royal Academy. Still, I have never expected Cadiz to have fallen this far. I hear you've joined hands with Raphael. Yes. Cadiz glared at me sharply, and I answered hesitantly. So, this is about that, right? Why? Why would you side with him instead of helping your own brother? Cadiz grabbed me by the collar, his face contorted with rage. He probably felt betrayed. Even though he had accepted Wilfred, who had been hostile to me, and joined forces with him to oppose me even though he had betrayed me, his own younger brother. This has nothing to do with you, brother. Besides, shouldn't you be more concerned about your own situation? What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. His Majesty the King has made his support for Wilfred clear, and those in your faction are leaving one after another. At this rate, shut up. That's exactly why you need to cut ties with Raphael and support me. After all, there's the Chevalier household, the largest noble house, to back you up. To this man, I really am nothing more than a useless little brother, and the only thing he values is Xandra's family. You're no different from Margaret. Truly, like parent, like child. I refuse. Don't involve me in this anymore. Monica, see my brother out. Understood. Wait. Let's talk this through properly, please. I'm begging you. Rejecting him coldly, I spoke in an unusually low voice even for me, and Monica forcefully dragged him out of the room. Even though he stretched out his hand, pleading with desperate eyes, as if realizing his mistake. But, who cares? Haru-sama. Ahaha. I just cut ties with Brother Cadiz. Taking Xandra's hand as she looked like she was about to cry, or rather, shedding a single tear, I smiled sadly. Chapter 156. First Queen barges in this time. Come now, everyone. Eat lots. At the banquet with everyone, I spread my arms wide and with a big smile, I encouraged them to enjoy the dishes that were packed tightly onto the table. Wow. It's meat. Yes, eat as much as you like. Liliana, who had her soul completely stolen by the roasted piglet, was already drooling uncontrollably. I nodded at her, feeling like a father for some reason. This female protagonist is seriously such a disappointing heroine. You foo-foo. When I visited last time as part of the delegation, I wasn't able to enjoy a proper meal. Tonight, I will let myself indulge. Your Highness Harold, this hospitality exceeds even that of last time. I am deeply grateful. No, Carla Dono, you're being way too formal. I joked with Carla, who was bowing deeply, in a playful manner. Still, I'm glad that she's enjoying herself. Whoa, this is the kind of food you'd never even imagine seeing in Salso. Is that so? Then, would you like to have mine too? What? Really? Are you sure? Oh, then, I'll take you up on that offer without holding back. What? Lloyd tried to score points by offering Ully his food, but Liliana, who had sharp ears, quickly snatched it away. I mean, Just how gluttonous is Liliana? That intense determination of hers is completely unbefitting of a heroine at this point. Ahaha. Just watching everyone is so entertaining that I never get tired of it. Or so I thought. Haru, make sure to properly express your gratitude to everyone, okay? Liz suddenly came over and whispered that in my ear. Seriously. For a useless villainess, she's way too considerate. She's noticed that I'm feeling down because of the issue with Cardi's. She's going out of her way to play along with my act of acting cheerful. It's not just Liz either. Even Liliana, Ully, and Lloyd are going along with it too. What am I supposed to do if my precious people just keep increasing like this? Don't worry. Haru-sama is like a towering great tree. Ah. Alexandra, who had been listening to Liz's whisper, smiled at me with a gentle expression. My fiancé is overestimating me way too much. But if my favorite fiancé has such high expectations of me, then I have no choice but to meet them. Surrounded by my beloved fiancé and my precious people, I truly enjoy the banquet. Or so I thought. Oh my. I never imagined that the Saintess would be at the royal palace. Yufufu, is that so? It was an invitation from His Highness Harold, so I was more than happy to come. I had the bad luck of running into Wilfred in the corridor of the royal palace. He ignored me completely and addressed Christia. However, Christia responded in a way that elevated my standing instead, leaving Wilfred with an awkward expression. Serves him right. Well then, since it's already this late, I will retire to my room for the night. Ah. In that case. Carla, let's go. Understood. Christia ignored Wilfred's attempt to offer to escort her to her room. She quickly returned to her room with Carla in tow. As she passed by, I noticed that the corners of her mouth were curled upward. That was a memorable sight. Fufu. You've been rejected, haven't you? And you are. Could you not speak to me so casually? I am Lisette Josephine de Capetienne. A tainted prince like you has no right to call me that. Lisette laughed softly as she returned to her room. It's been a long time since I last heard the term tainted prince. Shall we go too? Yes. Leaving Wilfred, who was trembling with a bright red face and shaking shoulders, we also returned to our respective rooms. The next morning, Monica reported something to me, and I couldn't help but let out a strange noise. Most likely, it is an attempt to oppose His Highness Harold. That scum has invited Warren and several female students to the royal palace. Is that so? Opposing me? What is that even supposed to mean? Ha! Wait, don't tell me. Is this some sort of childish who has more friends contest? Are we elementary school students? Fufu. As always, he shows his shallowness. A fool will always be a fool. Alexandra sat on the bed, chuckling softly to herself. Just so you know, there's nothing inappropriate going on here, okay? It just so happened that we were talking in the bedroom, and that's how this situation came about. Or rather, Alexandra said something like, "It's easier to talk in the bedroom," and just barged in here. Well, whatever. Let's just leave Wilfred alone. Instead, since it's the first day of summer vacation, how about we go explore the royal capital? Ully hasn't seen it yet, so it'll be a good chance to show him around. Harold, come out here. A loud banging on the door echoed, accompanied by a high-pitched and grating voice. If it isn't obvious, it's Margaret, isn't it? Chapter 157. First Queen is no longer my mother. Harold, come out here. A loud banging on the door echoed, accompanied by a high-pitched and grating voice. If it isn't obvious, it's Margaret, isn't it? What will you do? Ah, it's fine. I'll go out myself. I have a feeling this will be a hassle, but I don't want to force it on Monica. I slumped my shoulders and headed toward the door. Your Majesty the Queen Margaret. What business do you have so early in the morning? Just open this door already. I have something to say to you. Even though I asked her for her business through the door, Margaret refused to listen and only demanded that I open it. I had no choice but to slowly open the door. Truly disgraceful. Margaret's face was bright red, and she slapped me forcefully across the cheek. Disgraceful. 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 Margaret repeatedly slapped my cheek. It was probably her anger at me rejecting Cardi's last night. While staying silent, I endured Margaret's slaps. Elle let go of me. No. If you harm my Haru-sama, even if you are your Majesty Queen Margaret, even if you are his real mother, I will never forgive you. What Alexandra's eyes turned into a blood-red hue as she gripped Margaret's arm tightly. She curled her lips into a sinister smile. The sight of her struck terror into Margaret, who had now lost all her earlier momentum and was trembling all over. This can't go on. Haru-sama. I'm fine. So. I hugged Alexandra tightly and whispered gently into her ear, as if calming her. I don't want her to stain her precious hands for the sake of a woman like this. But Margaret will likely now see Alexandra as an enemy and try to harm her. When that time comes, I will definitely protect her. Your Majesty Queen Margaret, please leave. This is likely about Brother Cardi's, but I no longer consider him my brother. And of course, I don't consider you my mother either. I clearly rejected Margaret and pushed her out into the hallway before firmly closing the door. Phew. Maybe it would be better for all of us to move to the detached palace. I let out a deep sigh and spoke jokingly to Alexandra and Monica. If we stay here, I'm sure they'll continue to interfere with us. Alexandra? Unforgivable. Why does my Haru-sama always have to go through such sadness? Alexandra, who was in my arms, let out a choked sob. I was happy that she was crying for my sake, but more than that, I felt guilty for making someone so precious to me cry. It has already been more than 2 years since I regained the memories of my past life. Any feelings I once had for Margaret have long since vanished. I don't feel sad or hurt in the slightest. That's why I wanted to tell Alexandra, I don't care about it, and I don't want you to be sad over something like this. And yet, I couldn't say those words. All I could do was hold her tightly. Everyone, I'm sorry for making you move your rooms to a place like this. After relocating Liz and the others to the detached palace, I bowed my head deeply in apology. If we had stayed there, it was certain that Cardi's, Margaret, Wilfred, and the others would have continued to meddle. Even though it couldn't be helped, I felt terribly sorry that something like this had to happen on the very first day of summer vacation. You foo-foo, please don't worry about it. In fact, here we can enjoy ourselves without anyone disturbing us. Exactly. Carla eagerly agreed with Christia, her breathing somewhat heavy. Well, they're absolutely right about that. More importantly, did you see? That tainted prince brought every single student from the academy, causing the servants and guards to be completely overwhelmed. Liz placed her hand over her mouth and laughed mockingly, just like the villainess she was. She's right. I never expected that he would bring in every random person, not even acquaintances. Thanks to that, the number of invited students swelled to over 100, and they couldn't even properly prepare rooms for all of them. Monica, who had gone to investigate earlier, had returned and reported it to me with a pleased expression. More importantly, we're going to the royal capital today, right? I've been so excited about it. Oh, leave it to me. When it comes to the royal capital, no one knows it better than me, Lloyd Sancroft. Hee. I'll make sure to eat lots of meat at the food stalls. Liliana, who still completely focused on meat as usual, was one thing, but Ali and the others didn't seem to mind what had happened. I felt relieved. All right. Then let's head straight to the streets of the royal capital. We climbed into the carriage and left the royal palace in high spirits. None of us noticed Margaret glaring at us with an unpleasant expression. Chapter 158, Got targeted by assassins when exploring royal capital. Wow, it's so lively. When we arrived at the central plaza of Cadet, the royal capital, Ali immediately let out a voice of amazement. Well, aside from when we first arrived, he hasn't been able to leave the Royal Academy at all. For him, this is practically his first real visit to the royal capital, so it's not an exaggeration to say he's experiencing it for the first time. Ali, the meat skewers at that stall over there are absolutely amazing. Meat. Did you say meat? Just as Lloyd was trying to show off to Ali, Liliana reacted to the meat and made a dash for the food store, seemingly to ruin the moment. Well, I did decide that I would cover the expenses for today, so it should be fine. But still, don't overdo it, okay? Well, this place doesn't compare to St. Jean, but it's not bad either, I suppose. Liz brushed her drill-shaped hair with her hand and muttered something that was almost like a bitter concession. But, from my perspective, I like the capital of the Kingdom of Capetian better because it has more historical buildings. Isn't that right? Haru, you really understand. Ah, crap. It seems like I accidentally said what I was thinking out loud again. But at least it seems I didn't say the drill hair part out loud. That's a relief. Still, now that we're here, are you really sure it was fine not to return to the Holy Kingdom? Yes. When I told them I would offer prayers for the Feast of Birth at the D. Horbalt's branch, His Holiness the Pope gave me his permission. I see. So basically, it wasn't really allowed, but the Pope had no choice but to relent, right? Carla's expression as she stares at Christia from behind with a dirty look says it all. Well, in any case. Xandra, this is so much fun. Foo-foo. Yes. This is the first time we've walked through the streets of the royal capital like this. I'm determined to enjoy today to the fullest. Then, over there, at the fountain in the central plaza, a street performer dressed as a clown was performing tricks. Wow. He's pretty skilled. Your Highness Harold. If it's something at that level, I, Monica, can perform it at any time. Isn't there no need to compete over this? Seriously. My personal maid gets jealous so easily that it's a little troubling. Step right up. Come one, come all. Now, it's time for the appearance of my partners, the street performer shouted as two black crows emerged from his hat. This reminds me of magicians I've seen in my previous life. But still. Wait. Haru. Those birds are magical beasts. They've noticed me too. Cass, who was perched on my shoulder, furrowed his brow and whispered in my ear. Yeah. I've noticed too. Hee, as expected of Haru. I held out my fist in front of Cass, and he lightly tapped it with his paw. Now then. Bringing magical beasts into the royal capital is unacceptable. I can't rule out the possibility that they share a connection like I have with Cass. In fact, there's no doubt about it. But regardless, they're a nuisance. Alexandra, Monica. Yes. Understood. Just from me calling their names, Alexandra and Monica instantly understood. They moved to stand on either side of me in a protective formation. As expected of my fiancé and personal maid, they're incredibly reliable. And then, he seems to be up to something, doesn't he? You foo-foo. Who could his target possibly be? Leave it to me. I'll turn him into rust for my sword. Before I knew it, 3 more had taken up positions behind me. And Carla, the weapon she's resting her hand on at her waist. Isn't that her exclusive UR weapon, the dragon-slaying sword Ascalon? This is completely overkill. Incidentally, that street performer is the event boss Shadow Jester Killer Clown from the main scenario of Engage Hazard during the conflict with Cardi's arc. Using the unique skill, Taming, he controls the pair of magical beasts named Huggin and Munin, which he keeps as his familiars, and attempts to assassinate the protagonist. In this world, it seems that I'm the one being targeted, though. Please enjoy the performance of my partners. Killer Clown gave a graceful bow. At the same time, the 2 magical beasts flew high into the air. And then, they're coming. The magical beasts dove at us from above at high speed. Chimpate. Do they think they can beat me and Haru as a team? Isn't that right? They really don't know their place. Exactly. In an instant, Cass transformed into his form as the jet black shield Casper League. I raised him to block the charge from Munin and Huggin. Their speed was impressive, but their trajectories were completely linear. It wasn't difficult to defend against them. So, are you prepared? You, and your master as well. Oh my, well. As I sneered at him, Killer Clown responded with an exaggerated display of feigned surprise. Chapter 159, Assassin Clown was instantly defeated by everyone. So, you're prepared, aren't you? Both you and your master. Oh my, well. The clown feigned cheerfulness at my mocking words, but the eyes behind the mask clearly showed agitation. Monica, help evacuate the residents in the square. Understood. Monica gave a respectful bow and quickly left. She was probably going to give orders to the surrounding guards. As for the rest of you, I'll protect this area, so you should evacuate too, not that you would. Oh ho 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 ho. Of course not. The first day of summer vacation has been ruined. I will burn everything to ashes with my infernal flame. Liz laughed loudly with her hand covering her mouth. As expected of Enha's infamous evil woman, she is a truly picturesque character. You foo-foo. To make sure the residents won't get hurt, I've already deployed light barrier around us. Feel free to go all out. Then, there's nothing left but to cut them down. Christia smiled slightly, while Carla drew the dragon-slaying sword Ascalon from its sheath and aimed it at the killer clown. This is definitely going to be overkill. So, what's it going to be? If you betray your master and tell us everything, I might spare your life. Ho ho ho, as if. Do you think I, of all people, would lose to some kid who just came of age? Gah. Failure. This is no longer suitable for His Highness Harold to enjoy. Without anyone noticing, Monica had appeared behind the killer clown and stabbed them with daggers enchanted with the magical beasts Munin and Huggin. Judging by her words, the blades were probably coated with poison. Even though you've already lost your trump card, are you sure about this? You could still infernal flame. Gya. Before I even finished talking, Liz got impatient and set the killer clown on fire with black flames. The clown writhed in agony. It was brutal. By the way, doesn't your flame seem more powerful than it was last year? Foo-foo. Of course. Someone as talented as I am decided to put in a little effort. I see. Liz had gotten stronger than the version of her from Enha's original timeline. Actually, it feels like all the heroines connected to me have already reached their maximum potential. Prepare yourself. Ha. Gua. The pathetic assassin clown didn't even get the chance to beg for their life before Carla struck the final blow. Haru, what are you doing? The assassin clown, who had barely escaped death, was lying miserably on the ground. Liz, who had been watching me search the clown's belongings, tilted her head curiously. It was hard to believe she had been smiling at the clown's screams and despair just moments ago. Incidentally, the clown was subjected to Christia's healing magic, only to be attacked repeatedly, just shy of death. It was so brutal it made hell look mild. Their spirit was already broken. Ully, Lloyd, and Liliana, who had been watching from a distance, were clearly horrified. Ah, found it. From the clown's tattered clothing, I pulled out a plate with a cancer symbol engraved on it. What is that? It's proof that this clown is part of an assassin guild in the royal capital. In other words, someone hired them to attack me. Of course, I already know who had hired them and who created the assassin guild, but, oh no. Xandra. Ah. Xandra's eyes began to turn blood red, so I quickly pulled her into a hug to hide her from the others. She was probably overwhelmed by anger toward whoever had targeted me. See, I'm fine, so there's no need to be so upset. But I can't forgive someone who dares to target your life. Of course, I won't forgive them either. Naturally, they'll pay for what they've done. This time, they attacked openly, making it easy to respond. But I don't know what kinds of schemes they'll use in the future. Since physical attacks don't work against me, the most likely next step is poison. In any case, since it's clear they're targeting me, I need to act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. If it was just me, it wouldn't be so bad, but there's a chance that someone important to me could get hurt. That said, Xandra's eyes have been changing like this more often lately. I should consult Monica about it later. Well then, let's continue exploring the royal capital. Really, you should take better care of yourself. Xandra pouted as she spoke, but her sapphire blue eyes had returned to normal. I felt relieved about that and smiled as I noticed how cute she looked. Chapter 160 arrives at the slums. Foo-foo. I bought so much. Liz looked delighted, with her arms full of numerous shopping bags. Of course, it is me carrying all the bags. Why wouldn't it be? Lizette. Don't forget that Haru-sama is my fiancé, alright? I know that. Lisette turned her face away awkwardly, unable to meet Xandra's sharp gaze. Honestly, she should hurry up and find herself a fiancé. Naturally, Wilfred is not an option. Oh, right. Since we're here in the royal capital's bustling marketplace, there's somewhere I want to stop by. I'll have the guards deliver the bags to the palace, so I'll step out for a bit. Oh, okay. And so, I handed the bags over to the guards, left Lloyd in charge of guiding everyone around the capital, and went off with Xandra and Monica, splitting from the group. You're heading to the hideout of that clown from earlier, aren't you? Sharp as always. As expected of Xandra, she could see right through me. Even Monica, who wore her usual calm expression, probably figured it out from the start. Because those guys interrupted, I missed out on eating something delicious. Haha. Don't worry, once we take care of everything, we'll go back to eat again. I chuckled awkwardly, trying to calm Cass, who was fuming on my shoulder. To be fair, the whole situation was unexpected. No, it's because I severed ties with them that this sort of thing happens. Please don't make that face. Sorry. Xandra gently grasped my hand, lowering her gaze. This wasn't good. She understood my feelings too well, and it only made her worry unnecessarily. It's okay. As long as I have you, I'll be fine. But, if I ever lost you, it wouldn't just make me sad. I wouldn't be able to handle it. So, promise me, you'll always stay by my side. Trying to shake off the heavy atmosphere, I exaggerated a bit with my words. Well, it's not an exaggeration. It's the truth. Of course. Leaving your side, Haru-sama? That's unthinkable. Saying that, Xandra turned her face away abruptly. Did I say something wrong? As always, Milady can't handle a direct comment from Your Highness Harold. Hearing Monica's remark, I glanced at Xandra's expression. Her lips were twitching into a smile, clearly softening. It seemed my words were, in fact, just right. After chatting like this, we spent about 30 minutes walking away from the main roads into the back alleys. Finally, we stepped into the slums of Cadit, the royal capital. Wow. It's so damp. And the smell is awful. Cass scrunched up his face and covered his nose with a paw. Well, with how filthy it is, that is understandable. Cass is a magical beast, and is probably far more sensitive to odors than we are. Haru. The main roads and squares were so shiny, so why is this place left like this? It's simple. Places like this are necessary for the kingdom. That's right. Humans can't live on cleanliness alone. It's the existence of these dirty aspects that allows the surface to shine. But Haru, you're royalty, aren't you? You speak like you've accepted that, but your face says otherwise. Damn it, Cass. When did he get so sharp? Cass-san, of course. It's because he's my Haru-sama. But surely, as his partner, you know that too, don't you? Ahehe, I do. With that, Xandra and Cass exchanged a soft chuckle. Monica, you think the same way, don't you? Of course. I, Monica Ashton, choose who I serve carefully. Monica pushed her glasses up with a quick gesture and for some reason puffed out her chest in pride. Who's she competing with? I really wanted to ask that. If you were to become king of this nation, this slum might be cleaned up completely. Not just its appearance or stench, but even the hearts of the people who live here. You're overestimating me. Besides, unfortunately, that day will never come. I would abandon my royal status to live peacefully with Xandra. So, I'm sorry, but this slum won't be seeing any changes from me. But we'll make sure something like this never exists in the Chevalier's territory. Yes. Let's ensure we never make such a mistake. Xandra gently placed her small hand over my clenched fist. At that moment, Your Highness Harold, milady. Yes. I'm fine. Monica's low voice prompted us to raise our guard to the maximum. It seemed the enemy had already arrived. They're coming. Cass, leave it to me. Cass immediately transformed into his jet-black shield Casper League form. With our backs against a wall, we braced for the enemy's assault. Right then, the shield resonated with a sharp metallic sound. Poison needles. Xandra, Monica. The enemy is likely assassins bearing the Scorpius title. No, Your Highness Harold. Based on the presences I detected, there are at least 7 of them. I see. So, the enemy planned to send everyone from the Zodiac 12, except for the big 3, to take us down. If that's the case, we'll just crush them all. Chapter 161, Annihilation of Assassin Guild. Xandra, Monica. The enemy is likely assassins bearing the Scorpius title. No, Your Highness Harold. Based on the presences I detected, there are at least 7 of them. I see. So, the enemy planned to send everyone from the Zodiac 12, except for the big 3, to take us down. If that's the case, we'll just crush them all. Monica, tell me the precise location of the enemies. Xandra, wait behind me. When I give the signal, finish them all at once. Your Highness Harold, there are 3 directly in front of us. However, this is a decoy. The real ones are next to my face. Monica pointed out the location of the true enemy. That place was directly beneath us. Xandra, yes. Gya. When Xandra stabbed the Balmung into the ground, a scream rang out. When she pulled the sword out, blood oozed out from the ground. Next. 2 on each side. 1 directly above. No, I've already taken care of that one. While I was raising my shield against the 2 enemies on the left, a man foaming red from the mouth fell to the ground beside me with a thud. Cass. Leave it to me. Snat. Goo. Ua. A giant claw-like illusion tore through the 2 enemies' bodies. One writhed in pain, rolling across the ground, while the other, it seemed the instant death effect activated, stealing his very life. Ah. While I was dealing with the enemies on the left, Xandra had already slashed horizontally through the 2 attacking from the right. Only 3 remain. No, just 1. At some point, Monica had slipped behind the 3 enemies directly in front of us and severed the heads of 2. Harold-sama, what should we do with this one? All right, let's finish him. Understood. Monica, who had been covering the remaining enemy's mouth, slit his throat with a dagger. There is an option to keep him alive and gather information about the engage hazard, but I already have all the knowledge regarding that. So, there is no need to keep him alive. Above all else, they didn't just target me, they also aimed for the 2 most important people in my life as well. I'm not generous enough to let such people go free. Well then, let's move on. To show the rest of them the depths of hell. Foo-foo. Yes. Taking Xandra's hand, I spoke. She raised the corner of her lips into a crescent-shaped smile. After all, she felt the same as I did. Wait. We were only hired to do this. Having stormed into the Assassination Guild's hideout, we took down the assassins of the Zodiac 12 one after another. Riding that momentum, we killed 2 of the remaining 3, the ones known as Sagittarius and Leo. The last one, Ares, was now begging for his life before us. Hired, you say? That's an interesting claim. You Zodiac 12 swore absolute loyalty to your master and were organized as assassins. Lying poorly won't do you any good, unless you don't care what happens to your master. Ua. My words silenced the Ares assassin. Yes. This assassination guild known as the Zodiac 12 was established 20 years ago for a single person. To eliminate all who stood as enemies of that person and to bring a life of peace. Do you think such an act is something your Highness Harold could do? I can. That's because that is no longer my precious someone. The Harold of Enhaz likely wouldn't have done something like this, and their master probably wouldn't have targeted Harold in the first place. However, the Harold whose mind is my own, Haru Tochibana, shares the same memories and emotions, yet our personalities are fundamentally different. Therefore, even if my heart aches and feels like it will burst, I will cut away anything for the sake of my precious someone. That's why, pretending to beg for your life is useless. Once you're gone, next will be that person. Regret trying to come after us in the afterlife. Please wait. I don't care what happens to my life. But please, have mercy on her, on the princess. Desperately pressing his forehead to the ground in supplication, the Ares assassin's head was severed by Monica at my signal. Haru-sama, next is. Yes. It's that person, of course. In the main storyline of Enhaz, during one scenario titled Cardiz's Feud, the protagonist Wilfred and his heroine companions defeated all the assassins of the Zodiac 12. Afterward, upon learning of these events, Cades reconciled with the protagonist to prevent further conflict. Ultimately, the master of the Zodiac 12 was persuaded by Cades, ceasing all future harm toward the protagonist. However, I will not choose the path of reconciliation. So, regret it well. Mother, no, Margaret we're de Horbolts. Chapter 162, Letting It All Out. So, did everyone enjoy the royal capital today? At the dinner table with everyone after their exploration of the royal capital, I asked with a smile. Unfortunately, since we were busy annihilating the Zodiac 12, we didn't reunite until evening, and we couldn't really enjoy the royal capital. As a result, Cass was really upset. Yeah, I'll be able to send lots of souvenirs to everyone back in Salso Town, them. The meat was so delicious. Yup, it seems Ully and Liliana had a great time, which is a relief. Meanwhile, it seems that Lloyd didn't have much success. Though, if he had succeeded, I'm not sure how I'd feel about that. In any case, I want Ully to have a normal romantic relationship. Not that I'm denying BL as a concept. Please don't misunderstand me. Seriously, where on earth were you all this time? Sorry. I'll definitely make it up to you next time, I promise. Liz, without hiding her irritation, let out a huff. I've been profusely apologizing to her ever since earlier. From what I heard, Liz waited the entire time for us to return. I feel really bad about that. Well, His Highness Harold seems to have had various things to attend to, so it can't be helped, can it? Indeed. And since his promise to spar with me tomorrow, I have no complaints. Christia calmed Liz down, while Carla, looking delighted, waves her arms energetically. It seems I'll be stuck with her all day tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Saint-Osama, Carla Dono, could you please start calling me Haru already? For some reason, even though I've said it's okay to call me by a nickname, Christia and the others still stubbornly call me His Highness Harold. Since they're also part of what I hold dear, I wish they'd let go of that formality. We truly appreciate your kind words, but if we were to accidentally call you Haru-sama in an official setting, it could cause unnecessary trouble, given the presence of His Highness Wilfred and the other princes. Exactly. Accepting the support of the Holy Kingdom means receiving the backing of believers worldwide. In the midst of the succession struggle, if that were to become public knowledge, it would invite those from this country and beyond seeking to exploit you, Your Highness Harold. Ahaha. Up until now, they'd always gently refused, so I hadn't realized how much thought they'd put into it. Feeling ashamed of my naivety, I could only give a bitter laugh. However, the two of you don't know that I have no interest in the succession dispute, and I plan to eventually abdicate and become the adopted son-in-law of the Chevalier family. Ah, my meat. Give it back, damn. Don't you know? These things are first come, first served. Ahahaha. Watching Liliana steal meat from Ully and Lloyd, I burst out laughing. I want to blow away this dark thing inside my heart. Haru-sama. After dinner with everyone, late at night, I went to visit Xandra's room, though I knew it was rude. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Yes. When I said that, Xandra lightly placed her small hand on mine. It was a little cold, but pleasant. I escorted Xandra to the garden where, 2 years ago, I had knelt and bowed to her. I received 3 years to prove myself worthy of you. Now, there's less than a year left. By then, do you think I can become someone who can stand beside you? I gazed into her sapphire eyes as I asked. I fully understood I was asking something pathetic, but I couldn't shake my insecurity. Because no one in this world could be more suited to be my lover than you. No, I was born to become your lover. I see. And also, Haru-sama, you should reveal more of what's in your heart. You keep carrying things, hiding your weaknesses, even from me. Ahaha. That stings a little. But I can't be weak if I want to become someone worthy of being Xandra's fiancée. Back when I was 13 and we had just gotten engaged, I could still get away with that, but now... well... Haru-sama. Please forgive me, but could you crouch down a little? Ha! Startled by her serious expression, I let out a confused sound but crouched down. Xandra. My dear, dear Haru-sama. Please, entrust me with even your weaknesses. The joys, the happiness, the sadness, the pain, the regret, the frustration, all of it, we should share. That's what it means to be mates. Xandra tightly hugged my face and whispered into my ear. But I must be strong. Even if my own mother tries to kill me, no matter how painful it is, I have to endure everything. That's why. Haru-sama. My most precious, precious person. Please, let it all out in my arms. Uwa. Under the brilliantly shining moonlight. Wrapped in Xandra's warmth and kindness, I released everything I'd been holding back until now into her small chest. The sadness, the pain, the frustration, the bitterness, all of it. And Xandra simply held me, gently and quietly, for a long, long time. Chapter 163. Welcoming first morning with beloved fiancé. Chinin, Ua. The sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, and I woke up. Ua. I want to stay asleep like this a little longer. I pulled the sheet over my head and burrowed under it, but... I remembered what happened last night. That's right. I did something unbelievable. I ended up sharing a bed with Xandra. I let out all the negative emotions that had piled up in my heart. I wanted to lean on my beloved fiancé, who embraced me so warmly. In other words, Chinen, Fumu. Well, of course, she's sleeping beside me. Wait, what was that Fumu sound just now? It's way too cute. Oh, just to be clear, I didn't lay a hand on Xandra, okay? Things like that should be done properly and step by step. Believe it or not, I'm very proper about these things. Wait. Oh. What do I do? Our eyes just met perfectly. She's probably confused as to why we were sleeping in the same bed too. Wait, Xandra. Hee. Haru-sama's scent. Xandra clung to my chest, sniffing and enjoying my scent. What is this? What kind of situation is this? Xandra, shouldn't we get up soon? Otherwise, my self-control will reach its limit. I hope she understands that 15-year-old Harold is, essentially, no different from a monkey. I don't want to. Xandra puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction and moved from my chest to my stomach, sniffing there. I must absolutely protect the things that are important to me. Haru-sama, do you want me to stop? Xandra peeked up at my face with an upward glance and asked. Of course, I want her to stop to avoid any mistakes, but there's also a rising desire to let her continue. What should I do? Well, yes. Things like this should only happen properly after we're married. Alright, I managed to keep my reason intact. I touched Xandra's small shoulders and tried to help her up, but from now on, if you stop using formal speech like you do with Monica and Liz, I'll grant Haru-sama's wish. What? Isn't the one making a request here actually me? But, well, if it's just dropping formal speech. Understood. I mean, okay. From now on, I'll stop using formal speech with you, Xandra. Hee. Thank you. Whoa. Xandra leapt onto me, hugging me tightly. This sudden closeness isn't just my imagination, right? Wait, what? Hee, it's a marking. With this, no bad bugs will come near Haru-sama. Unbelievably, Xandra left a kiss mark on my neck. Isn't this a bit too much progress for just one night? Oh, by the way, Monica and Cass are peeking at us through the gap in the door, grinning at the scene. At this point, I'll just pretend not to notice. Well then, shall we go? After getting ready, I looked at myself in the mirror and nodded. Now, I'm going to confront Margaret. About how she, my own mother, tried to erase me. About how she attempted to harm what's precious to me. Monica, Cass. Yes. Yep. Cass perched on my shoulder, and Monica bowed gracefully. Taking one person and one creature with me, I stepped out of the room. Haru-sama. Waiting in front of the room, my beloved fiancé curtsied gracefully. Yeah. Let's go together. Yes. I took Xandra's hand and walked slowly through the royal palace's corridors. Our destination was, of course, the Crystal Palace, the residence granted exclusively to the first queen, Margaret. Today, for the first time in my memory, I would step inside the Crystal Palace. This is the Crystal Palace, I told Xandra as we stood before our destination. Thanks to pouring out all my feelings to her last night, my heart feels so much lighter. So, I can endure it even if I accumulate more again. Wait. Haru-sama, have you already forgotten what I told you last night? No way. But that's only when it's just the two of us. Xandra pursed her lips, displeased, and I chuckled softly as I whispered. Also, I realized that dropping formal speech with her makes talking surprisingly easier. A bit of a shock, honestly. Well, it can't be helped. Let's finish this quickly, and have some alone time. Ahaha. Seeing Xandra's enthusiastic determination, I let out a dry laugh. Am I going to be subjected to all sorts of things like this morning again? But, it's a little exciting. Anyway, I muttered to myself as I entered the Crystal Palace. It's not a big deal. The structure and decorations of the building were almost the same as other parts of the palace, and the furnishings didn't seem particularly special either. By the way, getting inside was a bit of a hassle with the guards. Even though I'm the third prince and her biological son, they didn't easily let me in. In the end, I resorted to a bit of force. I'll report this to Lord Drake to get through. And then, eek. A passing maid screamed in terror when she saw us. Chapter 164, Threatening Own Mother. Eek. A passing maid screamed in terror when she saw us. Hey, I might not look it, but I'm still the third prince, you know? Isn't this a bit too much? Such insolence. Monica, silence her. Understood. As soon as she said that, Monica moved instantly behind the maid and struck a precise blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Her skill was incredible. Once again, I was reminded of how exceptional my personal maid is. However, why is His Highness Harold here? What should we do? We have to inform Her Majesty, Queen Margaret. The maid shouted, causing all the maids from the Crystal Palace to gather round. Well, I guess this works in my favor. Let me ask you all. Where is Her Majesty, Queen Margaret? All the maids froze, their faces stiffening at my question. Come on, I wasn't even asking something difficult. And then, what is going on here? An older, slightly stout woman appeared. Judging by her demeanor, she seems to be the head maid serving Margaret. Arrogant, too. Ah, hello there. Could you guide me to Her Majesty Queen Margaret? I gave her a friendly smile as I spoke. Yet, Chimpate, even if you are the third prince, this is the Crystal Palace. None but His Majesty the King and His Highness Cardis, her trueborn son, are allowed to enter. The head maid snorted disdainfully and looked down at me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I mean, I am her biological son, but sure, okay. Well, fine then. Monica, it seems this woman doesn't value her life. I permit it. Execute her at once. As you wish. Her disrespect toward my master, His Highness Harold, will be paid for with her life. Eek. The head maid turned pale, her face drenched in cold sweat. She hadn't anticipated that I might actually commit such an atrocity here in the Crystal Palace. However, Monica's dagger was already at her throat, the blade drawing a thin red line. If you think you'll get away with this. Oh, you're still talking. That's fine. Whether or not I get away with it doesn't matter to you, you'll find out in the afterlife. Ah. When I smirked, baring my teeth slightly, the head maid began trembling all over, tears spilling from her eyes. Finally, she seemed to understand her predicament. Please wait. I'll guide you to Her Majesty Queen Margaret. That's fine. But I'll just ask another maid to do it. You can go ahead and die. Eek. Please, forgive me. I was wrong. Honestly, it's far too late for that. I have no intention of forgiving her. Besides, a scapegoat would make her reflect on her actions. Harold. What are you doing? Accompanied by a maid with braided hair, Margaret appeared. There was unmistakable fear in her eyes. She probably understood the reason for my visit. Good morning, Mother. Harold Weir de Horbolts, at your service. I've come to see you. I gave her a graceful bow, smiling broadly. There's something I'd like to give you. Monica. Yes. Hayek. As soon as Monica released her grip, the head maid, now a sobbing, drooling mess, scrambled to flee the scene. The maids around us watched her retreat with cold disdain. But right now, the head maid wasn't important. "Here you are, Your Majesty Queen Margaret. Please accept this." What Monica handed over were the 12 plates, each decorated with the constellations, once carried by the members of the Zodiac 12. There were 12 in total. Margaret would immediately understand what they signified. Harold. You. Mother, or rather, Her Majesty Queen Margaret. You no longer have anyone to protect you in this country. Cry to your family if you wish, but before you do, I'll make sure to inform the Her Majesty Queen Rosemary who you so despise. This woman was originally a princess of Naderia Kingdom, a kingdom that ruled above the Capetian Kingdom. When she married into the D. Horbalt's kingdom 20 years ago, her father, the Naderia King, secretly sent 12 skilled agents to serve as Margaret's hands and feet. Margaret used not only the Naderia Kingdom's backing but also her authority as first queen to turn the Zodiac 12 into D. Horbalt's infamous assassin guild. And she used that to threaten Rosemary. "If you defy me, I'll kill Raphael," she whispered. This revelation was the climax of the Enhaz storyline, the feud with Cadiz. It was this betrayal that made Cadiz turn against his mother Margaret and ally with his rival, Wilfred. "I have no choice, but I'll still allow you to breathe. However, don't get involved with us again." Realizing this was a genuine threat, Margaret bit her lip and fell silent. I left the Crystal Palace, taking Monica and Xandra with me. And then, did I handle that well? Yes. Haru-sama did everything for us. So please, allow me to share your pain. Yeah. Xandra gently held me as the guilt of threatening my own mother threatened to crush me. Without Xandra, I can no longer go on. Chapter 165. The dedicated maid serves her milady today as well. Monica Ashton's perspective. "Milady, what feelings are you expressing with that look on your face?" As I was waiting alone in my room, I asked Milady, who had just returned from His Highness Harold's chambers. "I'm not sure how to interpret your question, but let me see. I suppose it's anger toward Margaret." "Anger. Indeed. After ignoring Haru-sama for so long, the moment she's abandoned, she tries to kill her own son. Even if she's the first queen, that woman. I will never forgive her." "I see." Milady's words are undoubtedly correct. After all, the moment she responded, her eyes turned the color of fresh blood. "However, is that so? Then why is it, Milady, that you are smiling so brightly? What? Oh, could it be she hasn't realized? Certainly, the power of Dragon's favor has been activated by her anger, but her expression is the complete opposite. The corners of her mouth are lifted, and she appears to be overjoyed from the depths of her heart. Though, truth be told, her smile is unnervingly eerie. I'm smiling, with joy." Milady looked confused and lowered her head. It seems she is bewildered by her inability to understand her own emotions. Ordinarily, it would be appropriate to leave her alone until she regained her composure. Unfortunately, with Dragon's favor active, leaving her unattended is out of the question. If, by some chance, she lost control, it would lead to a tragedy here in the royal palace. Then, yes, that's it. I am happy. Milady, isn't it obvious? My Haru-sama laid bare his entire self and entrusted himself to me, shaking with emotion, burying his face into my chest. Milady's crimson eyes sparkled brilliantly, and her smile was unlike any I had ever seen, radiant and yet profoundly unsettling. "Ah, I understand now. This is an extremely dangerous situation. You wouldn't know, Monica, since you weren't with us. But Haru-sama, he called my name over and over, seeking me out. As if to say, I can't live without you." "I see. I don't know what else to say." While there is no doubt that Dragon's favor is trending toward a state of frenzy, as long as His Highness Harold's feelings remain directed solely toward Milady, the risk to him should be minimal. However, with her love for Harold escalating to its peak and her overwhelming desire to protect him breaking all limits, this situation, one misstep, and she could destroy everything in this palace. Including that scum, King Ibar, Margaret, and even Cardi's lives. If that's the case, Milady, Your responsibility is immense. Oh, and what do you mean by that? Yes. I seated Milady on a chair and carefully explained. While it is true that His Highness Harold cannot live without Milady, her actions could ultimately deprive him of a place in this world. At times, I praised her. At others, I was strict. I paid close attention to the fluctuations in her emotions and ensured I did not provoke her wrath. One wrong word from me could seal Harold's fate. The stress I feel right now is no joke. I absolutely must demand a special allowance for this. So, Milady, you don't wish for His Highness Harold to become unhappy, correct? Why yes. Phew. It seems my lecture, or rather, my explanation has been understood. Her eyes have returned to their original sapphire blue, and she now appears meek and subdued. Truly, this troublesome ability, or rather, this curse is beyond exasperating. However, His Highness Harold will surely continue to seek you out, Milady. For the sake of your bond enduring forever, I, Monica, will fully support you. Please continue to take care of him as well. Oh, of course. If Haru-sama remains by my side, I will do anything. Yes, of course. With Milady's dragon's favor, the destruction of the de Horvalt's kingdom would be an effortless task. Your Highness Harold, Monica Ashton has protected your world with all her might. Therefore, just a fraction, no, even 1/100th of Milady's favor will suffice. Please, grant me even a sliver of your affection. For that alone would fill me with the greatest happiness imaginable. Chapter 166. A trip outside the royal capital. I'm so bored. More than a month into summer vacation, Liz slumped over the table with a sigh. Well, it can't be helped. It's so hot out, and while we'd love to go for a swim in the sea, you're the first princess of the Capetian kingdom. If something happened to you, it'd be a major incident. I shrugged as I sipped tea Monica had specially prepared with mint, honey, and lemon. Speaking of which, this drink is refreshing and easy to drink. It's perfect for summer. Oh my. If that's the case, why not visit the church? It's quite cool there. I'll pass. While the Capetian kingdom does support the Baltian church, I'm not exactly a devout follower myself. Ah, what a shame. Despite her words, Christia sipped her tea with a calm demeanor. She probably never intended to go in the first place. By the way, where are Uli and the others? They're out again today, accompanying Liliana-sama as she tours the food stalls. Wow, she never gets tired of that, huh? Monica's response made me let out an exasperated sigh. Just how much does she love meat? If she keeps up this diet, she's bound to gain weight eventually, also I thought. Yet, no matter how much she eats, her figure never changes. Is it because she's the protagonist of Galhaz and has some cheat skill like dieting? Though, there wasn't any such skill in Enhaz. Liz seems bored, so why don't we step outside the royal capital for a bit? If it's just a day trip, it shouldn't be too dangerous. That's a wonderful idea. Liz's eyes sparkled with excitement, probably because she was relieved to escape her boredom. Well, there's not much to see outside the royal capital, but if I think of it like taking a drive in my previous life, it's not a bad choice. Your Highness Harold, I'll arrange for a carriage immediately. All right, thanks. And so, we boarded the carriage Monica arranged and left the royal palace, heading beyond the royal capital. Oh my, isn't that Liliana and the others? You're right. At the end of Liz's pointing finger, we spotted Liliana holding multiple skewers of meat with a satisfied grin, while Lloyd frantically protested, and Uli watched with a wry smile as he tried to stop him. Those three have gotten quite close over the past month. Though Uli still finds excuses to stick close to me whenever possible. Let's hurry along. If Ulysses-sama sees us, it'll be a hassle. Ahaha. Uli is Xandra's nemesis, so she's desperate to keep him from joining them. No need to worry, though. Thanks to Liliana's unintentional help, they hadn't noticed our carriage. And so, there's nothing here, is there? That's to be expected. Outside the royal capital is just like this, isn't it? The scenery beyond the gates was a plain overgrown with grass. Well, from a strategic standpoint, it makes sense not to have any defensive structures in the area where battles could take place. Your Highness Harold, There's a small stream a bit further ahead. How about heading there? Oh, that sounds nice. At Monica's suggestion, the carriage headed toward the stream. However, this doesn't look like a stream, does it? The river was about 100 meters wide. This wasn't a stream, it was the Thamesis River. The Thamesis River runs through the royal capital, Cadiz, serving as a lifeline for the kingdom. It's used not only for daily necessities but also as a critical point for transportation and trade. As your dedicated maid, joking is a part of my repertoire. Ah, I see. How cold you've become, Your Highness Harold. Am I to be discarded now? All right. Enough of that. Not that I'd ever discard someone as irreplaceable as you, and you know it. Though the fact that we can exchange jokes like this is a testament to the nature of our relationship. That said, the breeze feels great, and the view is nice. Doesn't it? Feel free to lavish me with more praise. The moment I compliment her, she gets like this. Honestly, she already stands out enough. She doesn't need to puff out her chest any more than she already does. Haru, let's have tea here. Sure, sounds good. At Liz's suggestion, or rather, her command, we spread a blanket on the ground and started enjoying tea. However, it's rare to see a woman in a maid's uniform walking around in a place like this. Indeed, it seems that individual's memory lasts no longer than a month. Xandra and I exchanged shrugs as we watched a woman in a maid's uniform with braided hair. She was Margaret's personal maid. Chapter 167, Assault of First Queen's Dedicated Maid. This is unusual, to see a woman in a maid outfit walking around in a place like this. Indeed, it seems that person's memory span is limited to 1 month. Xandra and I shrugged our shoulders as we looked at the braided woman in the maid outfit, the exclusive maid of Margaret. However, at the very least, that exclusive maid does not appear in Engage Hazard. Which means, Xandra, Monica, there's no way you two could lose, and I'll absolutely protect you, but still, it's better to stay cautious. Xandra and Monica are overwhelmingly stronger than the protagonists and heroines of Inhaz. Then again, the strength of that dedicated maid, who is also no more than a mob character, could be unpredictable. Irregular beings like this are troublesome. Stop. When I said that, the dedicated maid stopped in her tracks. Her expression didn't change as she simply stared at us. In the meantime, Liz, Christia, and Monica stood up and took defensive positions beside me. From our stance, it seemed she recognized that we considered her an enemy. So, what are you doing walking around alone in a place like this? Surely, you're not out for a stroll after leaving your master Margaret's side? I threw in some sarcasm to gauge her reaction, but there was no change in the maid's expression. Well, I already knew she wasn't just an ordinary maid. That means you've got business with me, but unfortunately, I have none with you. If you turn around and leave immediately, I'll overlook it just this once. No response even to threats. Is there a reason she absolutely cannot back down, or is this an expression of her confidence that she can take us all down? I'm not sure. Your Highness Harold, something is approaching. It's probably a fairly large magical beast. Ah, I see. Cass. Understood. As expected of Monica, she sensed it immediately. Could it be that this maid is acting so boldly because of the presence of that magical beast? Clang. Whoa, that was sudden. You managed to block that attack. The dedicated maid closed the distance in an instant without a sound and struck the jet black shield Casperleague that I deployed, then leaped back immediately. She held cookery knives in both hands. It seems Margaret values her life little this time. And you feel the same way. Margaret's armor has nothing to do with this. This is my own decision. Incoming. I raised my shield to confront the dedicated maid. At that moment, Your Highness Harold. Below you. TSK. At Monica's shout, I leapt back with all my might. Screech. From the ground where I had been standing moments ago, a giant centipede-like magical beast burst forth. This is the raid boss from the Summer Limited horror event in Enhaz, Vergeltungswaffe. Why does its name have to be such a tongue twister? Everyone. A prolonged fight with this beast will put us at a disadvantage. Its main attack method is the pincers on its head, so stay calm and handle it. Understood. Following my instructions, not only Xandra and Monica but also Carla, wielding the dragon-slaying sword Ascalon, launched their attacks on Vergeltungswaffe, or rather, the centipede. Let's just call it that. Me. Just a lowly insect. I'll incinerate it. Infernal flame. Master, please grant us your blessing. Barrier of light. Divine rebirth. Not to be outdone, Liz unleashed her attack skills, and Christia cast protective walls and auto-healing magic on everyone. Xandra and Monica aside, with Carla, one of the heroines with the highest attack power in Enhaz, Liz, a master of combined fire and dark attribute magic, and Christia, possessing the best healing and support skills among all heroines, isn't this just a ridiculously strong party? With this, it seems the centipede can be handled by those three. In that case, you shouldn't underestimate my precious allies. So, is your trump card just that centipede magical beast? Though I provoked her, the one I'm most wary of is this maid. The reason is simple. Skilled mobs who aren't part of Enhaz's cast are dangerous. I need to draw her attention to keep her focused on me, until the others take down the centipede. Why do you seek a quick resolution in your fight against Vergeltungswaffe? It's obvious. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. I see. Crossing her kukri knives, the dedicated maid inhaled deeply. Shaw. She closed in on me in a single breath and unleashed a flurry of strikes with her kukri knives. Fast, but still slower than Xandra or Monica, or so I thought. You even dodged that. The blades of her kukri knives suddenly shifted trajectory and aimed for my legs. I dodged at the last second, but these unpredictable movements are troublesome. Excuse me. It seems I underestimated the incompetent bratty prince. Thank you for the compliment. But I have no intention of forgiving you. Well then, judging by her tone, it seems she's been holding back until now. I don't know how deep her strength runs, but I'll just keep defending against her attacks. Ha ha ha. Oh, done with the emotionless act. Before anyone realized, Monica had gotten behind the maid, gracefully curtsying while holding a dagger. Chapter 168, Dedicated maid seems unwilling to give up. Oh, done with the emotionless act. Before anyone realized, Monica had gotten behind the maid, gracefully curtsying while holding a dagger. Even though I had focused solely on defense, it had been difficult for me to perceive Monica's movements. This convinces me that Monica's skills as an assassin are undoubtedly the best in Enhaz. Of course, she is far superior to the woman before us, who seems flustered at having her back taken. So, you seem to have some grand kukri knives with you, but it appears you're struggling to handle them properly. For someone in the profession of assassination, such flamboyance is entirely unnecessary. What? Monica once again moved to the woman's blind spot and effortlessly snatched the kukri knife from her left hand. Her movements were so fast that even I struggled to keep up visually. This knife does seem to have seen some use, but it's nothing commendable. Most importantly, even a slight nick on the blade is absolutely unacceptable. Silence. It almost seemed as if Monica was giving a lecture on assassination techniques, which must be a severe humiliation for any top-notch assassin. She really knows how to provoke others. Oh, if you want me to be silent, why don't you stop me yourself? If you can, that is. Silency. The dedicated maid was unable to maintain her poker face any longer. She roared and lunged forward with her kukri knife in her right hand. Even as someone who isn't an assassin, I can tell that her loss of composure has left her full of openings. See. By now, you've already lost your life 5 times over. Naturally, Monica didn't miss a single one of these openings. In an instant, she placed the tip of her knife against the woman's neck, heart, and forehead. Your Highness Harold, what shall we do with this person? Let's see, since we have the chance, should we feed her to the centipede? It looks like we might just make it in time. Hearing that, the woman immediately abandoned the fight and ran straight for the centipede. Is she planning to throw herself into its mouth? No, that can't be right. Or so I thought. I couldn't believe it. She actually leapt into the centipede's mouth herself. The magical beast is escaping. Harusama, What should we do? Of course, we can't let it escape. Let's pursue it immediately. Understood. If we let Fairgeltungsvaff escape, it will be a disaster. Since she's Margaret's dedicated maid, I doubt they'd attack the royal capital itself, but they'll definitely come at us with full force, no doubt about it. Damn, it's fast. Indeed. We ran at full speed, but the centipede was even faster, fleeing at a rapid pace. Could it be that she entered the centipede's mouth as a means to escape us? And then, git, you foo-foo, blocking your path. The centipede collided head-on with a deployed barrier of light. Taking advantage of the moment, Christia quickly surrounded the centipede with additional barriers of light. Well, now there's no escape. Gitch 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 gitch. The centipede was unable to move. It struggled as we cautiously approached it. Although it was immobilized, we couldn't rule out the possibility of something unexpected happening. Then, please, I beg of you, let us go. The dedicated maid emerged from the centipede's mouth and, in stark contrast to her earlier attitude, prostrated herself on the ground. This world sure does love using prostration. Not that I can talk. Sigh. First, let me ask. Were you acting on Margaret's orders when you attacked us? And no. This was entirely my own decision, I swear it. She pressed her forehead to the centipede's head, desperately pleading. For now, we'll say this was an independent action by one of her subordinates, though I can't fully trust that. Still, I can't help but feel relieved by her response. Next question. I assume your attempt to assassinate me is because of last month's incident, but why wait until now? You've had plenty of chances before this. We can't lay hands on you inside the royal capital. And Fairchan here cannot enter the capital either. Ah, I see. Indeed, if a giant centipede appeared in the capital, it would cause massive chaos and damage. Then lastly, what kind of death do you desire? This is only fair since she came for our lives. But as a small mercy, I'll at least let her choose the manner of her death. One that's quick and painless. Then, resigned, the dedicated maid continued with her head lowered. With your lives. The centipede opened its massive mouth, aiming directly at us. But wait, the charge shouldn't be complete for at least another 5 minutes, right? Kuhei. To bury you all, half, is enough. So, that's it. The maximum skill of Fairgeltungsvaff, multi-chamber cannon, has a 10-minute SP charge time. It's supposed to be unusable without a full charge. But in this world, it seems it can be fired even without full charge. I never imagined that my knowledge of Enhaz would backfire like this. Xandra and Monica could escape the attack's ultra-long range, almost all-encompassing scope. But Liz, Christia, and Carla wouldn't be able to. In that case, Xandra, Monica. Right now. Hee. Why would we need to run, Harusama, when you will protect us? I'm holding back my urge to flee. So, after this, I'll be expecting a special bonus. Good grief, these two are unbelievable. Not only have they completely seen through my plan to shield everyone, but they're also teasing me about it. Cass. Yes, we have to do this. I'll stop that thing with you, Haru. Right. Together, we'll protect everyone. With everyone behind me, I stomped firmly on the ground and gritted my teeth. And then, we were engulfed in a flash of light. Chapter 169. It is just like being a harem protagonist. The multi-chamber cannon, a unique skill of the magical beast Fairgeltungsvaff, boasts one of the highest levels of firepower in Engage Hazard. With a single attack, it can inflict lethal damage to the entire character party. However, due to its immense firepower, the multi-chamber cannon requires a substantial amount of SP to fire, taking a full 10 minutes to charge. As for countermeasures, there are two main options: either defeat the magical beast Fairgeltungsvaff within the 10-minute charging window or mitigate the damage using characters with water element affinity, which is known to counter its fire element attack and bolster defenses with buffs. Dodging. The multi-chamber cannon has a super long range and a 270-degree attack radius. The only safe spot is directly behind Fairgeltungsvaff. Realistically, only Xandra and Monica, with their ultra-high-speed movement capabilities, could evade it. And yet, Xandra and Monica both declared they trust Cass and me to protect them. There's no way around it. I'll have to defend them at all costs. Goo. Guff. The sheer heat and power of the attack pressed me backward, even with my maxed out stats, the abilities of Jet Blackshield Casper League, and the full defensive boost from my indestructible title. In Engage Hazard, all attacks are shown as one-turn animations, so I had no idea how long the attack would actually last in reality. But I won't lose, hey! I shouted from the depths of my soul to fire myself up and began pushing back. Huff, huff. Impossible. We managed to block the multi-chamber cannon. DG. How dare you make Haru-sama go through so much trouble? Seizing the opportunity after the attack ceased, Xandra pierced Fergeltungsvaf's head with her barmung. Prepare yourself. Gah. Ua. Monica had already moved behind the dedicated maid without anyone noticing and severed her neck with her dagger. Phew, we did it. Hee hee. It's our victory. Cass reverted to her original kitten form, and I bumped my fist against her paw. Looking at him now, Cass also appeared slightly injured. Sigh. I really made my partner push herself too hard. Haha. That tickles. Hey, Haru, you're hurt too, you know. Suddenly, Cass started licking my cheek. I couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected ticklish sensation. Guess I got some scratches myself. But really, Cass, there's no need to worry that much. I'm fine, seriously. Alright, then it's my turn to return the favor. Naya haha, that tickles. It tickles so much. I returned the gesture, licking her wounds in turn. Cass giggled uncontrollably, wriggling on the ground. Anyway, is everyone else okay? Why yes, thanks to you, Haru, we're all unharmed. That's good to hear, but what's with their strange reactions? Not just Liz, but both Christia and Carla were staring at me with completely dumbfounded expressions. To think you could shield us from an attack capable of reducing the entire area to scorched earth and come out with only minor scratches. His Highness Harold has drifted even further out of our reach. Oh. Yeah, now that I think about it, I did block that multi-chamber cannon. Looking back, it's kind of amazing, isn't it? Or, no, it is amazing. I mean, I stopped one of the highest damage attacks in Enhaz. After regaining my memories from my previous life, I had envisioned this kind of strength, the strength to protect. The strength to protect what's precious to me. Well done, Haru-sama. Yeah, thanks. But Xandra, taking down a magical beast like Fergeltungsvaf with its tough exoskeleton in a single blow, that's incredible, too. Hee hee. I am your sword, after all. Xandra smiled softly as she spoke. That's right. You're my sword, and I'm your shield. The strongest sword and shield together, that's a true paradox. Hee hee. Yes. Xandra leapt into my arms, rubbing her cheek against me happily. She looked so adorable that I couldn't help but stroke her platinum blonde hair. Wait. Your Highness Harold, may I also have the honor of being patted as a reward? Ah, that's unfair. I worked hard too, you know. Hee hee. I'd like to be rewarded as well. Me too. No, wait, what am I saying? One after another, everyone leaned in close, demanding head pats. Hat is this? I feel like a harem protagonist. Well, I mean. Foo-foo. Hee-hee. So soothing. If my precious companions who worked so hard for me are asking for something as simple as head pats, then I'll gladly indulge them as much as they want. Chapter 170. First Prince visits with a serious expression. How was it, Monica? Yes. When I delivered that woman's head, Margaret became distraught. When I asked Monica, who had just returned from her errand, she reported dispassionately without changing her expression. So, Margaret was distraught. That means that her dedicated maid, Ie Mochizuki, was a very important existence to her. Incidentally, Ie Mochizuki is a heroine who was implemented in Enhaz a week before the announcement of its service termination in my previous life. Ie, who is from an eastern country, had a backstory where she enrolled in the Royal Academy as a ninja spy sent by someone. I remember that much of the scenario, though I had never imagined she was under Margaret's employ. Ie's unique skill, 7 disguises, allowed her to transform into any appearance. So, when I saw her in disguise, I mistakenly assumed she wasn't a character from Enhaz and became unnecessarily cautious. Her disguises were indeed top-notch. Even I couldn't discern her true identity. If Monica says so, then it must be true. However, Iame was clearly inferior to Monica in everything other than disguises. But distraught, her. I gazed out the window and muttered softly. I hadn't sought this outcome, yet still, I had shattered my mother's heart. It was too late to change anything, and instead of guilt, I mostly felt emptiness at the realization that Iame was more important to that woman than I was. If Xandra, Monica, or Cass weren't here, I would have been the one who had broken down. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Monica shook her head as she replied. How silly. You always tease and never show your own emotions, so why are you making that kind of face now? Ah. Monica, I'm fine. But thank you. Yes. Feeling a bit guilty towards Xandra, I gently embraced my precious personal maid, who had hurt for my sake, to express my gratitude. And then, knock, knock. It seemed someone had come to this room. I'll check who it is. All right. Reluctantly, Monica gently let go and moved towards the door. I wonder who it could be. If it were Xandra, she'd call out while knocking. If it were Liz, she wouldn't knock at all. If it were Christia, she'd knock persistently. If it were Carla, she'd knock much more vigorously. Wait, isn't Xandra the only one who knocks properly? Well, Ully would also call out, and surprisingly, Liliana has recently started showing some noble manners when it doesn't involve meat. So, it's not like everyone's strange, right? Though, let's be honest. It's probably that guy. Your Highness Harold, His Highness Cadiz is here to see you. See? Judging by Margaret's state, I figured he'd come. What shall I do? Of course, I'll meet him. Please show him to the reception room. As you wish. Now then, what should I talk about? Falling out of favor in the royal succession due to King Ibar's favor towards Wilfred, losing Margaret as his greatest supporter because of me. In a way, no one has been more unfortunate than Cadiz since I regained my previous life's memories. If the story had followed the scenario of Engage Hazard, at least he would have retained a decent position as Wilfred's rival. Or perhaps not. After reincarnating into this world and meeting Wilfred, I realized that beyond Enhaz's storyline, he probably brought misfortune to those involved with him. Oh well. For now, let's just hear what Cadiz has to say. Sorry to keep you waiting. I put on a smiling mask and appeared in the reception room. Cadiz widened his eyes for a moment before casting them downward. I wonder if that reaction is due to anger or fear toward me for what I did to his mother, or if it stems from something else entirely. So, what brings you all the way to this detached palace? I thought you and I had clearly severed ties. Yes, I know. Oh. He responded meekly to my sarcastic remark. This has the makings of a troublesome situation. Well then, let's get straight to the point. I'm busy, after all. Although all I'm really doing is spending the rest of my summer vacation with Xandra, Liz, and the others. But no, really. Liz is the first princess of the Capetian Kingdom, Christia is the saint of the Holy Kingdom, and above all, Xandra is my fiancée. There's no engagement more important than that. And yet, Cadiz only looked down and remained silent. I could hardly bear this silence any longer. After a few more minutes of waiting, Harold, I request a duel with you. Finally, he opened his mouth, and what came out was a challenge to a duel. Chapter 171, A Duel with Cadiz. Harold, I request a duel with you. Finally, he opened his mouth, and what came out was a challenge to a duel. I guess it means that as his real older brother, he's going to make his useless younger brother, who is scorned as the incompetent bratty prince, understand that he is the real brother. Don't worry. I've also heard the circumstances about Mother. I understand your feelings about being targeted for your life by your own mother. But I need closure. To me, you are nothing more than a useless, incompetent little brother. A pathetic man who lacked any talent, always watching my face to curry favor with me. He really lets me have it. Well, it's all true, though. If we spar, will you be satisfied? Yes. I will ask for nothing more. Cardis raised his face and looked at me. The murkiness in his grey eyes, which I saw a month ago, seemed to have faded a little. All right. I'm sorry. As I sighed, Cardis bowed deeply. Even that was enough to surprise me. This man had never once bowed his head to Harold. So, when will it be? I'm fine with whenever. Then, let's do it now. I never thought we'd fight right away. Well, since he doesn't just want to defeat me outright, there's no need to prepare or anything. So, then. Alright, let's get started. Whoa, 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 Cardis is coming at me full force. The weapon he's holding in his right hand is his personal, UR-rank weapon, Supreme Kingspear Rongomient. He's seriously aiming to take me out. You have nothing to worry about. After all, you defeated Wilfred in a duel half a year ago. Surely, deflecting my spear should be no trouble for you. Hey, stop saying things like that so casually. I know Cardis' abilities well from Enhaz. But I have no intention of giving you this victory. Gripping Cass, who had transformed into Jet Black Shield Casperleague, I faced Cardis head-on. The only people in this training field were me, Cardis, and Monica, acting as the witness. Xandra. She's probably taking her time in the bath right about now. She always puts so much effort into her grooming for my sake. Monica. Yes. At my words, Monica stepped to the center. And then. Now then. Begin. Shish. At Monica's signal, Cardis thrust his spear forward. The reach is long, as expected of a spear. But. So, you can still block it. Cardis muttered that, but unfortunately, his thrust was too straightforward. Reading the trajectory of the spear was easy. This kind of attack practically begged to be blocked. That said, I can only make such remarks because Xandra trained me to the limits. For anyone else, that attack alone would have left them riddled with holes. That's how fast and sharp Cardis' spear is. Then how about this? Cardis' spear multiplied into countless copies, all rushing at me at once. The unique skill shotgun sling? That won't work. Instead, the increased attack count has weakened each strike. This shotgun sling allows for wide area attacks but at the cost of reducing each hit's power compared to regular strikes. It's poorly matched against my defense-focused style. That's what I was hoping for. With a smirk, Cardis dropped his stance and tightened his body. No way. Is he about to unleash his ultimate skill, Twin Divine Destruction? Take this. The full force of Cardis' weird Horbolts. Twin God Destruction. Cardis moved so fast his arms couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and his spear became two streaks of light heading straight for me. Both the power and speed were impeccable, and the trajectory cut the shortest path like beams of light. However, sorry, but this won't be enough to defeat me. I parried Cardis' all-out attack with ease and spoke calmly. The multi-chamber cannon of the magical beast Vergeltungswaffe is faster and more powerful than Cardis' spear. There's no reason I couldn't defend against Twin God Destruction. Before regaining my memories of my past life, I, Harold, would never have been able to block it. No, if I had remained the old Harold, I would have been nothing more than the incompetent bratty prince. I would have been defeated by Wilfred and executed. I would be a fool unworthy even of being a stepping stone. How about it, Cardis? I've grown stronger, haven't I? This is the result of regaining my past life memories, working hard to survive, and deciding to stay by my most beloved fiancée's side. I can proudly say I made the right choice. As Cardis slumped his shoulders, I looked at him coldly. I acknowledge that I shattered the world of Engage Hazard for my own convenience. I admit that. And as a result, you've fallen so far that you can't even reach my feet. Even though you were supposed to be a rival character to the protagonist and one of the most capable individuals in Enhaz. However, that's also partly your own fault for growing complacent in your position. You refused to recognize me, labeling me as the incompetent bratty prince and treating me as nothing more than a tool. In the end, you let yourself be swayed by King Ibar's sweet words and brought Wilfred into your fold. All of this is the result of your own choices. Brother. I admit defeat. Prompted by my voice, Cardis grimaced in frustration as he acknowledged his loss. Chapter 172. Protagonist smoothly builds a harem. So, have you sorted out this closure or whatever it was? I asked Cadiz, who was slumping his shoulders, with Cass, who had returned to her kitten form from the Jet Black Shield Casper League, perched on my shoulder. From our duel, I understood that this man didn't simply want to defeat me. If that was the case, I wanted him to be satisfied with this and ensure he wouldn't involve himself with me further. Yeah. I've come to realize just how much I've relied on my position and mother. That's good to hear. Even if he realized this now, there's almost no chance of him reversing the situation in the royal succession contest against Wilfred and Raphael. It would be more advantageous for him to give up and decide on his next steps. Wait a second. If the main story of Engage Hazard were to begin, I can't definitively say he wouldn't have a chance. Even though I warned King Ibar never to make the contest bring the world's best fiancée, and they will become the next king as a reward for defeating Wilfred, he could easily go back on that promise. In fact, it's highly likely he would. If that happens, it might mean Cadiz still has a chance. That is, if he's willing to abandon his current fiancée, Frederica. What are you planning to do from here? Well, I could struggle to the end, but it's likely to be futile. Even relying on Frederica's family isn't an option anymore, as our ties have already been severed. Wait, what did Cadiz just say? Isn't the breakup with Frederica supposed to happen after the main story of Enhaz begins? You didn't know? I received a formal request from the Marshall household, Frederica's family, to annul our engagement, and I accepted it. Why? Margaret would never have accepted that. Even I can't bear to endure further humiliation. Cadiz interrupted me and bit his lip. What's going on here? Anyway, thank you for the duel. Straightening his posture, Cadiz gave a bow and left the training grounds. I could only watch his back as he walked away. I wish I could have seen Harusama's gallant figure. Sorry. As soon as I returned to my room after the duel with Cadiz, Xandra was visibly upset, and I was desperately trying to calm her down. But even her sulky demeanor was just too cute, making this nothing short of a reward for me. Then, Your Highness Harold, I have just returned. Monica, how did it go? Yes. As she prepared tea for us, Monica began explaining the results of the investigation I had asked her to conduct. As it turns out, the breakup between Cadiz and Frederica was indeed true. The Marshall household had formally proposed it, and both Cadiz and King Ibar had accepted. I found it surprising that Cadiz agreed to this, even more than the absurd declaration King Ibar plans to make in April about bringing the world's best fiancé. It seems the reason Cadiz agreed to the annulment is tied to that scumbag. Wilfred. Yes. Apparently, since before the summer break, there have been numerous sightings of the scumbag and Frederica enjoying each other's company. Even during the summer break, she was reportedly among the female students invited by him. I see. So, basically, she was stolen away by Wilfred, wasn't she? Even though I had distanced myself, I couldn't help but feel sorry for Cadiz. But Wilfred, even before the main story begins, is already building a harem at an impressive pace. Is this really okay from an Enhaz perspective? I really want to make Wilfred taste hell somehow. I pressed my temples and muttered. But this was my biggest mistake. Finally. What? Finally, Harusama has given his permission. Xandra's eyes turned blood red as she smiled with the corners of her lips curling upwards. Yeah. I've accidentally flipped a dangerous switch. Just to be clear, I was only speaking hypothetically, okay? Making Wilfred suffer comes much later, okay? No, Harusama. The longer we wait, the more damage he will cause. If anything, we're already late. Let's eliminate him right now. Monica, help me stop her. Yes. Xandra, who had completely gone rogue, was barely restrained by Monica and me. However, she was already grabbing Balmung and was about to bolt out of the room. At that moment, if you do something like that on your own, Haru, I think he would despise you for it. Xandra froze at Cass's words. Harusama, yeah. I don't want you to do something like that. Her eye color reverted to a gentle blue in an instant, and Xandra looked as if she was about to burst into tears. She must have just realized how far she had gone. Cass, you really said the right thing. I'm so sorry. Please don't abandon me. There's no way I would do that. You're my precious fiancée, after all. Why yes. As I hugged Xandra, who was trembling, I gently stroked her back. Phew. I really need to be more careful with my words from now on. But to survive and protect what's most important to me, I need to eliminate Wilfred in a way that everyone can agree upon. That's why I need to prepare. Until the time when Engage Hazard begins. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 173, Having a Good Time. Even though the royal capital is to the south, it's so cold. In December, the royal capital, Cadit, had completely turned into a winter landscape. On the way from the dormitory to the school building, Ully was shivering from the cold. Well, Salso is colder, right? Or is it that you're not good with the cold, Ully? Of course. If possible, I wouldn't want to move a step away from the fireplace during winter, even though I just asked casually. Ully was adamantly insisting. Well, I guess just because you live in a cold region doesn't mean you're used to the cold. Then, I'll lend you my jacket. I don't need it. Oh, wow. Lloyd gathered his courage to make the offer, but Ully was so cold-hearted. But I guess it can't be helped. Recently, Lloyd's attitude towards Ully has become a bit too obvious. He's probably wary. Xandra, aren't you cold? Do you want me to lend you my jacket? Yes, please. Please do. Whoa. Xandra leaned forward eagerly, and I couldn't help but lean back in surprise. Well, here you go. Thank you. It smells like Haru-sama. Xandra sniffed the jacket, and I immediately checked if I smelled okay. I don't smell bad, right? Your Highness Harold, I'm cold too. Do you want me to take my clothes off? As always, my dedicated maid is ruthless. But, since summer vacation, I feel like her sense of distance has become even closer. Or maybe that's just my imagination. It's probably just my imagination. Haru, in situations like this, you should wear several layers beforehand. That way, you can lend your jacket to everyone, right? That would just make me look super bulky. I wonder what Liz is talking about. If I wore that much, I'd be way too hot, and besides, why do I have to lend my jacket? She should bring her own. If I could borrow your Highness Harold's body. Just kidding, okay. Christia, who was about to say something unnecessary, was immediately hit with an ice-cold glare from Xandra and hurriedly corrected herself. Despite all the trauma she went through, she's really persistent. If you move around, you'll warm up quickly. So, Your Highness Harold, how about we have a sparring match during lunch break? I'll think about it. Carla, too, has been persistently asking for sparring matches lately. It's fun sparring with her, but the frequency has become a little too much. Sigh. I'm starting to worry that everyone will stab Haru eventually. No, what are you talking about? My important ones would never do something like that, and besides, if things come to a head, I've got my partner, so it'll be fine. That's exactly it. Cass, who was sitting on my shoulder, relaxed his mouth and rubbed his body against my cheek. The warmth from his fur is so comforting. With Cass around, I feel like winter is perfectly fine. So, since summer vacation, I've been surrounded by my important ones, enjoying my happy days. However, Wilsama, let's go to class together. Please stop. Your Highness is being bothered by this. You're annoying. You, a fallen noble, should be grateful to be allowed to stay near Wilsama. Stop it. You'll cause trouble for Wilsama. Now, Wilsama, let's go. It would be perfect if that person wasn't in my line of sight. By the way, Wilfred now shows off his harem without trying to hide it. So annoying. Also, Frederica, as soon as she broke off her engagement with Cardis, is now all over Wilfred. Doesn't she feel guilty or have any sense of restraint? I guess not. In this regard, she's exactly like Wilfred's mother, Samantha. Haru-san, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Okay. Let's wait until lunch. Liliana suddenly broke the mood and asked for meat. She's been rapidly standing out within the Royal Academy these past few months, just like the protagonist of Gal has. Her basic abilities have grown at an incredible rate, and more than that, because she's an unattribute character like Wilfred, she can use any weapon or skill, which is truly terrifying. Recently, she's been learning buff skills from Christia and has become a powerhouse fighter who specializes in physical combat with stacked buffs. I could never win in a fight with her anymore. Well then, let's do our best today. After all, the end-of-year exams start next week. Eek. With that one sentence, Liz, Liliana, and Lloyd screamed. Well, yeah. Good luck. Chapter 174. The year-end exam event begins. The year-end exam at the Royal Academy can be called the culmination of the students' efforts up until now, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the ranking in the Academy is shaped by how well they perform in it. In Engage Hazard, the year-end exam is also an annual event held every December. The ranking is determined by quizzes about NHAZ and raid boss defeats, and those ranked highly are given event-exclusive UR weapons as rewards. The year-end exam event has only been held once, though. Well, it can't be helped since the service ended 6 months after release. No, of course, as a heavy user, I'm not at all satisfied, you know? I spent all my part-time job money on the year-end exam event gacha, spinning it like crazy. In any case, we have to do our best to get through this event and have a peaceful winter break. So, with that. Here, you've made a mistake here. Haru's so harsh. Today, I decided to hold a study session for the year-end exam. As for the classroom work, it's a piece of cake for me, since I was a university student in my previous life, so I'm just focused on teaching Liz, Liliana, and Lloyd. By the way, since I worked part-time as a tutor in my past life, I'm pretty good at teaching. Right? You're thinking, if you can be a tutor, you can't be socially awkward, right? Well, let me tell you, in order to pull off the gacha in NHAZ, I had no choice but to overcome that. Here, Liliana, if you substitute this into the formula, you can solve it easily. Haru-sensei, I want some rewards, meat, to motivate me. Wow, this female protagonist is really true to her desires. But well, if avoiding failure can be as simple as giving her some meat, then I guess that's cheap. Got it. If you manage to pass the year-end exam with a passing grade, I'll treat you to meat, Liliana. You said it. You promised, right? As soon as I mentioned meat, her reaction was incredible. However, her attitude toward studying also changed 180 degrees. I feel like a beast tamer. Well, why is everyone looking at me? Not just my students Liz and Lloyd, but even Xandra and the others are looking at me with eyes full of greed. Sigh. I get it. If everyone gets above a passing grade, in the name of Harold Weird D. Hallbaz, I'll throw a grand celebration for you. Yay. Well, if this is enough to motivate everyone, I guess it's fine, right? Or is it not? The day of the year-end exam finally arrived. We're currently each staring at our exam papers in our respective classrooms. However, this is a piece of cake for Monica. Xandra, who put her pen down and smiled, and Monica, who lifted her glasses and gave a smug face, caught my eye. As for these two, I don't need to worry. In fact, Monica is 4 years older than us. I can feel the murderous intent coming from her, so I'll keep my distance. More importantly, damn it, this year's exam has definitely been the hardest one yet, right? My meat, it's gone. It seems like Lloyd and Liliana are struggling. I just hope they don't fail. Ali is staring out the window, ignoring the exam. I'm not worried about him, but it is a bit concerning. Don't look around during the exam. It would be terrible to be suspected of cheating. I stopped observing everyone and focused on reviewing my exam paper. Then, Aoth, it's no use. I'm done for. Goodbye, meat. Thank you for everything, meat. After the academic exams were done, Lloyd buried his face in his desk and clutched his head, while Liliana was burned out and turned completely blank. Hey, it's okay. Even if you fail the academic exam, you can make up for it in the practical exam, right? That's true, but... after Haru-san taught me. I can't. I desperately comforted the two of them, and we moved to the training grounds to prepare for the next practical exam. The practical exam is in a real combat style, where students are randomly grouped into 4-member teams, and they fight magical beasts provided by the academy. In terms of content, it seems like it's similar to the raid boss battles in the NHAS year-end exam event. God, please put me and Harukuan on the same team, ahahaha. Since the teachers form teams based on the students' ability balance, it's impossible to know who you'll end up with. Also, the teams aren't just from our class but from all grades, so in the worst case, I could end up on the same team as Wilfred. No, that's unlikely. The Royal Academy isn't that stupid to put someone as antagonistic as me and Wilfred on the same team. But, other than Wilfred and me, they probably won't take any special considerations, so there's a chance that some of his harem members might end up on my team. Conversely, it's also possible that Xandra might end up in Wilfred's team. That's something I absolutely want to avoid. Alright then, I'll now announce the team formation. A board was posted in the training ground, and the teams were announced. Unfortunately, my team ended up consisting of Ully, Liliana, and Wilfred's personal maid, Marion. Chapter 175. The team only fills me with anxiety, but we decide to do our best. Unfortunately, my team members were Ully, Liliana, and Marion, Wilfred's personal maid. That woman, even at this point, she still intends to get in my way, in my Harusama's way. Well, don't you think that might be going a bit too far this time? I showed a wry smile as I admonished Xandra, whose expression had become severe. The team assignments were random, decided by the teacher. There's no way it could have been intentional, right? More importantly, are you okay, Xandra? That is. Since Harusama is not with me, no, I am not okay. It's unbearable. It's painful. I cannot stand it. I will file a formal protest with the Royal Academy. No, the thing I was worried about was Frederica, Cardiz's former fiancée, being in the same team with you. It's not us being separated. Now I'm even more concerned. Monica, Liz, please look after Xandra for me, okay? Leave it to me. I'll keep a constant watch so that Milady doesn't go out of control. Well, Xandra's feelings for Haru are abnormal, so it can't be helped. Why does Liz always give me such a cold stare? Please, spare me. And also, Saint-Osama, Carladono, please be careful. Knowing that person, they must be up to no good. Yufufu, thank you for your concern. Carla and I will keep our distance from the tainted prince. A saint is tainted, it's no laughing matter. If that person dares to act improperly, I will use this dragon-slaying sword Ascalon to reduce them to rust. Wow, Christia's venomous tongue really went off. To pun with tainted prince. That's clever. Carla, on the other hand, looks like she might slash Wilfred at any moment if left alone. Her straightforward personality probably won't accept something like a harem, and she seems to have the worst compatibility with that guy. But in NHAS, she's one of the heroines and part of the harem. It's complicated. Alright then, everyone, take care. You don't have to say it so many times. You're such a worrywart. When I repeated myself for emphasis, Liz smiled wryly. But usually, since I'm with everyone, I can protect them. In this practical exam, I won't be by their side. It's natural to worry. It's okay. Everyone understands your feelings, so no one will push themselves too hard. More importantly, make sure you take care of yourself, alright? Ahaha. Liz lightly pressed her fist against my chest. Yeah, worrying too much would just be a nuisance. Alright, let's all do our best. And, let's make sure we finish this practical exam safely, with smiles on everyone's faces. Oh, after cheering together, we parted ways to join our respective teams, but before that, Monica, Saint-Osama. I called out to the two of them. I am Marion Shearer. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Marion arrived and greeted us with a deep bow, her face expressionless. Ever since Xandra utterly crushed her, she hadn't interacted with us. But according to Cedric's story and the testimonies of Warren's entourage, she had been scheming during Wilfred's party on the day of the entrance ceremony. I wonder what kind of tricks she'll pull to hinder us this time. Sorry, but I don't intend to get along with you. Well, hey. Ali turned her face away with a clear rejection, while Liliana, unsure of what to do, plastered on an awkward smile. Yep, the team's mood was terrible from the start. Just to make it clear, I'm Harold. I'm counting on you. Okay. Marion hesitated for a moment but timidly shook my outstretched hand. For the practical exam, we just need to defeat 3 monsters in the underground dungeon within the academy. Is everyone ready? Of course. I wonder if the monster meat is edible. Ali was brimming with enthusiasm, Liliana was drooling, and Marion nodded silently. Ali and Liliana lacked combat experience, and Marion's intentions remained a mystery. I was filled with unease. Well, let's go. Harold's team, moving out. Declaring this to the instructor at the dungeon entrance, we finally stepped into the dungeon. Whoa. The dim dungeon had torches placed at regular intervals along the corridors, with chilly air and a slightly eerie atmosphere. I couldn't help but exclaim. Although I had previously explored the ruins within the Royal Palace with Cass, this dungeon in the Royal Academy was more like the classic dungeon RPGs of my past life. It would excite any gamer. Do you think defeated enemies might join us? Haru-kun. I really doubt it. Ali gave me a blank stare, having caught my muttered comment. No, monsters and demons joining your party is a staple of RPGs, right? After all, this world is originally from a mobile RPG dating sim. While I was thinking that, oh, here comes one already. Before us appeared a magical beast. It was one of the raid bosses from the year-end event of Enhaz, the two-headed beast Orthros. Chapter 176. The strength of the protagonist from Galhaz is on full display. Oh, it's showing up already. A beast appeared before us. It was one of the 3 raid bosses from the year-end exam event in Enhaz, the two-headed magical beast Orthros. This is a good start. What do you mean? Listen. Among the 3 beasts we have to defeat in this dungeon, the two-headed beast Orthros is not particularly troublesome since its attacks are straightforward. For Ali and Liliana, who lack real combat experience, it's a perfect opponent to learn from. The other 2 beasts possess special skills and are far more challenging. With Orthros, which relies mainly on physical skills, I can ensure our safety by defending properly and defeating it without much risk. More importantly, this will serve as a trial for their future life at the academy. That's why I'm sorry, but could I ask you to simply observe this time? Understood. If Marion were to carelessly participate in the battle and endanger the other 2, it would be disastrous. By having her observe from a specific position where I can keep her in view at all times, I can manage any issues. Alright, I'll draw Orthros' attention first. Then, when there's an opening, you 2 attack. Got it. Leave it to me. I readied the jet black shield Casper League and faced Orthros. Hey, over here, Mutt. You're no match for us. Grah. Apparently, Orthros could understand human speech. Well, if Cass can speak human words, it's not surprising that Orthros has that level of intelligence. Oops. Attacks like that won't work on us. I blocked Orthros' rage-filled attacks while taunting it to draw its attention further. Given how easily it reacts to provocation, its intelligence doesn't seem that impressive after all. Compared to my partner, this beast is in a completely different league. Of course, because I'm Haru's partner, after all. Yeah, you're right. I ended up talking to myself again. I've been trying to fix this habit, but it's not improving at all. Well, as long as it's not bad-mouthing someone, it's fine, I guess. Alright. Ali. Liliana. Now's your chance. Okay. Ice bullet. Braveheart. 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 And one more. Braveheart. And then, take this. Gya. Ali's water-based skill, Ice Bullet, struck one of Orthros' 2 heads, causing it to flinch. Seizing the opportunity, Liliana repeatedly boosted her abilities with Braveheart, and then unleashed a powerful punch on Orthros' abdomen. Orthros was sent flying, crashed into the dungeon wall, and collapsed to the floor, silent. Yeah. As expected of the protagonist of Galhaz. That was complete overkill. Alright. We took it down safely. Yay. Meat. Ali and Liliana were overjoyed at their first combat victory. However, Liliana seemed a bit odd. She was probably serious about wanting to eat Orthros. Now that we've obtained Orthros's fang as proof of its defeat, let's move on. The remaining 2 beasts won't be as easy, so don't let your guard down. I reminded them firmly before leading everyone deeper into the dungeon. Liliana kept glancing back at Orthros, looking regretful, but I wished she would just give up already. More than that, I couldn't stop worrying about Marion, who had remained silent the entire time. Given everything that had happened so far, it was hard to believe this woman would stay quiet. When we first met, she underestimated me, the incompetent bratty prince, and was forced by Wilfred to switch her allegiance to him. After that, she entered a romantic state with him, wielding the UR weapon battle axe Skydrive to challenge Xandra. Even now, she followed Wilfred loyally. That's exactly why. You're such a fool. I muttered quietly. Even if she follows someone like him, even if she falls for someone like him, she'll never find happiness. Of course, I would never forgive Marion for trying to kill Xandra, nor would I try to get along with her. I just couldn't help but feel frustrated that one of Inha's heroines, whom I had loved, was heading toward misfortune. That's all. Harukuin? Before I knew it, Ali was peering into my face. Ah, no, it's nothing. Let's hurry up a bit. Ah, wait for me. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I quickened my pace through the dungeon. Chapter 177, Each Dungeon Strategy, 1. Alexandra de Chevalier's Point of View. I see. This seems to be quite an old dungeon. I muttered softly as I gazed at the walls, which were decayed in places. In this world, there are countless places referred to as dungeons. Within the depths of these dungeons, there are not only treasures of gold and silver but also rare weapons, armor, tools, and medicines. Discovering these could amass enough wealth to sustain 3 generations. So, not only individuals known as adventurers, who dream of striking it rich, but even entire nations devote themselves to exploring dungeons. That's even if it means risking their lives. Of course, since this particular dungeon was prepared as the Royal Academy's year-end examination, the student's safety has been ensured, so there's no need to worry about that. Proof of this. Look around. You can see Academy instructors cleverly hiding their presence and watching over us. Therefore, Frederica-san, are we okay to proceed at this pace? Why yes. At this level, there's no problem. It would seem difficult for her, Frederica Delaware Marshall, to attempt anything under Wilfred's orders in this situation. That said, she does appear somewhat pale. Could she truly accomplish her objectives in this condition? Foo-foo. I hope a magical beast shows up soon. The moment I spot one, I'll incinerate it entirely. Liz brushed her curled hair back with her left hand, displaying a confident smile. She knows of the discord between Harusama and that scum, Wilfred, but it seems she's unaware of the existence of the ladies who follow him. Well, that's to be expected. As the first princess of the Capetian kingdom, it would be impossible for her to keep track of the noble ladies of another country. In any case, my dear friend is someone Monica and I will protect without fail. And besides, Liz is also one of Harusama's precious someones. Then, everyone. To the left of the upcoming crossroad, a magical beast is lurking. Monica, who was leading the group, halted us and informed us in her usual monotone voice. It seemed a magical beast had finally decided to show itself. Liz, Frederica-san, please be cautious. Foo-foo. Why should I need to be cautious? With Xandra, Monica, and me here, magical beasts, whether 1 or 2, are insignificant. I don't dislike her personality, but I wish she'd tone down her overconfidence when it comes to combat. As the one leading this team, I can now better understand the burdens Harusama bears daily. And yet, sharing in his experiences does bring me a certain happiness. Milady, if I may have your permission, I will take care of it. Very well. Please proceed. Leave it to me. Monica bowed gracefully, then vanished from sight in an instant. And then, Jar Jar, Aaor. The faint sound of a magical beast's dying cry echoed through the dungeon corridor. Shall we proceed? Why yes. When we turned left at the crossroad, The massive body of a serpent-like magical beast lay sprawled on the ground, its 9 severed heads scattered throughout the corridor. As expected of Monica, her work is truly impeccable. Now, to acquire proof of the kill, the fangs. They are already obtained. Fufu, thank you. Well then, let's move on. Stepping over the serpent's body, we advanced deeper into the corridor. However, Frederica-san's complexion worsened further. Could it be that she was intimidated by a mere magical beast? Frederica-san, are you all right? Hi. No. How rude to scream when someone asks out of concern. Judging by her condition, she must be not only inexperienced in combat but also ill-suited to situations like this. If that's the case, perhaps there's no need to be overly cautious about her. Frederica-san, what is the meaning of this? Suddenly, I found myself bound by thorny vines. It was Frederica's magic. As expected, she has acted under that scum's orders. It's your fault. Because of you, Will-sama. Our interference, is it? That's an amusing claim. Hi. What does this foolish girl hope to achieve? At merely a slight display of killing intent, she has already turned pale, her knees trembling. Well, no matter. She has clearly shown hostility toward us, so I shall deal with her thoroughly, or so I thought. This is... how do you like my shellbind? There's no way even someone like Alexandra-sama can escape this restraint. Frederica spoke with a trembling voice, putting on a bold front. I see. Indeed, this could be somewhat troublesome. It's likely her ability, but it has sealed away a 10th, no, perhaps even a 20th of my usual strength. What have you done? Release me at once. That's impossible. I'm going to discipline you so thoroughly that you'll never dare oppose Will-sama again. Liz shouted angrily, but Frederica responded hysterically. What a foolish woman. No matter what she does, that scum will never truly cherish her. He is utterly different from my destined partner, Haru-sama. By the way, it's strange that the teachers haven't noticed this commotion. Of course not. The instructors assigned to this dungeon have already been eliminated. I see. I replied calmly, prompting Frederica to let out a triumphant cry. For someone of the household of Duke Marshal level, such authority would be impossible to obtain. It must mean that scum enlisted the king's aid, or perhaps... Ah, I see. It's the latter. Frederica-san, well done. Warren, appearing with a massive sword slung over his shoulder and a vile grin on his face, was the second scum, Warren Gibson. Chapter 178, Each Dungeon Strategy. 2. Alexandra de Chevalier's point of view. Frederica-san, well done. Warren, appearing with a massive sword slung over his shoulder and a vile grin on his face, was the second scum, Warren Gibson. In other words, this man is the one who eliminated the instructors. Well, since he is from a different year, it would have been possible for him to move freely during the practical exam. What's so funny? No, I was just wondering why, even though such scum has shown up, you look so relaxed. As I chuckled, Frederica twisted her face in a grotesque manner. I understand. Even though you're in a favorable position, you're still feeling uneasy, aren't you? Despite all this preparation, you're still unsure of your victory. Yes, that's it. That anxiety you feel is absolutely correct. It's because you are about to see hell. I carelessly tore through the thorny whips that were supposed to be binding me, taking a step closer to the two of them, then another. Ah, this is bad. I can't help but smile. I can't stop thinking about the scene where this dungeon will be painted with their blood. Hi, monster. What's with that look? This look. There's no need to worry about it. You're going to end your lives here today, de Chevalier. I drew Barmung from its sheath and aimed its tip first at the scum, then at the others. Now, why don't you come at me? Or, are you too scared of one little girl? How laughable. Ah, no, I can't hold back my laughter. How happy I am to be able to slaughter these who have wronged Haru-sama. Yes, all enemies of Haru-sama should be erased from this world. For that, I'll gladly stain my hands with the blood of scum. Don't underestimate me. Oh, so you're finally going to act. I've been waiting, you know. The foolish man rushed forward, shouting, carrying his exaggerated sword on his shoulder. But, it would be boring to end this with just one strike. After all, the fun of killing insects lies in plucking their wings one by one. You're so noisy. Don't scream so exaggeratedly just because you lost one arm. I only moved Barmonk slightly, and this man is already making such a fuss. Is this really the son of a knight commander? He has neither the skill nor the dignity for it. Aga! This is better now. After all, balance is important. With that, I severed his remaining arm, and scum number 2 rolled around on the floor. If he keeps this up, the bleeding will increase, and death will come faster, won't it? Now, next is your legs. Wait. If you keep this up, I'll die. Yes, I know. After all, I'm the one who's going to kill you. Hi. Each time I took a step forward, scum number 2 crawled backward like a worm. Foo. Doesn't that look just like scum? What a shame I can't show Haru-sama this sight. I'm sure he would have praised me, or so I thought. Monica, that's enough. I bring a message from Haru-sama. If you care for me, please don't kill anyone who's under Wilfred's orders. The moment I heard Monica's words, all the strength left my body, and I dropped Barmonk to the floor. In other words, I've gone against Haru-sama's wishes, didn't I? What should I do? If this goes on, Haru-sama will abandon me. I can't bear that. I can't. I scratched my head in frustration over the mistake I had made. If Haru-sama abandons me, I'll have no reason to live anymore. I can't. Don't worry. As you can see, this scum is not dead. Now Haru-sama will surely praise you. Really? Yes. Monica, will explain the facts to Haru-sama, so there's nothing to worry about. With relief from the bottom of my heart, I collapsed where I stood. I'm so glad. I can still stay by Haru-sama's side. Well then, this situation has rendered the practical exam irrelevant. As Haru-sama's plan dictates, let's head to the rendezvous point. Haru-sama's plan? Yes. I'll explain everything on our way to the rendezvous. With that, Monica lifted the squirming scum number 2 onto her shoulder. Frederica-sama. Forgive my impudence, but I've applied a liquid to your back that will attract magical beasts. If you're following us, there's no problem, but if you choose to part ways here, you'll have to face the beasts on your own. I'll follow. Please, don't leave me. Foo, how desperate. I wanted to deal with this woman, too, but I'll hold myself back for now. I will never make any unnecessary moves against Sandra. Liz muttered something like that, but, Foo, there's no way I would do that. Not while she is still one of Haru-sama's precious someones. Chapter 179, Each Dungeon Strategy, 3. Cristia Salerno's Point of View. Leave this to me, Hero's Emblem. The team leader, Wilfred, challenges the 3-headed dog monster alone, sword in hand. However, to have taken the lead and then behave like this is nothing but reckless solo action. HMPH. Does he not trust our abilities? Glaring at the 4th prince's reckless behavior, Carla grinds her teeth. To her, the actions of that man were nothing but an insult. Sigh. Truly, he is nothing like His Highness Harold. That man never fails to trust us, and unlike that, His Highness Harold always believes in us and entrusts everything to us. When we're protected by him, it's so fulfilling. How happy I am when I can use my strength at his request. On the other hand, His Highness Wilfred only boasts about his own power, acting like a lone wolf. Honestly, it's nothing but unpleasant. But Will-sama, the last member of our team, gazes at him with tears welling in her eyes, overcome with emotion. Her name is Lalanoa Erin. She is the 3rd princess of the Shellwood Kingdom, which governs the Forest of Light in the central part of the Western countries, a rare species known as elves. She is in a different class than us, but unfortunately, she has fallen prey to that man's charm, and now she is completely enamored with him. Elves, as a race, tend to be proud and look down on humans, but she's lived her entire life in the Forest of Light, so perhaps she's just been sheltered and naive. She was sent to this royal academy to broaden her horizons as a princess, but the outcome for Shelwood Kingdom has become rather ironic. Now, it's over. Guhart. With his sword stabbing through the monster's body, the three-headed dog perishes. According to His Highness Harold, the sword His Highness Wilfred wields is called the heroic greatsword Calitvorch, and it is said to be the most powerful sword in this world. It's such a waste for someone like him to wield such a treasure, but I've heard that the king of de Horbolts, Ibar Weir de Horbolts, dotes on that man. I can only say that he lacks the ability to see things clearly. In fact, according to an investigation by the Holy Kingdom, the capable nobles within de Horbolts support His Highness Raphael or His Highness Harold, and the nobles following His Highness Wilfred, though more numerous, are nothing but insignificant, aged figures. When King Ibar passes, the current power balance will collapse, and either His Highness Raphael or His Highness Harold will become the next king. Personally, I would like His Highness Harold to become king, but unfortunately, it seems he has no interest in such a position. That said, His Highness Harold and His Highness Raphael seem to have a good relationship, so whoever becomes king will likely not cause any issues for the Holy Kingdom. And, if His Highness Harold doesn't become king, there may still be a chance, for me. Everyone, did you see that? Yes. As expected of Wilsama, Carla and I exchange an exasperated look. We can't bear to be part of this farce any longer. I wish we could hurry and reunite with His Highness Harold. I don't care if you're a saintess or a holy knight, but that gaze is disrespectful to my Wilsama. Spirits, make them kneel. What? Unable to resist, Carla and I kneel as ordered. Now, I'll begin the re-education of these foolish two. Spirits, make them dedicate their hearts entirely to Wilsama. Carla struggles desperately to resist, but her efforts are in vain. Her groan continued for a while, and then, Carla del Minio, swear absolute loyalty to His Highness Wilfred. Likewise, Christia Salerno will always be with His Highness Wilfred. We swore our loyalty to His Highness Wilfred. Ha ha ha. You don't need to be so formal. We're classmates at the Royal Academy, and besides, we're more than just that, aren't we? Yes. I don't recall ever being close like that, but apparently, that's how this man sees it. And Lalanoa Erin. Though you're the one manipulating us like this, why do you make that face twisted with jealousy? If you're afraid of losing Wilfred's favor, why not just reject him from the beginning or choose another method? Oh, but perhaps you can't do that. If you did, Wilfred might turn away from you. How pathetic. When we fall in love with someone of the opposite sex, we become bound and blind like this. I can't really say anything, though. Saintess, no, Christia, do you know? By now, that incompetent bratty prince and Lady Alexandra should have met their end, due to some unfortunate accident. Well, even though he's such a man, he's still my brother. At least, I'll make sure to personally oversee his burial. His Highness Wilfred takes my hand with a disgusting smile. If I continue to follow him, I'm sure I'll end up at the designated location. Although I'm supposed to be under his control, how is it that I can still maintain my original personality? I suppose it's all thanks to His Highness Harold. I silently laugh to myself, unnoticed by the two of them, as we move through the dim dungeon. Chapter 180. Protagonist appears with my precious people. What do I do with this? The second magical beast, the nine-headed serpent Hydra, had one of its heads crushed by Liliana's strike as she screamed. This beast had a total of 9 heads, and Ali had already destroyed one. Liliana had crushed 3, leaving 5, also I thought. Of course, it's increased again. Well, yeah. I deliberately refrained from offering advice, focusing solely on defense and watching their battle unfold. From here on, once the main events of Engage Hazard began, there would surely be a flurry of events. The two beside me would likely be drawn into it all, so I had to make sure they became stronger. Especially Liliana, as there were not only Enhaz events ahead but also Galhaz ones. Not just battle events, but romance routes too. Could she actually handle them? In fact, Lloyd was already repelled by Liliana's carnivorous tendencies, and I'm sure the other heroes would have similar reactions. I should try testing it out with Raphael next time. No way. It's increasing again. Then, Ice Age. Just as Liliana destroyed another head, Ali sealed it off with ice before it could regenerate. Nice decision. By doing this, no new heads would sprout. Liliana, I'll seal it, you crush all the heads. Alright, this will do. God sent. WH. Suddenly, a huge hand descended from the ceiling and slammed into the Hydra. The poor Hydra was flattened, its entire body crushed, and then frozen, silencing it. Wow, Liliana is seriously dangerous. I teased her a bit before, but from now on, I'll be more careful. Well, with this, we've defeated 2 beasts, and there's only one left. Looking back, the Hydra battle was a complete win, so I'm sure we can take down the next one, with just the 2 of you. Only us again? That's oppressive. It's monstrous. This isn't something a little extra meat can fix. I was bombarded with strong protests from the 2, but I wasn't going to change my decision. Compared to the training with Xandra, this was going to be a walk in the park. So, no objections. Let's do our best. Haru, you're being so mean. I'm definitely getting extra meat for this. Ali, who was on the verge of tears, and Liliana, who muttered curses under her breath, were both upset. I'll give them extra meat, so there's no need to worry. While soothing them, we headed deeper into the dungeon. Up until this point, Marion hadn't made any moves. She had only followed my orders and watched the 2 battle. But I was sure she had something planned. Until then, I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Then, is Your Highness Harold aiming for the throne? Suddenly, Marion asked such a question. I couldn't shake the feeling that as soon as she could confirm that Wilfred would be obstructed, she would aim to take him down here in this dungeon. As Cass had just informed me, it seemed like the teachers inside the dungeon had been eliminated, so it was the perfect opportunity to take action. However, after seeing Liliana's full potential displayed in Galhaz, if she could win even in a 3-on-1 disadvantage, then, I'll say this clearly, I have no interest in the throne. But I will never allow Wilfred to become the next king. I see. After hearing my response, Marion lowered her head and murmured softly, Cass. Yeah. I signaled Cass to prepare for battle. Now, all I have to do was wait for the right moment. Then, arriving at the intended location, I couldn't help but tilt my head. I had expected them to attack on the way here. At that moment, wind cutter. From the darkness at the end of the hallway, a blade of wind shot toward us. I quickly blocked it with my jet black shield Casper League, but it seemed like the show was about to begin. Why do you keep blocking? Throwing a tantrum, the girl who appeared had long ears, characteristic of an elf. It was Liliana Erin, one of the main heroines from Enhaz. That meant, of course, the other one would be here as well. Liliana. Since he is my brother, it's not right to attack right away. Harold is going to die in a tragic accident. Don't you think so too? Yes. Leading the subdued Christia and Carla, Wilfred appeared with a calm expression on his face. Chapter 181. Precious people are brainwashed. Liliana. Since he is my brother, it's not right to attack right away. Harold is going to die in a tragic accident. Don't you think so too? Yes. Leading the subdued Christia and Carla, Wilfred appeared with a calm expression on his face. I see. So, Liliana's unique skill, Fairy's mischief, brainwashed the 2 of them. You really don't hide anything anymore. Since it's you, I'm sure you've already eliminated the teachers who are stationed here. But don't you think about the possibility of encountering other students? No need to worry. My companions are keeping other students away. Companions? You mean harem members, don't you? When I threw that sarcasm, Wilfred made a clear grimace. It seems he's aware of it himself, which is a relief. I mean, if he dislikes hearing it, maybe he should tone it down a little. This lecherous bastard. What's this guy? I can't believe this is Your Highness Wilfred's brother. It can't be helped. Even though he's my brother, we don't have the same mother, and he was the former lackey of the first prince, Cadiz. What's this? Is he trying to say his mother is great? Well, even though she was just a baron's daughter, she used her beauty fully and rose to the position of third queen, so I guess she's not without cunning. But you yourself are nothing special. In fact, you lost to me in a duel a year ago. TCH, you only won because you used underhanded tactics. That's what His Highness Wilfred said. Is that so? Phut. Liliana probably thought she was backing him up, but for Wilfred, that only adds shame. Sure, rumors spread in the palace that Harold committed injustice, but all the nobles and citizens of the royal capital witnessed our duel, and it's obvious that it wasn't unfair. Besides, if he calls it unfair to the person who fought him, he'd be too embarrassed to show his face. I'd recommend he digs a hole and buries himself. Well, whatever. So, you're going to make it look like an accident and take me out, right? Hurry up. I raised my jet black shield Casper League and got into a combat stance. At the same time, Ully raised both hands toward Wilfred, and Liliana swung her arms around. Clang. Looks like Carla Donno's making the first move. Your Highness Harold, prepare yourself. Carla, with empty eyes, attacked with an expression devoid of emotion. Wilfred and Liliana were grinning unpleasantly as they watched. They must think that if they make my precious people fight, I won't be able to interfere. It's something underhanded that Wilfred would think of. It's laughable that such a person is the protagonist of Engage Hazard. However, the effect is outstanding. Haru-kun, Haru-san. Me too. No. If the two of you join in, you'll end up hurting Carla, but... The two bit their lips in frustration, but I couldn't accept the thought of my precious people fighting each other. Don't worry. I'm number one in defense in Enhaz now. I'll keep blocking until Carla's so tired she can't swing her sword anymore. More importantly, you two need to watch out for Wilfred. They're probably targeting you. You understood. Got it. It might sound strange, but there are two protagonists in this world. If we're talking pure potential, Liliana and Wilfred should be on equal footing. So, if Ully supports, we should actually be in a better position. Hey, don't ignore me. Ahaha, what are you saying? You've brainwashed Carla and the Saintess, so you can't do anything. That's right. In Enhaz, the skill, Fairy's Mischief, unfortunately isn't like normal buffs or debuffs. Unless Liliana, the user, cancels it, no other skills can be used. Furthermore, Liliana Erin, the heroine, has low physical stats compared to others in Enhaz. In hand-to-hand combat, she can't even match Liliana. Liliana, don't worry. I'll save them from Harold. He just said something that makes it sound like I'm controlling them. Well, I won't deny that I do control Liliana through meat, though. Ooh-wah. Alisan, did you hear that? Yeah. He's completely drunk on himself. Gross. Liliana and Ully were both taken aback by Wilfred's words. Their one-liner seemed to really get under his skin, as Wilfred was visibly enraged. Seems like when you associate with the incompetent bratty prince, it corrodes your soul. Wilfred-sama, please take care of those guys. Wilfred shook his head in exasperation, while Liliana raised her fist and shouted commands. Watching them, I couldn't help but feel exasperated, but I was being pushed back by Carla's attacks. Then, you foo-foo, you should never be too complacent, Your Highness Harold, everyone. Christia grinned, curling the corner of her lips, and cast a skill of unknown effect at me. Ully, and Liliana. Chapter 182. There is no way the Saintess would betray me. You foo-foo, you should never be too complacent, Your Highness Harold, everyone. Christia grinned, curling the corner of her lips, and cast a skill of unknown effect at me. Ully, and Liliana. This skill. Could it be Saintess-sama? Now, Wilfred Donno, with this, the battle is decided. All that's left is to trample them. Christia placed her hand on her chest and elegantly bowed. Even as she did so, Carla did not stop her attack, and I was unable to keep up. Ah, Christia. As expected, you shine more at my side than by that man's side. Wilfred wore a blissful expression and walked toward Christia, but then, you foo-foo, thank you. But right now, we're in the middle of battle. Rather than concern yourself with me, you should eliminate these people first. Cough. All right. Wilfred, who was clearly rejected with a smile, cleared his throat and drew the heroic great sword Kalitvorch from its scabbard, turning not to Liliana and the others, but to me. After all, it's quicker to dispose of you first, with Carla. My brother Harold, you should quietly become the rust on my sword. Are you an idiot? Where did the plan to make it look like an accident go? Don't worry. I'll handle it as an accident without a problem. However, it will be an accident caused by the murderous blade of a comrade. Wilfred pointed the tip of his sword and charged toward me. He had glanced toward Ully for a moment, so it seems the murderous blade of a comrade he referred to was meant to make Ully the culprit. After all, Ully's family, the House of Margrave Stone, were descendants of the Nord people who once ruled Brint Island. If it's framed as an act of revenge due to long-held grudges, no one would suspect Ully. That's exactly the kind of thing this guy would think of. But, you really think it will go that smoothly? Instead of blocking Wilfred's sword, I knocked it away with my shield. I, the weakest in physical attack in Enhaz, was able to do this. What? Even though I became stronger since that time a year ago, even if Harold also grew in the same way, there's no way you should have the strength to knock me back. Well, yeah. Normally, I couldn't do this. But, this isn't just my strength. With that, I turned to look at Christia. By now, Carla had already stopped her attack. Well, Saint Osama's ability is truly amazing. Even someone like me, with her help, can have my abilities boosted this much. You foo-foo, thank you. Christia smiled at me, her eyes, which had lost their light earlier, now shining with brilliance. What's going on? Didn't Christia seal Harold and the others' abilities? Of course not. What I gave to Harold Dono and the others was the blessing of the war god. Right now, you all have 3 times the usual physical strength. Wilfred, raising his voice in confusion, was deliberately explained to by Christia as if she were unaware. That's not what I mean. Didn't you receive Lalanoa's power and follow me? Oh my. Are you saying that I, a saintess, would resort to such despicable tactics? This will certainly not be overlooked by the Baltian Holy Kingdom after this practical exam ends. No. As Wilfred showed a surprised expression, Christia spoke with a cold voice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wilfred stumbled over his words. Now, when I learned about Wilfred's team composition, it was obvious that Lalanoa would try to brainwash Christia and the others with Fairy's mischief. That's why I whispered to Christia beforehand. Before joining Wilfred's team, I told her to activate Aegis Shield. Her unique skill, Aegis Shield, not only reduces damage from physical and magical attacks but also nullifies all status abnormalities. What's more, unlike Lalanoa's, Fairy's mischief, once activated, Aegis Shield lasts for the entire battle. Since it can be used in combination with other skills, it's almost a cheat skill. So, Christia and Carla were in their right minds from the start. And so, how do you plan to deal with this blunder? Not only did you try to control me, but you also tried to have your own brother, the 3rd Prince Harold Dono, killed. Do you really think a life like yours can atone for that? You. Wilfred groaned in response to Christia's undeniable voice. Wait. It was I who tried to brainwash you, not Wilsama. I see. So, the Shelwood Kingdom intends to make an enemy of the Holy Kingdom. Is that what you're saying? The Baltian Holy Kingdom has followers all over the world. The small Shelwood Kingdom, with only the Forest of Light as its territory, has no hope of standing against them. It seems Wilfred has only now realized the foolishness of his actions, with his homeland on the verge of ruin. But even though she was a victim of Wilfred, I will never forgive her. The woman who tried to brainwash my precious people will never be forgiven by me. Either way, Wilfred tried to take my life and, with Lalanoa Erin here, tried to brainwash Saintess Christia. Don't think you'll get away with this. What should I do, Wilsama? Lalanoa clung to Wilfred, who hung his head silently. We sent them cold, disdainful glares. Then, there's no problem. Wilsama, there's no problem. If I dispose of everyone here, no one will ever know the truth. Wilfred raised his head and lifted the corner of his lips. Chapter 183, Small-time protagonist has been cornered. There's no problem. If I dispose of everyone here, no one will ever know the truth. Wilfred raised his head and lifted the corner of his lips. No, what is this guy saying? In a situation where it's already 5 against 3, how does he plan to eliminate us? Give up. You're already checkmated. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Do you think we only have 3 people and that there's no way we can win? What? I gave a puzzled expression to Wilfred's words. I didn't come here unprepared, on a whim, to eliminate you. I am here today to finish everything. Prepared, huh? He's saying grandiose things, but I know it's just going to end in failure. Wilfred dances to his own tune, truly a clown. It should be soon. All right. Show yourself. Wilfred shouted towards the darkness at the end of the passage. But, hey, what's going on? Why aren't you showing yourself? Hey, Wilfred, are you all right? We're the only ones here. I shrugged and provoked Wilfred, showing his growing frustration. Even so, I knew he had been preparing for this very moment to ambush us in this location. After all, this dead end here in the dungeon is the perfect spot to set up an ambush. If I were to think the same way, I would definitely plan an ambush here too. At that moment. Heh. Did you really think I was waiting for these maggots? My Xandra appeared with her usual sapphire eyes turned blood red while dragging the dismembered Warren. This is strange. I should have asked Xandra to stop before going too far, so how did this happen? That man conspired with Frederica and said he would discipline Milady and Her Highness Lizette. The chilling whisper in my ear from Monica made my heart suddenly freeze. So, he tried to discipline my Xandra, huh? Ridiculous. Ha, Haru-sama, I have eliminated everyone who tried to harm you up to this point, but, as you ordered, I didn't kill anyone. She was probably expecting to be scolded for going overboard. Xandra, looking anxiously at my expression, explained softly. Yeah, thank you. I know you'll be fine, but I'm just really glad you're safe. Ah, yes. After I said some words of encouragement, Xandra gave a beaming smile, her eyes turning back to Sapphire. I'm so relieved that she's back to her usual self. Good grief. What a hassle. Xandra goes berserk so easily, and then I get stuck dealing with her. Liz. Beside Liz, who sighed and smiled wryly, Frederica was trembling, her shoulders shaking as she looked down. She must have witnessed Xandra's true strength, and now she's completely terrified. She's an idiot for running to Wilfred instead of Cardi's. So, that's how it is. Your plan has failed completely. Impossible. How did this happen? I have spent so much time preparing for today. I don't know. But I knew you would try something with this year's end exam, and even then, I believed that if it was my important people, we could easily overcome it. Xandra and Monica's abilities are nothing compared to the characters from Enhaz, and Liz, Christia, and Carla are some of the strongest among the heroines. Liliana is the protagonist from Galhaz. I know and trust all of them more than anyone. So, what's next? Of course, no matter what you've prepared, we'll crush it all. Heh. How absurd. You, who tried to have Haru-sama killed without getting your hands dirty, and tried to brainwash the saint, are too pathetic to even talk about. Xandra and I looked at Wilfred, showing mocking smiles. Who would have imagined that this guy is supposed to be the protagonist of Engage Hazard? In the game scenario, the protagonist was always putting himself at risk for the heroines, somewhat unaware and passive. But the real him is full of ambition and vanity, the worst kind of man who disrespects the heroines. Now that I think about it, the protagonist in Enhaz wasn't aiming to be the next king from the start. He progressed through the heroine's stories, overcoming various incidents and hardships, and ultimately decided to become king only because he had to save them from their misfortunes. Thinking about it, Wilfred's actions are completely off. No way is this anything close to Enhaz's story. Wilfred, how about I give you a chance? With those words, Wilfred suddenly looked up. Let's duel again here. If you win, I'll let this whole incident go. Haru-sama. Xandra's eyes widened, and she turned to me, gripping my hand tightly. She couldn't believe it, though Wilfred would be doomed if handed over to the guards. But, sorry, just indulge me a little in my selfishness. However, if I win, you'll tell me everything you know. Why are you so obsessed with becoming the next king? Why does the king support you? and the true identity of the man behind you, Ulysses. Chapter 184. The second battle with the protagonist has begun. However, if I win, you'll tell me everything you know. Why are you so obsessed with becoming the next king? Why does the king support you? And the true identity of the man behind you, Ulysses. I suspect that the reason why this person is no longer the protagonist involves King Ibar and a man named Ulysses. Especially Ulysses, who freely provides UR weapons and rare items to both Prince Jean, the crown prince of Capetian Kingdom who was Liz's older brother, and this guy. He must be plotting something. No, those two are probably the ones who have caused this world of Inhaz to spiral out of control. So, what do you say? If you refuse my offer, the only thing left for you will be ruin. Even His Majesty the King won't be able to protect you this time. Ha, that's right. If this is left unresolved, the Holy Kingdom of Baltien will call upon all the nations of the world and erase the Dehorbalt's kingdom from the map. Thankfully, Christia assisted me. Well, considering that the Saintess, the symbol of the Holy Kingdom, was put in danger, the Holy Kingdom will likely do something like that. You don't need to overthink it. All you have to do is defeat me. I've set everything up until this point. Your only option now is to defeat me. Understood? That means, yeah, Harold, I'll defeat you. No, I'll slaughter you. However, the condition you mentioned earlier must be fulfilled. I understand. Seriously, I'm the one who made the concession, and yet he's acting all high and mighty. Well, the promise probably won't be kept anyway. That's because I'm going to win. Then, how about we follow the same rules as last year? Feel free to use as many weapons as you want. Yeah, I'll do that. I can't afford to lose. Without any hint of embarrassment, Wilfred pulls out weapon after weapon. But, where on earth has he been keeping all these weapons? Wait. Hey, that's... Don't call it unfair now. All the weapons and items I've acquired are stored in my inventory. Ah, right. Since he's the protagonist, it wouldn't be odd for him to have an inventory, right? In any case, this means he can freely use weapons and items. Marion, give me your battle axe skydrive over here. Wilfred extends his right hand towards Marion, who has been silently standing by at the edge of the corridor. It seems like he's truly going all out to defeat me. But then, I refuse. What? What did you say? Unexpectedly, Marion clearly rejects him. Wilfred raises his voice in surprise at the betrayal. Yeah, I'm shocked too. At the very least, it's clear that Marion has a romantic relationship with Wilfred. Given the high affection between them, there's no way she would betray the protagonist like this. I'll make it clear. I have had no involvement in this matter. So, if I were to hand you my weapon, I would be considered an accomplice. Ah, I see. Indeed, Marion has never actively attacked or interfered with us, unlike Wilfred and the others. This includes battles with the two-headed beast Orthros and the nine-headed snake Hydra. Marion, you. What is it? Didn't Lady Lalanor say to me? A fallen noble, being kept by Wilsama for his mercy. Then, I no longer need that mercy. Lalanor yells at Marion, her face red, but Marion turned her face away, unfazed. Seeing her attitude, I finally understood. This is the heroine's jealous state. In Enhaz, regular conversations, chat style, with the heroine in a romantic state are required. Otherwise, she may get sulky. If that happens, the protagonist must repeat conversations or give gifts to maintain the relationship, or else it will break down, and the heroine can no longer be used. I also ended up buying a lot of tickets to maintain these romantic states for too many heroines, and my part-time wages disappeared in no time. Distant look. Well, in the end, it's Wilfred's fault that this situation has arisen. It's truly his own doing. Ah, I see. Even though she was the first dedicated maid who served you, you've treated her with such disdain. It's only natural she betrays you. Shut up. That woman was useless to me from the start. Marion, I never want to see your face again. Disappear now. Understood. Upon hearing Wilfred's words, Marion clenches her lips and bows. Even though she had done so much, she ended up in such a pitiful state. Hey, are we done with this farce? I'd like to start already. TSK. I don't need you to tell me. Wilfred takes up the heroic greatsword Calitvolch and assumes a stance, his eyes burning with rage. Such collateral damage. Cass, I leave it to you. Hehe, leave it to me. I'll definitely protect you. Haru, yeah. You'll protect me for sure. I exchange words with my partner, Cass, the jet black shield Casper League. Now, with my partner's morale high, there's no way we're losing. Come on, bring it on. With that single phrase, the second duel between me and Wilfred began. Chapter 185. It was my complete victory. Whoa. Letting out a mighty roar, Wilfred charged at me. His momentum was strong, and anyone unfamiliar with him would likely flinch, but to me, he was wide open. Take this seriously. With an attack like that, it's like you're saying please block it. I easily intercepted Wilfred's attack and coldly said this. By the way, it seems the effect of the War God's Blessing that Christia applied to me earlier is still active, as I didn't feel any impact when I stopped the attack. This might be a bit of a cheat. Shut up. Throwing aside the heroic greatsword Calitvolch, Wilfred pulled out the Demon Emperor Star Gun summon trigger and started firing Abyss Assault rapidly. Well, you know, all of these were blocked by me in the last fight. There's no way they'll hit now. I effortlessly blocked this too with my shield and let out a sigh of disbelief. At the very least, if he knew my abilities, he should have come up with a better strategy. Shut up, shut up. Then, how about this? Why are you trying to engage in close combat with a ranged weapon? Take this. Too soft. With that weapon, you should be aiming for a special attack with an attribute. Just swinging it around is meaningless. He changed weapons after every blocked attack and relentlessly throws more. He was not utilizing the weapon's characteristics at all, and he was wasting all of those UR weapons. Not only the people watching our battle but also Lalanor, Frederica, and even Marion were showing faces of disbelief. At this rate, last year's duel seems like it was far better. Wilfred, what have you been doing this year? What did you say? Each of your attacks shows no signs of improvement. In fact, you can't even properly use one of your weapons. You've been neglecting your training too much. This Engage Hazard game is ultimately a romance mobile RPG. What's required are the heroine's affection and the character's pure strength. You may have created a harem with the heroines, but you've failed to properly care for them, and your strength is sloppy. If I were the player, I'd be starting over from scratch. Knowing you, you've probably been complacent because of the support from His Majesty the King and the man named Ulysses. What do you know? The sacrifices I've made for this, how much I've given up to become the next king. Then, you've just been going about it all wrong. What you should have been doing wasn't building shallow relationships but finding what's truly important. With the favor of King Ibar, the support of the suspicious man Ulysses, UR weapons, and even many nobles on his side, he was blinded by it all. This fool misunderstood and never gained any true allies. I've said it many times, but Engage Hazard is a romance mobile RPG. The ultimate goal is to bring the world's best fiancée, but in the end, it's about forging bonds with the heroines. This man, who misunderstood the meaning of that bond and mistakenly believed it to mean gaining the protection of a powerful person and creating a harem, will never have a chance of victory. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What a pathetic guy. I muttered quietly as I absorbed Wilfred's relentless attacks. At least I'll keep accepting his misguided attacks, as my way of repaying this love for Engage Hazard from my previous life. Ha. Ha. An hour has passed since then, and Wilfred was already completely exhausted. In between, he repeatedly used items to replenish his SP, but it seemed even those have run out. In this game, no matter how good your active skills or weapons are, once your SP runs out, it's meaningless. As for me, I'm Harold, who has his SP maxed out at 999. Even after supplying Cass for 24 hours, there's still plenty left over. Whoa. Clink. The sword that Wilfred weakly swung down strike against my jet black shield Casper League. The force behind it was no different from a twig hitting it. What's wrong? Is it over already? You monster. What an impolite guy. I've just been blocking all of your attacks. The reason you couldn't do anything is simply because of your lack of strength. Please, stop. Wilsama has lost. It's okay. Please, we were wrong. We apologize. Please stop. Lalanor and Frederica, who couldn't bear to watch, desperately plead, but I wondered what they were misunderstanding. This duel started between me and Wilfred, and only we can decide who the victor is. It's not like the last time when it was forcefully arranged by King Ibar. I coldly send them a glare and turn back to face Wilfred. Right. I won't stop until I break his spirit completely, so he never dares to make a move against us again. Come on, what's wrong? I'm still perfectly fine. Keikuzo, I kick the kneeling Wilfred, and he finally starts crying. It must be humiliating for him to be treated like this by me, the incompetent bratty prince that he looked down on. But I won't show any mercy. If I let up now, it could put my important people at risk. Just like now. Wilfred, what's wrong? My attacks are nothing more than those of Harold, the weakest in physical combat, so unless it's cast, snatch, they shouldn't be effective on him. So, he might just think I'm letting him off lightly, being toyed with. And then, I've lost. After 3 hours since the duel began, Wilfred finally admitted his defeat with a sob. Chapter 186. The mysterious man finally appeared before me. I've lost. After 3 hours since the duel began, Wilfred finally admitted his defeat with a sob. I'm tired. I looked up at the ceiling and muttered. Even though this guy is scum, this kind of victory doesn't sit well with me. If we're going to fight, I'd prefer a match where we respect each other, push each other to our limits, and compete with everything we've got. Thank you for your hard work, Haru-sama. Xandra, thank you. I smiled at Xandra, who greeted me with a smile, and my face softened. Monica, Liz, Christia, Carla, Liliana, and Ali also smiled at me the same way. I'm truly glad I was able to protect these important people. Well, as promised, you guys will be handed over to the guards. After that, I don't know what will happen, but don't think you'll get off easily. Lalanor and Frederica, who were comforting the sobbing Wilfred, lowered their heads with dark expressions. Lalanor will likely be forcibly sent back to the Shellwood Kingdom and stripped of her royal status. After all, she has crossed the Holy Kingdom and put the kingdom in danger. Frederica, at best, will be disowned by her family. At worst, she'll have to be prepared for execution. Even though she followed Wilfred's orders, she was complicit in the assassination of the royal family, so she won't get away scot-free. If things go poorly, her family, the Marshal Duke House, may even be dismantled. Well, it's all because of her self-inflicted foolishness, drowning in love for Wilfred. Well then, let's get out of here. We can't continue with the practical exam at this point. Yes. We bound Wilfred and the others and headed toward the dungeon exit. This marks the end of Engage Hazard without even the beginning of the tutorial, so in a way, this is an earlier service shutdown than in my previous life. But, Haru-sama, you were amazing. It's our victory, Haru. Thank you for your hard work. Once we get back to the room, Monica, will heal you, Your Highness. And not just that, but a little bit of this and that. Monica, even though it's a bad ending that should never have happened to the protagonist, the fact that I'm surrounded by these important people makes this ending, for someone like Harold, who is a mere punching bag, nothing but a happy ending. I looked at everyone's smiles and relaxed my cheeks. At that moment, and that's the protagonist, her. I guess it can't be helped. Harold. Suddenly, I heard a whisper from behind and quickly turned around. There was Ully, with the corners of his mouth lifted in a smirk. And, before I knew it, everyone else was gone. Xandra, Monica, Cass, Liz, Christia, Carla, Liliana, all of them were gone. Congratulations, Haru-kun. You really are amazing. Ully, he said it. He called Wilfred the protagonist. Well, I tried to make that fool the protagonist, but it looks like that's not going to happen. I'll have to consider rewriting the story. Ully, no need to shout. But, I have a proposal for you. Ully put her hand on her mouth and chuckled. Hey, How about you take over as the protagonist of this story instead of him? What? I couldn't help but let out a dumbfounded voice at the ridiculous proposal. Change the protagonist? From Wilfred to me? Well, let's face it, you're definitely more of a protagonist than he is. Plus, if we leave it as it is, that idiot won't even show up by the time the main story starts in 3 months. As expected, Ully understands that this is the world of Engage Hazard. But why? How does he know this? There's one thing I understand, though. You're Ulysses, aren't you? That's right. I'm Ulysses. Harold. Ully, no. Ulysses suddenly changed his face. The face was identical to that of the man who had been harassed by Warren on the day of the entrance ceremony. Oh, don't worry. This face is a fake, and the one you're familiar with, the usual one, is my real face. You want me to believe that? Hee, I won't lie to you. No, which mouth is saying that? Without thinking, I made my usual retort. But I still couldn't believe that Ully was actually Ulysses. So, how about it? Don't you think it would be the ultimate serves you right for you to become the protagonist and have Wilfred be the punching bag? It's true that, as Ulysses says, rising to become the protagonist while Wilfred becomes a punching bag would be the ultimate serves you right for the story of Engage Hazard. I couldn't help but feel my heart race, as this was the kind of development I had seen in countless serves you right light novels in my previous life. But, so, that means I'd be the one to bring the world's best fiancé, right? Of course. That's how the story goes. I see. If that's the case, there's only one answer. I refuse. I said it clearly. Chapter 187, Declaring War on Mastermind. I refuse. I said it clearly. As expected of Haru-kun. You're quick to decide. Wait, what? It seemed like Ully never imagined I'd refuse, and he screamed loudly. Why? He's the protagonist, right? You can totally get back at those idiots you've been mocking with a big serves you right. But if I become the protagonist, then I won't be able to stay engaged to Xandra, right? The goal of Engage Hazard is to bring the world's best fiancé. In other words, it means I'd have to go look for a fiancé. And that would mean I'd have to abandon my current fiancé. My fiancé is Alexandra of Chevalier, and only her. There's no way I'm accepting this kind of proposal. Do you really understand? If you're not the protagonist, Haru-kun, your role will remain that of a punching bag. In other words, the engagement with her is inevitable to be broken off, no matter what. How can you say that? Because it's obvious. It's been decided, like that. I see. From Ully's words, it seems like the compulsion that's typical of game reincarnation is in play here. So, how about it? Even if the engagement is broken off, wouldn't it be happier for you this way? Ully peered into my face with a carefree smile, tempting me. However, don't decide my happiness for me. If you say that's my Harold Weir de Horbalt's fate, then I'll break it to pieces. Ahahaha. That's impossible, obviously. Apparently, what I said was so ridiculous that Ully fell to the floor, clutching her stomach and rolling around. But ever since I regained my past life's memories, I've been fighting to change fate. Impossible? That's something I've already faced and overcome. That's why, sorry. Wilfred is an idiot, but you're an even bigger idiot. After I went through the trouble of making such a great proposal, Ully openly slumped her shoulders. However, strangely enough, even though this man in front of me should be my true enemy, I couldn't bring myself to hate him. Maybe it was because he, too, was one of my important people. You won't regret this, will you? I don't care. You should be prepared, too. I'm definitely going to smash that so-called fate of yours, I said, lifting the corners of my mouth. At that moment, Haru-sama? I was brought back to my senses when Xandra called out to me. It seems I've returned from that space with Ully. Wait. So, where's Ully? Ully? Who's that? I let out a confused voice as I looked at Xandra's puzzled face. You Ully, I'm talking about our classmate Ulysses Stone, that male student. Your Highness, there is no such student at this academy. And Monica, too. Why don't these two know about Ully? Surely Liz knows, right? And the Saintess, Carla, and Liliana, too. Ully. I don't know her. Are you tired from the duel with Wilfred? Should I cast healing magic on you? Tim, that's the first time I've heard that name. I don't know, but I'm just really hungry for meat. Aside from Liliana, how is it that no one knows about Ully? I'm sorry. No, it's not something for you to apologize about. More importantly, I'm the one who's sorry for saying strange things. I hurriedly apologized to Xandra, who looked down, feeling down. I'll have to think about this later. Well, now I understand that Ully is the true mastermind behind everything. I'm still trying to process it, but what I need to do is clear. I have to break the predetermined fate and protect the future of me and my important people, who are doomed to an unfortunate ending. And Ully doesn't know this. That I know everything about this world. Chapter 188. Who was the true sacrificial pawn? Wilfred Weir de Horbalt's point of view. Damn it. Why do I have to go through this? In the center of the capital Cadet, in a prison reserved only for royalty, the Cadet Tower. I am currently imprisoned in a room on the top floor of this tower, with no windows. After losing the second duel against Harold, I was handed over to the guards and judged by the kingdom. Of course, it was for plotting Harold's assassination and attempting to brainwash the Saintess. Even my father, King Ibar, couldn't protect me, and with strong voices from influential nobles such as Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Olsen demanding strict punishment, I ended up here, sentenced to life imprisonment. Additionally, I heard that Lalanor was forcibly sent back to Shelwood Kingdom. As the main culprit behind the attempt to brainwash the Saintess, she was formally judged and is expected to be permanently exiled from the country. To be honest, the fact that she was treated as the main culprit means that I barely escaped execution, and I can only say that I was lucky in this regard. Next, there's Frederica. While she was also an accomplice, due to mitigating circumstances, she was only demoted to a commoner and exiled from the royal capital. However, her family, the Marshall household, was demoted to a count and lost 1/3 of their land. Although Frederica survived, it's unlikely that she will be let off easily. More accurately, the Marshall household, who were the victims, won't let her off easily. Warren's situation is even more tragic. He was captured by Harold's fiancée, who had both his arms and legs severed, leaving him unable to live on his own. He was then thrown into the slums of the royal capital. At this point, he will either die abandoned, be eaten by stray dogs, or be toyed with by some pervert. Just thinking about it makes me want to look away. And then there's my personal maid, Marion. Your Highness Wilfred, it's time for your meal. In this Cadet Tower, I was assigned to Marion, who took care of me. Although it was acknowledged that she wasn't involved in the plot to assassinate Harold, due to her previous loyalty to me, she couldn't escape punishment. Her status as a knight was stripped, and she was demoted to a lowly maid. Marion, do you hate me? Of course not. The result of this situation is entirely due to my own lack of judgment. TCH. I clicked my tongue at Marion's grand sarcasm. Originally, this woman had been Harold's personal maid. She had scorned me as the incompetent, evil prince, and that was when she was discarded and assigned to me. In the beginning, she despised me, calling me the tainted prince. But after gaining the support of King Ibar and joining Cadis's faction, I solidified my position in the royal court. Once that happened, she started to flatter me and worm her way into my life. I remember asking her, "Is it really that important to restore your family?" And she nodded without hesitation. At that moment, I thought she and I were similar. We both would do anything to achieve our goals. Afterward, Marion devoted herself wholeheartedly, even offering her entire body to me. I had my way with her, and before I knew it, she had become utterly captivated by me, or at least, that's what I thought. But this woman betrayed me during the second duel with Harold. I will never forgive Marion. Do you know? The messenger from Ulysses came the other day. He's planning to get me out of here soon. With that, I smirked. That's right. You betrayed me, but I'm not dead, yet. When I make my comeback, you will be the first to be discarded. I'll make you regret ever being satisfied with your current position as a lowly maid. By the way, Marion also knows about Ulysses. That man appeared without care for whether she was around or not. That battle axe sky drive was also given to Marion by Ulysses. However, everything was made to look like it was something I had arranged. That's the way it is. You can look forward to that day. I took a bite of the food Marion had brought me. Compared to the meals in the royal palace, it was extremely humble, but this would only last a little longer. Soon, I'd be back to the luxurious meals I was used to. Gah. Goo. Hee hee. How is it? How does the taste of your last supper feel? Gi, Giza, Ma. I scratched at my throat in agony, writhing in pain. No. She wouldn't do this, would she? To the Wilfred who still refuses to face reality, I have a message from Ulysses-sama. He said, you truly were the incompetent, bratty prince after all. Gah, foo. From my burning stomach, I coughed up a large amount of dark, viscous blood. Ha, ha, ha. In the end, I was the real sacrificial pawn, wasn't I? Tears of frustration flowed as I ended my life as the sacrificial pawn who couldn't become the protagonist. Chapter 189. The one who weaves the story. Ulysses Hazaknut Stone's point of view. Honestly, Harukuan rejecting me is, in a way, Ibakuan's fault, you know? I spat out this harsh remark while sitting in front of the throne in the audience chamber of the Dehorbalt's royal palace, facing King Ibar. If this man had properly trained Wilfred from the start, I would never have considered switching allegiance to Harukuan. And if he had treated Harukuan more kindly, he might have listened to my words. Even I didn't think he would be that incompetent. Then, who raised such an incompetent person? Honestly, what is he even saying while ignoring his own incompetence? The war with the Capetian kingdom was a disaster. I gave him the best weapons, but he used them just to satisfy his own violent desires, and in the end, he was easily swayed by the enemy king and concluded a peace treaty on his own. Anyway, at this rate, Your Majesty Ibar's desired divine throne will never be within reach. Edward. That's not what we agreed upon. I'm sorry, but with the protagonist gone, there's nothing we can do now. A man with ambition far stronger than his abilities, trying to replace God while being just a mere human. Well, in the beginning, I was intrigued by this man's pure desires and offered unnecessary help, but now I regret not making him suffer more. Then, I should just prepare someone else, right? I'm telling you, Cadiz Kuan and Raphael Kuan have different roles. They can't serve as the protagonist in place of him. How foolish. If such a simple exchange of roles were possible, I wouldn't have had to struggle so much. Well, I did try to swap Wilfred and Harukuan, but that's beside the point. By the way, honestly, you really lack perception. Harukuan would have been much more suitable as the protagonist than Wilfred, but you never realized that. But he was, up until 2 years ago, the incompetent bratty prince. That's a fact. Yeah, that's true. While I spat insults at King Ibar, the fact remains that I too failed to see Harukuan's true nature. As he says, Harukuan, like the incompetent bratty prince he was, used to fawn over Cadiz Kuan and treat those below him arrogantly. He had no real abilities, and couldn't even manage the blessing gift that was supposed to be granted to everyone in this world. He was basically talentless. Although, he does have more mana than anyone else in this world, and the blessing gift he possesses does have incredible potential, but it's essentially a waste. Don't worry. If there's no one, we'll just make one. I wonder if he's planning to make some random person his secret child, and then give them the right to the throne. I doubt that's something that the Dehorbalt's kingdom can afford. It would mean the royal bloodline would be severed. Well, if you're fine with that, I'm not complaining. My role is to guide this story to its conclusion, and beyond that, I couldn't care less. The people of Norse may desire what comes after, but I'm not a god. Those things are for the real gods to handle. And honestly, Father offering his life so willingly is way too heavy. The Dehorbalt's kingdom fell because of his incompetence, so don't push the aftermath onto me. It's been almost a century of nothing but hardship. But whatever. Once this story concludes, that guy's wish will be granted, and Father's long-held dream will be realized. Anyway, with only 3 months left, make sure you're prepared. Why yes, I understand. Well then. I disappear from the audience chamber and instantly teleport to my home, the Salso's mansion. Welcome home, young master. Yeah. Could you stop calling me young master already? No. To me, you will always be the young master. Casper, my butler, bows deeply while saying that. I scowl at him. Honestly, I may be over 100 years old, but if I were human, I'd be living my second life by now. So, how does it look? Will it work? It should be fine. There's some minor course correction needed, but Ibakuin will manage. That wretched descendant of a demon, you say? Just mentioning King Ibar's name makes Casper, who is usually so indifferent, change into a terrifying expression. Come on. Once the story of the god reaches its conclusion, that will be the end of it. Indeed. Anyway, after all these years, we've finally made it this far. I'm just here to watch over it. Yet. Why does it feel like? The future I see in my mind is one where Harukuin leads this story to a different conclusion. For the sake of fulfilling the wishes of the Norse people, to guide the story of the god to its end, that's my role. Why should I be thinking about such things? But, if it's Harukuin, surely, I can't help but wish, though I know it's an impossible wish, that Harukuin will be the one to create that future for me. That he will break my fate. End of Volume 3.